Chapter 1. Chapter 1. You said this thing is called a universal capsule. Sengoku reached out and took a thumb-sized omnipotent capsule in his hand, his tone full of skepticism. Just this little thing, can you put the common items in life into the capsule? Sengoku moved his gaze from the omnipotent capsule to Iris' face, his eyes full of doubts. Is it possible? Marshal Sengoku shook his head insignificantly. Despite his unbelief, he still maintained martial marine's demeanor. After developing the omnipotent capsule, Iris couldn't wait to report it, and the incident reached Marine Marshal Sengoku's ears. Marshal Sengoku also listened to reports from his subordinates, saying that Iris of the Marine Scientific Corps had developed an amazing thing, called a universal capsule. Able to put everything in a small capsule, made an exception and brought 3 Admiral with him to witness this magical universal capsule. Hope this invention will not let me down. Iris has a confident smile on his face. Let me demonstrate it for you then. While speaking, Iris took the universal capsule in his hand, touched a book on Sengoku's desk, and pressed the switch of the universal button. The next moment, the books on Marshal Sengoku's desk suddenly disappeared, appearing in the omnipotent capsule. Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki had a cigar in his mouth, and the smoke was filled with smoke, and the sharp eyes of the next moment fluctuated instantly, revealing a strange color. It really disappeared. Marine Admiral Kizaru suddenly stopped the movement in his hand, and his eyes under the golden sunglasses looked at the universal capsule in Iris's hand with surprise. Oh, this is an incredible invention. If I hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the old man would not believe that such a miraculous thing happened in front of him. It's amazing. The scientific inventions are too terrible now. Admiral Kizaru also looked solemn, not like his usual lazy appearance before. Admiral Aokiji lifted the cyan blindfold on his face, with a look of curiosity, put down his head and sat upright. For an instant, Aokiji keenly noticed that a book on Marshal Sengoku's desk suddenly disappeared, which surprised Aokiji. Even if I allowed Observation Haki to use Observation Haki, there was no way to detect where the book was, and a small ripple appeared in his calm heart. Marshal Sengoku got up from the chair and stared at the small capsule in Iris' hand. Really installed? Marshal Sengoku made no secret of surprise in his voice. Compared with the small capsule in front of him, a thick book was dozens of times different in size. It was easily packed into a capsule. Iris holds the universal capsule in his hand and presses the button of the universal capsule with his finger. The next moment, the book appeared on Marshal Sengoku's desk again in its original form. This can really hold things that don't match the size. Marshal Sengoku reached out and took the universal capsule in his hand, and curiously looked at the small universal capsule in his hand. The people with super strength, the 5 senses are equally powerful and terrifying. The book that was taken and released by the omnipotent capsule is indeed the same. I saw it with my own eyes that a thick book disappeared in front of me, without a trace, and was put into a universal capsule. Then it appeared intact. The visual impact shocked the presence of Marine Marshal Sengoku and Marine 3 Admiral. Iris had a confident smile on his face, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Yes. This is the universal capsule I invented, which can hold anything that is not alive except for the giant architectural fortress like naval headquarters. Iris' confident voice made Marshal Sengoku's heart beat faster for him, and Admiral, the third of Marine's strongest combat power, also looked at Iris with interest. A faint smile appeared on Kizaru's face, and his eyes showed admiration. The Marine Scientific Force can always be under the jurisdiction of Admiral Kizaru, and this time the universal capsule invented by Iris is brilliant in front of Marine Marshal Sengoku and the other 2 Marine Admiral. Admiral Kizaru, as Marine Scientific Force, is very proud. Wait, you mean it can be installed except for large buildings like naval headquarters? Sengoku raised his head and stared at Iris with piercing eyes, eager to know the answer from Iris's mouth. If it is true, then this universal capsule is of great strategic significance to Marine. Facing Sengoku's question, Iris nodded to Sengoku for sure, yes. For example, the table in front of you. The next moment, in Sengoku's shocked gaze, the desk completely disappeared from Sengoku's sight. Okay. Sengoku showed admiration, laughed heartily, reached out and patted Iris on the shoulder, good job. Admiral Akainu's eyes flashed with a hint of light, and he took a deep sip of the cigar from his mouth and exhaled a thick puff of smoke. He still didn't notice how the desk disappeared in front of him and was collected into the universal capsule. Among the three admiral looked at each other, and they all saw the helplessness and shock in each other's eyes. Observation Haki's accomplishments have long surpassed the people above the entire sea. He also couldn't perceive the location of the desk at all. Sengoku felt a little happy. He held the universal capsule in his hand, checked it repeatedly, pressed the switch button of the universal capsule, and retracted the desk again and again. Martial Marine Sengoku took a deep breath, calming his excitement. The small capsule in front of you can fit on your desk. It seems that it is far from the limit of a universal capsule. Does it mean that you can easily fit more guns and artillery? And food and so on? If that's the case. Sengoku focused his eyes on the thumb-sized capsule in his hand, and asked Iris word by word, what is the limit of this thing? Can it fit a marine warship? Iris' deep eyes glanced at Sengoku in surprise. As expected, Sengoku, known as the resourceful general, thought of the military strategic significance of the universal capsule in such a short time. With a smile, Iris' eyes flashed with excitement. Since Marshal Sengoku is so satisfied with his invention, the next thing is not a problem. Of course. The universal capsule I invented is enough to hold the marine warship. This is also the main factor in my invention of the universal capsule. Row is that Sengoku's endurance is good, and he was shocked. In my mind, there was a huge marine ship, and a universal capsule the size of a thumb in front of me. Marine 3 Admiral put their eyes on Iris one after another, and it was quite shocking to see the confident Iris. The little capsule of everything in front of me can fit Sengoku's desk. However, Iris stated that this kind of thing called the capsule of all things can hold a marine warship up to 100 meters long. In that case, take a look. Admiral Akainu got up from the sofa and cast an appreciative look at Iris, who was not facing the stage fright against Martial Marine. Ah la la, I also want to see how this little thing fits the marine warship. Admiral Aokiji also stood up from the sofa, showing a look of interest. How can such an interesting thing miss the old man? Admiral Kizaru also stood up resolutely and put the nail clippers into Kabuto. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Iris, an ordinary technician who originally belonged to the Marine Science Corps. If it's a bit special, Iris himself was a Marine soldier before, because Vegapunk, a genius scientist with a talent for invention and creation, was transferred to the Marine Scientific Corps. No one knew that the soul in Iris' body came from another blue planet. Iris traveled to the world of One Piece and awakened a cheat named Universal Crafting System. A scene that no one else could see appeared before Iris' eyes. Host, Iris. Skill. Shaving, Elementary, Proficiency, 11/100. Paper Arts, Elementary, Proficiency, 15/100. Finger Pistol, Beginner, Proficiency, 5/100. Tempest Kick, Beginner, Proficiency, 8/100. Iron Body, Beginner, Proficiency, 7/100. Moonwalk, Beginner, Proficiency, 17/100. Strength Assessment, Captain Marine. Task Progress, Universal Capsule 3/10,000. Points, 100. Looking at the light curtain in front of him, Iris's heart also fluctuates. As long as Marshal Sengoku sees the magical effect of the universal capsule, he will definitely support himself and mass-produce the universal capsule. Universal crafting system, a system with powerful functions, a system that can make magical items of different dimensions. The first item that SI unlocked was the universal capsule in the anime Dragon Ball. Able to fit motorcycles, cars, airplanes and even houses in this small capsule. The prerequisite for starting the next dimensional item production is to make 10,000 universal capsules, and the cost of making a universal capsule is as high as millions of Baileys. The production cost of 10,000 universal capsules is as high as tens of billions of Baileys. In order to achieve the task, Iris can only report it and choose to carry forward the universal capsule. When the items made through the production are used by others, points will be generated. Just now Marshal Sengoku used the universal capsule made by Iris, which allowed Troy to earn 100 points. The roll of points can quickly make Iris stronger. Points are another powerful feature that can turn on the universal production system, the lottery system. 1,000 point bronze draw is once, and 10 consecutive draws means that there is a chance that there will be a crit and double the reward. 1 silver draw with 10,000 points. 100,000 points gold draw. Million points diamonds are drawn once. Iris looked at the dazzling array of rewards in the lottery column, feeling excited. Devil fruit. Conqueror's haki. 50 good knives. 21 dove fast knife. Even the 12 supreme knives can be obtained through the points draw. There are also 6 types of physical skills that make Iris fascinated. Sword skills, flying, slashing and so on. Iris, who is familiar with the plot of One Piece, knows that soon afterwards will be the climax of the entire early stage of Pirate War on top. As a technician belonging to the Marine Scientific Force, he must be responsible for transporting the pacifists made by the talented scientist Vegapunk to naval headquarters. At the same time, it is responsible for repairing and maintaining the work of pacifists. When Iris thought of the tsunami caused by Whitebeard Newgate shock fruit, one of the 4 emperors, a sense of crisis came in his heart for no reason. You must hurry to make yourself stronger enough to survive any danger in the top war. A strong sense of crisis envelopes Iris. Once the war starts, Naval Headquarters Marineford will have no safety. He Vice Admiral once said that even if you retreat to the ends of the world, no place is truly safe. Iris is convinced of this. There are countless powerful people in the pirate world, and they may meet one day. It is the strong strength of his own master that is the most reliable. Iris urgently needs to improve his strength to ensure his own life safety, without a doubt, as long as he has a lot of points. The strength of Iris can grow rapidly and become stronger. Sengoku, where are you going? A puffy voice awakened Iris, who was thinking, and looked up. An old man with gray hair and a sturdy body appeared in front of Sengoku with a suit full of support and a cloak of justice. It was the Marine hero Garp, Vice Admiral, with Marine General Staff and Vice Admiral Crane and Marine Instructor Zephyr beside him. All are well known in Marine. Mr. Garp. Admiral Aokiji smiled and greeted Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, Crane, and Zephyr are also quite curious. Marshal Sengoku won't leave easily during work hours, and he's also followed by Marine Sanda. Could it be that the pirate has any big moves? You are here at the right time. Iris of the Science Force has recently developed something called the Universal Capsule, which is said to be able to pack all warships in small capsules. Marshal Sengoku said as he took out a small capsule from the box. Garp Vice Admiral laughed loudly. Sengoku, I don't think your beard is white, so why are you so confused? You said you can put marine warships in this gadget. It doesn't seem to be as big as your favorite senbei, right? Not as big as a donut. Crane Vice Admiral's wise eyes also flashed a hint of uncertainty, but he did not believe that the small capsule in Sengoku's hand could hold a huge marine warship. This kind of thing can really fit a marine warship. He Vice Admiral expressed deep suspicion. Having lived such a long time, he has seen a lot of knowledge in the sea, and has seen a lot of all kinds of weird things. I have never heard that something the size of a thumb in front of me can hold a marine warship that is hundreds of meters like a behemoth. Crane Vice Admiral stared at the small capsule in Sengoku's hand, and his eyes were full of doubts. It is undoubtedly a fantasy to install the marine warship in this small capsule. The keen Crane Vice Admiral turned his gaze to Iris, who was standing behind Sengoku, dressed as a technician. Interesting. Crane Vice Admiral showed a rare smile, and Iris on the opposite side looked at him confidently, without the slightest timidity. Sengoku smiled and said, "I don't believe it, it's true or not, just try it." "I'm also very curious whether this small capsule can fit a huge marine warship, let's go take a look." Chapter 3. Chapter 3. A group of several people walked towards the location of the port, causing the passing marine soldiers to look sideways and look on. Marine Marshal Sengoku, and 3 Marine Admiral, Marine Hero Garp Vice Admiral, Zephyr Chief Instructor and Crane Vice Admiral. Such a strong lineup is gathered together. The soldiers were all wondering what it was that attracted the attention of many Marine senior officials, and they all mobilized. Many soldiers noticed Iris following a group of big men. "That's Marine Science Corps." The soldiers began to whisper to each other, wondering what major inventions the Marine Scientific Corps had made that could provoke Marine Marshal Sengoku, the 3 Admiral, and Marine Hero Garp, Crane Staff Officer, Zephyr Instructor, and other big figures. When everyone came to the location at Marineford Harbor, countless soldiers stopped their work. "Just this one." Sengoku ordered all soldiers on the warship to evacuate to the port. Huge warships are like giant sea kings crawling in the harbor. Marine warships cost no less than 1 billion baileys each. Not only is it huge, but the ship is also loaded with dozens of huge artillery to properly move the war fortress. A warship can easily carry a large number of soldiers and weapons. The soldiers got down from the warship, and their faces were filled with doubts. A group of generals stood tall and straight on the harbor, their solemn expressions made the soldiers silent and watched quietly. Iris smiled at the corner of his mouth. Next, is the moment to witness the miracle. What are the people from the science unit doing with the warship? The soldiers were full of strong curiosity, and they all turned their eyes on Iris. Holding the universal capsule in hand, Iris walked to the side of the warship and pressed the capsule the moment the universal capsule touched the warship. Over 100 meters, the behemoth warship disappeared out of thin air in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. What? The warship disappeared. Really? There were expressions of horror on the soldiers' faces, and it was unbelievable that a huge warship had disappeared in front of themselves and others. Shocked all kinds of exclamations. Bang bang bang. Marshal Sengoku showed a satisfied smile on his face and applauded at Iris. The butt of Admiral Akinu's stubbed-out cigar without a trace, a look of shock flashed in his solemn eyes. What do you think? Marine Marshal Sengoku swept across the faces of many generals one by one, and finally stopped on the body of Vice Admiral Crane. Crane Vice Admiral was silently meditating, with a wise divine light in his eyes, and a smile on his mouth. It's a very good invention. This kind of universal capsule is of great significance to Marine. As we all know, Marine's annual transportation cost is as high as tens of billions of baileys. With the universal capsule, a large amount of materials can be transported at once. Save time and effort. And the simple and plain words came out of Vice Admiral's mouth, but they shocked everyone's hearts. Sengoku looked up at the clear sky. Today is really nice weather. It's a good day. Marshal Sengoku took a deep look at Vice Admiral Crane. The wise Marshal Sengoku certainly knew what Crane Vice Admiral had never said. Not only in terms of transportation, the universal capsule is equally important in the sense of war. A warship can carry up to dozens of artillery pieces, and more artillery pieces are installed on the marine base as a military defense arrangement. And once you have a large number of universal capsules, any battlefield can deploy a large number of artillery at any time to carry out large-scale killing of pirates. It's amazing, the warship has disappeared. Garp, who was originally sleepy, also woke up at this moment, staring wide-eyed at the location where the harbor warship disappeared. The warship disappeared, and the huge warship occupies a large position in the naval headquarters port. Now the position of the warship is empty. The waves beat quietly on the Bywin. Zephyr's general instructor thoughts were flying, and a hint of surprise appeared on his heavy face. Back then, the flying pirate Golden Lion made a big fuss in Marineford, and a warship was flew in the air by the Golden Lion using the power of lion fruit and fell from the sky. As a result of the extensive destruction of Marineford, numerous warships were destroyed, and the naval headquarters suffered heavy casualties. Now that a small capsule can pack a huge warship into it, Zephyr's heart began to excite. No one cares more about Marine than him. Many Marines are disciples of Zephyr's instructor. This is a great invention. Zephyr couldn't help sighing, and his eyes were on Iris' body, showing relief. The Marine Science Corps is also making significant contributions to Marine. Iris pressed the button, and the huge Marine warship appeared out of thin air and landed in the harbor, causing a lot of waves to slap around. There was a loud noise that shocked people's hearts. The Marine soldier's face was shocked. Such a huge warship often requires dozens of people to control it. It is a fantasy to take it away. Now it was taken away at random from a technician of the scientific force and appeared. After finishing the performance, Iris walked up to Marshal Sengoku with a faint smile on his face. Facts have proven that the universal capsule is enough to easily fit an entire warship. Sengoku's face was full of surprises, and he laughed, not hesitating to praise Iris. Good job. Hard work. All the generals set their sights on Iris, with appreciation, curiosity, and gratification. Vice Admiral said, "How much does it cost to make such a capsule? Can it be mass-produced?" Facing the gaze of Vice Admiral, Iris said in a deep voice, "The production cost of a universal capsule is about 1 million Baileys. There is no problem with mass production." When Marshal Sengoku heard Iris' answer, he was short of breath, and his heart was ecstatic. Sengoku has been able to imagine the various applications of the universal capsule in life and military, and the production cost of one piece is only 1 million Baileys. Allah, only 1 million Baileys, very cheap. Admiral Aokiji also sighed. With such a magical capsule that 1 million Baileys can have, his bicycle can be carried on his body at any time and no longer needs to be placed on a warship. Thinking of this, Aokiji's mood became a little bit happy. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku calmed down his excitement, his eyes were torch, and looked at Iris. Very good. Sengoku is absent and standing in place, and the universal capsule can still be mass-produced. Marshal Sengoku has seen another prospect. Universal capsules must be produced in large quantities. Marshal Sengoku's voice was firm, beyond doubt. The generals also nodded tacitly and smiled. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Iris looked at the hot scene before him, and a hint of pride flashed in his heart. Marine Marshal Sengoku personally ordered the construction of a universal capsule factory at naval headquarters. Thousands of workers were busy in front of Iris, Marshal Sengoku personally ordered, and a group of Marine senior generals witnessed the magic of the omnipotent capsule. Naturally, he ordered the people below to start building the factory. Iris was also personally appointed by Marshal Sengoku to supervise and manage the entire factory of universal capsules. With the green light, a group of burly men joined the construction of the factory, and even Marshal Sengoku dispatched some giants who were on vacation at naval headquarters to help build the factory. In just one day, the 1-inch capsule factory was able to see a clear foundation. Iris was extremely excited. At this rate, it won't take long for the universal capsule factory to be opened and on the right track. Iris can already see batches of credits flying towards him through the factory under construction in front of him. With his fist clenched, Iris was excited. The points in the system space fluctuate from time to time, with 100 and 100 increasing by a small amount. Iris knew that this was the experiment of the universal capsule and was shown in the hands of more people by Marshal Sengoku. Every increase in points affects Iris's heartstrings. When the points in the system exceeded 1000, Iris did not rashly choose to draw. Restraining the excitement in my heart, there will be crit rewards for 10 consecutive draws. Iris is looking forward to what rewards will be drawn in the first draw. The more points you earn, the better the rewards you can draw. Before Iris' eyes, there seemed to be rows of all-purpose capsules produced on the assembly line, and the points were growing. Iris thought happily in his heart, the future can be expected. In a huge laboratory. The genius scientist Vegapunk sighed and walked out of the laboratory silently. I feel a little irritable, and scientists who are said to have surpassed human wisdom for 500 years have also encountered a problem. The pacifist project has been established for a long time, but it has always been unable to break through the issue of materials. Once pacifists are severely injured, they lose their ability to act. Vegapunk has been looking for a special metal, a metal that can recover automatically. As long as you have that kind of metal, the pacifists will become truly terrifying war machines. Dr. Vegapunk, are you out? Iris recently invented a magical thing. Marshal Sengoku has ordered a factory for the universal capsule. A technician in protective clothing saw Vegapunk come out and said next to Vegapunk. A look of surprise appeared on Vegapunk's face. What kind of invention can make Marshal Sengoku pay so much attention to? Iris knows that he has been working diligently in his laboratory, and some tasks can be successfully completed. He is a capable person with great potential. Universal capsule. Vegapunk looked at the technician beside him with doubts on his face. The technician reached out and took out a universal capsule from Kabuto. That's it? With the support of Marshal Sengoku, Iris spent some time making a few universal capsules, some of which were kept in the laboratory. Vegapunk held the small universal capsule in his hand, and couldn't see anything special about the capsule in his hand. What does this thing do? The technician opened his mouth and answered Vegapunk with excitement on his face. After all, this thing was made by Iris in the Marine Science Unit, and the effect was amazing. The laboratory has also received a lot of praise. This thing can easily fit a marine warship. The fact that the omnipotent capsule was installed on the warship had already spread in the naval headquarters, and only Vegapunk, who was bored by his hind in the laboratory, did not know. What? Vegapunk's voice suddenly strengthened by several points, and he looked at the universal capsule the size of a thumb in his hand with surprise. You said this thing can hold a marine warship. Vegapunk weighed the universal capsule in his hand. The weight was so light that it was difficult to distinguish the material of the universal capsule from the naked eye. But Vegapunk, 500 years ahead of human wisdom, is not difficult to feel that this thing is too ordinary. Under the demonstration of the technician beside him, Vegapunk finally saw the magical effect of the universal capsule. The omnipotent capsule, omnipotent. Vegapunk held the small universal capsule in his hand and muttered to himself, "What a nice name." His face was full of excitement, it was hard to hide the excitement. The universal capsule aroused Vegapunk's strong interest and curiosity, and the whole person seemed to be beaten with blood. The frustration and irritability of previous research pacifists disappeared. Holding the universal capsule in his hand, Vegapunk turned and entered the laboratory. Curiosity is always the motivation of scientists. Vegapunk really wants to know why a small thing in his hand can hold other things, much larger than the size of a capsule. Dr. Vegapunk. The technician hurriedly shouted to Vegapunk. With a boom, the door of the laboratory was closed, and the technician couldn't laugh. I knew I would wait for Dr. Vegapunk to rest for a while and then tell him about it. I blame myself for being too excited and a little negligent. Dr. Vegapunk is an avid researcher. With such a novel thing, I couldn't wait to experiment when I got it in my hands. There was a look of excitement on Vegapunk's face, fiddling with the instruments in the laboratory. The expression on his face went from excitement to puzzlement, doubt to shock. How is this possible? The universal capsule was disassembled inside and out, and each part was carefully analyzed, but nothing special was seen at all. Vegapunk's eyes were filled with dense red bloodshot eyes, and the assembled universal capsule was lying quietly on the experiment table. As if suffering a huge impact, Vegapunk stood there blankly. Common materials, enough to fit an entire warship. Vegapunk is a little unbelievable. As a scientist, he knows the difficulty of this thing is quite big. Only ordinary materials are used to decipher the meaning of space. Time and space are two huge thresholds that lie in front of countless scientists, blocking the path of countless scientists. Genius. What a genius. Vegapunk sighed with a long emotion. Apart from the two words genius, he could not think of any words of praise for Iris who made the universal capsule. Extreme excitement and excitement. Vegapunk felt that he was no longer alone. The cold experimental equipment seems to have a temperature, and I accompany Vegapunk day and night, only the pleasure of creation makes me excited. Now, there is a technician who has created a magical omnipotent capsule that he can't crack the mystery. Vegapunk's wisdom is said to have been ahead of the world for 500 years. He has endured huge boring experiments alone, but no scientist can rival him. A happy look appeared on Vegapunk's face, as if it was the color of joy that the research had made a breakthrough. This Iris really gave me a big surprise. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. A few days passed quietly, and Iris is now a veritable factory manager. Standing in the office, through the glass of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, one can clearly see the petite and exquisite universal capsules passing on the assembly line machine outside the assembly line. Yes, the universal capsule factory has completely started to operate. Iris's face is full of excitement. When these produced universal capsules are used, he can earn a lot of points. Let your strength grow rapidly. Soon. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The current universal capsule progress is 10002/10,000, unlocking any door of the next item. Task: make 100 arbitrary doors. Any door, as long as the target location is clearly marked in the user's mind, any door can reach the target location. There was a crisp system sound in Iris' head. FK, any door. Any door in the world of Doraemon. Iris was a little surprised, his heart beating faster, and he didn't expect that the next door to be unlocked would be the famous random door in the world of Doraemon. Arbitrary doors are like thunderous ears, appearing frequently in the world of Doraemon, and they are extremely powerful. Can shuttle between two different locations at will. In other words, as long as you have any door, go where you want to go. As long as you enter the map into any door yourself. Feel free to shuttle in the world of pirates. Marvelous. Iris imagined in his mind that he suddenly opened an arbitrary door and appeared in Marshal Sengoku's office, with Sengoku's surprised expression. I couldn't help but get a little excited. As long as any door comes out, I must be able to get more attention from Marshal Sengoku. A memory appeared in Iris' mind out of thin air, the method of making any door. After accepting the method of making arbitrary doors instilled by the system, Iris's mouth couldn't help but twitched. The system is a bit tricky. The production cost of any door. The production cost of an arbitrary door is a full 100 million Baileys, and the production cost of 100 arbitrary doors is a full 10 billion Baileys. 100 million Baileys is enough to buy some ordinary devil fruits in the lower trading market. Of course, the powerful devil fruit is far more than 100 million. The cost of making 100 arbitrary doors is an astronomical figure. However, Compared to the high production cost, Iris believes that Marine has seen the magic of any gate, and would rather build a few warships less, and invest a lot of money in the construction of any gate. 100 arbitrary doors is a big expense, but if any door comes out, you can quickly earn points. The huge production cost of any gate brings a lot of points rewards, and the universal capsule is fixed to get 100 points for each put into use. But any door is different. Every time Marine uses any door, Iris can automatically get 10 points, which is a terrifying number over time. As long as you use any door more frequently, the more points you will get, and the faster your strength will grow. The reward of any door is more than that. Make an arbitrary door and put it into use, and each arbitrary door can bring you 10,000 points. 100 arbitrary doors is not equal to 1,000,000 points. You can draw the top million diamond lottery directly. Iris is very excited. The 1,000,000 point diamond lottery is a good thing, and it can make a tremendous change in his own strength. Iris began to look forward to what good things will be in the 1,000,000 point diamond lottery, and to what extent can he grow his strength. At present, his system evaluation of strength is only Captain Marine. I don't know if the 1,000,000 point diamond lottery will give him Admiral level strength. Iris stared at his scorebar with scorching eyes, as the numbers on the scorebar jumped. Points, 100,000. Iris points number finally broke through to 100,000. The first batch of 1,000 universal capsules has been made and put into use. When the points surpassed 10,000, Iris had an urge to draw a lottery, but Iris finally suppressed the throbbing in his heart. Frozen, it took 10 points to prepare for the first lottery draw. Iris pulled the curtains down. As the first lottery draw was about to begin, Iris' mood began to become a little nervous. Iris' eyes were extremely bright and energetic. Consciousness is concentrated in the system space. Open the silver lottery for 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations to host for getting the 6-style shave proficiency of 50. The crisp and cold voice of the system made Iris' heart beat with it. Congratulations to host for getting the 6-style shave proficiency of 50. Ding, host's skill shave has reached the intermediate level, with a proficiency of 11/500. A hint of surprise appeared on Iris's face, and the 2 rewards directly promoted his shave in the 6 styles directly to the intermediate level. Iris, who used to be a Marine soldier, knows how difficult it is to improve the proficiency of the 6 skills. Innate perseverance is nothing. Congratulations to the host for getting a critical strike, with a 50x3 proficiency in seeing and hearing. The system realizes that the host does not have observation haki, and the proficiency is automatically converted. Congratulations to the new skill of the host master, Observation Haki. Observation Haki, Beginner, Proficiency 50/100. Fortunately, Iris closed the curtains, otherwise someone might see Iris's surprised face outside. Wow, the system likes you. Iris didn't expect that he would just awaken Master Observation Haki like this, and his emotions rose instantly. Observation Haki is a very powerful skill in Pirate World. Observation Haki has multiple functions: perceiving attacks, predicting the opponent's next moves, perceiving the strength of creatures, perceiving the emotions and thinking of creatures, and perceiving the position and quantity of objects outside the field of vision. These are the basic abilities of seeing, hearing, and the intensity varies from person to person. Observation Haki has awakened. Presumably Armament Haki is not far away, but I don't know when I can draw Conqueror's Haki. Iris knows that Conqueror's Haki is not as simple as shocking people and animals, but can also be added to the attack. Iris' blood was boiling, enough to predict that day would come. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Moonwalk proficiency of the 6 types of 50. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Iron Body proficiency of the 6 types of 50x2. The cold voice of the system continued, and Iris' heart also fluctuated with the voice of the system, beating violently. 100,000 points disappeared in a blink of an eye. A strong warm current swept through Iris's body, wandering around in various ways. Iris' body is undergoing drastic changes. Reaching out and squeezing his fist, Iris only felt ample power in his body, far better than before. Closing his eyes, Iris drew the curtains open. It feels so good. Host, Iris. Skill. Shaving, Intermediate, Proficiency, 11/500. Paper Arts, Intermediate, Proficiency, 65/500. Finger Pistol, Beginner, Proficiency, 65/100. Tempest Kick, Beginner, Proficiency, 58/100. Iron Body, Intermediate, Proficiency, 107/500. Moonwalk, Intermediate, Proficiency, 17/500. Observation Haki, Beginner, Proficiency, 50/100. Strength Assessment, Colonel Marine. Task Progress, Universal Capsule 10007/10,000. Points, 300. Yes, just 100,000 points has already caused such a huge change in my own strength. The 1-inch capsule factory is still running non-stop. As long as these 10,000 capsules are put into use, you can get more points to change your body and gain powerful strength. The power that actually exists in the body and is controlled by oneself. Iris smiled confidently, his eyes radiant. These universal capsules are perfect for delivery. There are any doors. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. On the vast expanse of the sea, the golden sun was shining brightly, exuding mild sunlight shining on the sea, and covering it with a layer of gold gauze. A marine warship is sailing on the sea. On the deck of the warship, Aokiji Admiral looked up at the sky. Under such warm sunshine, it will definitely be more comfortable to sleep. Aokiji took out a universal capsule from Kabuto and pressed the button on the capsule. A recliner appeared in front of Aokiji out of thin air. Aokiji lay on the recliner comfortably and began his lunch break. This universal capsule made by Iris is really convenient. There is more than one universal capsule in Aokiji's Kabuto, one containing Aokiji Admiral's beloved bicycle, and one full of fine wine. There are also capsules containing different things. Bicycles, wine, and lounge chairs are the most important things for Aokiji Admiral. Lying on the recliner comfortably and basking in the mild sunlight, Aokiji's mouth showed a slight smile. Occasionally, he took out a book from the universal capsule and lay on the recliner and read it. Tired of watching, Aokiji simply put the book on his face, covered his head and fell asleep. On an island on the Grand Line. A large number of pirates gather on the island here, and it has always been a paradise for pirates. Even marine will not be easily dispatched, risking a lot of casualties to annihilate the pirates. Pirates also have blunderbuss, sharp blades, and even the pirate ships are equipped with a lot of artillery. But today, just as the pirates were indulging in pleasure on the island, a nightmare fell. A group of uninvited guests arrived. A large number of marines washed up on the island. There are so many pirates, and the vicious desperados are not at all afraid. But when a huge artillery appeared out of thin air, the cold and dark barrels were facing the pirates. The pirates were completely frightened, and the two trembled, chills in their hearts. The pitch-black guns lined up neatly in front of the marine soldiers, like a group of absolute beasts crawling on the ground. Spread out the hideous fangs. Fire! A ruthless sneer appeared on the face of the officer in charge of the command, and a deep voice issued an order that frightened the pirates. Hundreds of artillery fired artillery, and the sky was densely packed with shells shot out of the artillery. Boom boom boom. The cannonball exploded with a huge roar, and a large number of pirates died in the explosion. The pirates were so frightened that they could only run away, their ears buzzing. Why do those artillery appear out of thin air? Where did such a large number of artillery come from? Many pirates showed horror on their faces and moved their legs frantically, wishing to grow 2 more legs to make them run faster. Without the help of artillery, even the pirates are not afraid of marine, because there are many pirate groups on this island. There are thousands of pirates. Capsule. It's the capsule in the soldier's hand. A pirate suddenly remembered, and noticed that the soldiers were holding a small capsule-like object in their hands. Then, the artillery appeared out of thin air in front of the marine soldiers. The marine officer held his head high, the excitement in his expression was beyond words. There is another thick stroke on the merit book. The leading general held the phone worm in his hand. Kizaru Admiral, the pirates have been eliminated, the capture is complete. In the office of Marine Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru leisurely held a glass of steaming water and listened to the report of the general under him. These small tasks can be easily solved by the subordinates. Kizaru leaned back on the chair leisurely. This relaxed feeling made Kizaru feel very happy. In the future, there is no need for the old man to send out in person, just some little pirates. Iris. The scientific force is under the jurisdiction of Kizaru, and Kizaru rubs his chin, thinking about what Iris should be rewarded. If Iris continues to invent something that will be of great help to Marine, well, the burden on the old man is even easier. Kizaru held the water glass and took a sip, looking very comfortable. In Naval Headquarters, Marine Admiral's preparation candidate, T. Dolphin, Vice Admiral added a large bouquet of bright roses out of thin air in his hands. There was an unabashedly strong love in the tiny eyes. Plus, Vice Admiral declared loudly, "Jun, I like you." In front of Marine Vice Admiral Jiaji was a graceful woman wearing a pink tights, showing slender and well-proportioned legs, and draped in a cloak of justice. Marine Admiral candidate, Marine Vice Admiral Jun, codenamed Momuzaki. "Sorry, I refuse." Jun's clear and sweet voice did not hesitate at all. "Don't think I didn't know that the flowers in your hand were transformed from a universal capsule." Jun didn't stay any longer, turned and left. Only Marine Vice Admiral, with a look of loss on the spot, was added. Originally wanted to use the universal capsule to make a magic and use roses to please Jun. The 78th confession failed. Although the confession failed, Marine Vice Admiral still included the omnipotent capsule in Kabuto, and did not discard the extremely convenient omnipotent capsule without frustration. Crane Vice Admiral's office. On the desk are pieces of paper used to paste the marks, which are classified into categories, which are clear at a glance. All the documents piled high on the table in the past disappeared and were stored in a universal capsule. Crane Vice Admiral puts his hands together, his chin resting on the back of his hand. The omnipotent capsule is indeed worthy of the title of omnipotence. A relaxed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Vice Admiral has a deep understanding of the changes that the universal capsule has brought to Marine recently. Countless documents were transferred to my desk, and I deeply felt the powerful effect of the universal capsule. The role of the universal capsule is used by Marine in all aspects, and the huge Marine organization is undergoing this tremendous change. Military, transportation, daily use, entertainment. In all aspects, with the continuous production of 1-inch capsules, the applications of 1-inch capsules have become wider and wider, and the area of use has also become larger. Crane Vice Admiral's old face has twinkling eyes. Can't let the universal capsule factory limit Aries' talent in invention, this matter must be mentioned with Sengoku. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. New World. Dressrosa. In the magnificent palace. Doflamingo, one of Shichibukai, lay down on a sun lounger, with a huge parasol standing aside, and a huge swimming pool in front of him. Doflamingo shook the red wine glass in his hand, took a sip of the delicious wine, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's really surprising news. The captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, one of the 4 emperors, was killed, Marshal D. Teach. D. There was a playful smile on his face. Shrouded in the shady area under the sun umbrella, Doflamingo was shrouded in darkness. Sorry. The voice of a telephone bug rang. Doflamingo took out a phone worm from his arms, his expression was quite surprised, and his entire face became serious. Furgo. It turned out to be a phone worm from Furgo. Furgo is the first-generation red-heart cotter of the Donquixote family. He was placed undercover in Marine by Doflamingo many years ago. There is no important thing, you will not easily contact yourself. Since placing a spy in Marine, he has avoided a lot of dangers, especially the several arrests of Vice Admiral Crane many years ago. Furgo did things calmly and heavy, which was also the reason he felt relieved to insert Furgo in Marine. For more than 10 years, Wilgo has been promoted step by step, and now he has reached the level of Vice Admiral, which is of great help to Doflamingo. Dover. The voice from the phone worm was the solemn voice of Vice Admiral, the commander of the Marine G5 branch base. Doflamingo's face shrank and frowned slightly. Could it be that Marine did something big? It's not. Marine Science Unit Iris has recently developed something called the Universal Capsule. The size of a thumb can easily fit the entire warship. The phone worm vividly conveyed Furgo's expression, and the fluctuation of the tone was obviously that Furgo's heart was not calm. Really, it's really interesting. It was able to fit the entire Marine warship. Doflamingo laughed. As the Underground Emperor, Doflamingo, codenamed Joker, manages arms smuggling, drugs, human trafficking and more. Doflamingo's business is spread across the entire ocean, New World, Grand Line, and even the entire ocean. No one knows better than Doflamingo how significant this universal capsule is if it can carry a lot of things. Can you get it? Doflamingo sat up from the recliner and asked solemnly. Furgo on the opposite side pondered for a while and said, "It takes time, I have asked someone to send a universal capsule, it should be here soon. If the omnipotent capsule is as magical as you said, it will be of great help to the Donquixote family." After hanging up the phone, Doflamingo was also aroused by curiosity. When the family members delivered the universal capsule to Doflamingo's hands, Doflamingo looked at the petite omnipotent capsule in his hand. This thing is what Furgo said can hold a warship. Doflamingo gently tossed the universal capsule in his hand, without seeing anything special. However, since Furgo, who has always been trusted, was a little shocked, there is really a magical thing about this thing. Family, let's take a look at this novel thing together. With a cute little bag bulging on the sugar-white face, he swallowed the grapes in his mouth and cast a curious look at the capsule in Doflamingo's hand. A group of Donquixote family officials also stopped and followed Doflamingo's steps to the underground port of Dressrosa. Doflamingo uses the universal capsule, and the huge cargo ship is included in the universal capsule in the blink of an eye. Disappeared. Toropole, the top cotter of the Donquixote family, opened his eyes wide, his eyes full of horror. A huge cargo ship just disappeared in front of him. The cotters were also dumbfounded, with different expressions. The people of Donquixote family, who were busy in the port, looked at the port with horror expressions. Only the toy people in the port were still working. Doflamingo looked excited, and laughed. His voice stopped abruptly when he was half laughing. His face was full of gloom. Marine is getting more and more terrifying. Doflamingo frowned. The powerful Marine has the technology of the universal capsule, which is really helpful. It will become more terrifying, and the efficiency will increase exponentially. Doflamingo looked very serious, and said solemnly, "Tell Furgo that you need as many as you want for this kind of universal capsule, and the more the better. At the same time, let Furgodo pay attention to Iris, the scientist who made the universal capsule." Press the button of the universal capsule, and a huge cargo ship appears out of thin air. Doflamingo threw the universal capsule to Toropole, Send the universal capsule to Guy S.A. Courant and see if we can make a copy. The universal capsule is very useful to us. Doflamingo looked through the sea, as if he could see countless surging undercurrents under the sea, and the corners of his mouth naturally outlined a strange and heart-palpitating smile. Okay, Dover. New World. A huge whale-shaped ship stayed on the sea. A pirate flag hung on the mast of the pirate ship. On the flag, there was a long white beard on the beak of a huge skull. Surprisingly, it is the Whitebeard pirate group, one of the 4 emperors on the sea. Aboard the Moby Dick. The captains looked solemn. Father, it's the 4th time that Marine has been working on our pirate group recently. Or let's give Marine a lesson. Diamond Jaws, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment's 3rd Division, said angrily. The 4th team foil Bista tightly tightened the double-edged blades around his waist, and the meaning was self-evident. On the deck, a towering figure sat on a chair, showing knotted muscles, but the muscles were filled with long infusion tubes. The man is Whitebeard Edward Newgate, known as one of the 4 emperors of the world's strongest man. Don't be angry. A blue figure appeared in the sky, with blue flames burning on its wings, emitting bright light. It is the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group's Eudemon species Phoenix Marco. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. The first team captain Marco landed on the deck and folded his wings. Sweat overflowed on Marco's forehead, and the long running time made Marco a lot of physical exertion. Father, I think I have discovered the reason why Marine has so much firepower these days. Marco, with his pineapple head, walked straight to Whitebeard Newgate. The captains all set their sights on Marco. Marco, what's the reason? Diamond Jaws asked with an eager look on his face. Other captains, including the crew on the deck of the Moby Dick, cast their eager glances. Recently, Marine has been frequently dispatched. The firepower of the artillery is far better than before, and many pirates who are attached to the Whitebeard pirate group complain. It feels that Marine's cannonballs are endless. Marco just went out to support the return of the pirates under his banner. Everyone is also curious about how the Marine has changed so suddenly recently. This is it. Marco showed the universal capsule lying quietly in his hands. Suddenly aroused everyone's attention. What makes Marine's firepower stronger is this gadget. This gadget can make Marine's firepower stronger. The crew on the deck showed unbelievable looks. Whitebeard also looked at the capsule in Marco's hand with curious eyes. You said it was this thing that caused a huge change in Marine's combat power. Whitebeard looked serious, and had a lot of dealings with Marine, knowing that Marine would often come up with some weird things. For example, the Sea Stone warship. Yes. You guys step back a bit. Marco's voice affirmed, and at first, Marco didn't believe it either. But in the end, Marco had to believe what he saw with his own eyes. As Marco pressed the button of the omnipotent capsule, a huge artillery appeared out of thin air on the deck of the Moby Dick. The many captains on the side were surprised. Hi! Marine actually developed this kind of thing. The 16th Division Captain Yizang took a deep breath, and the huge gun barrel was pitch black, revealing the smell of the forest. Wanakuni was originally a country dominated by samurai. Even after joining the Whitebeard pirates for many years, he has never seen such a miraculous thing. This is technology, not the role of the capable person. Whitebeard sat on the chair, a glimmer of shock flashed in his eyes, but still maintained a majestic face. Marine. Father, Marine has this kind of magical capsule, which caused Marine's firepower to become fierce and caught the pirates under its control by surprise. I learned from Marine that the creator of this capsule was a scientist named Iris. And Marine has already started mass production. Marco's voice trembled a little, but this kind of magical thing could be mass-produced, and it is foreseeable that Marine will be equipped with a large number of military equipment. Whitebeard murmured, with a solemn expression on his face, Iris, mass production. The strategic significance of the 1-inch capsule is not small. Marco's eyes were also locked on the small omnipotent capsule in his hand, although he was not as surprised as he first saw it. But when the huge artillery appeared in front of him through the omnipotent capsule the size of a candy in his hand, there was still a trace of shock in his heart. "Father, Marine is attacking our pirate group, let's..." Before the 13 Diamond Jaws finished speaking, Whitebeard reached out and stopped. There was a hint of worry in Whitebeard's eyes, which was hard to notice. The 2nd Division Captain Ace went to capture Teach, and the 4th Division Captain Sachi was killed by Teach. The captain of the entire 16th Division currently has 14 people left. In the Battle of the Valley of Gods, Whitebeard had seen the power of Marine. After all these years, when he has been growing, Marine has not been growing. But Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, was not a person who swallowed his breath, and said in a deep voice, "Attack a few Marine warships and demonstrate." At the same time, Whitebeard put his gaze in Marco's hands. "This kind of capsule, we also have the Whitebeard pirates." "Understood, Father." The storm of the omnipotent capsule continues to sweep the world, triggering the storm. New World, Ghost Island. This is an island with 2 horns, like a ghost, shrouded in dark clouds all the year round. It looks a little horrible. A fat man with a golden beard on his mouth and a long golden braid walked into the ghost island. This person is precisely Plague Quinn, one of the 3 major disasters of Beast's pirates. Master Kaido, the Marine Science Unit has recently developed something called the Universal Capsule. A small capsule can hold artillery, firearms, and warships. Gudong Gudong. The 4 emperors. Kaido held the huge wine gourd without any intention of stopping. The wine rushed along the corner of his mouth. He raised his head, his eyes rolled, and he looked at Quinn. Quinn on the side waited quietly. Kaido put the gourd down, and a dull beast-like voice sounded, "Even if Marine can hold more guns for any use, there is still no harm at all." Said Kaido burst into tears, "Who can kill me?" The huge sound shook the cave, and countless fine sand and gravel fell from the cave. Red Hair Pirates, the crew gathered together. "Captain, Marine, but I heard that something called a universal capsule appeared." Riki Lookout bit the meat in his hand and said vaguely, "Ah, it's not surprising that Marine has any new scientific invention." The red hair said in a flat tone, but ordinary words attracted the subconscious attention of all the crew members. Usopp carried the spear on his shoulders, and said curiously, "I have also heard about it. I heard it is amazing and can hold everything. I also heard, this kind of universal capsule has caused a lot of losses to many of Whitebeard's pirate groups." The red-haired Shanks had a hint of surprise in his eyes. This universal capsule could make Whitebeard suffer. A group of cotters held their breath. This is not a trivial matter. Maybe Marine will use it on them. The red-haired Shanks said solemnly, "Let all the pirates under it be mentally prepared. Don't fight Marine easily." Ben Beckman's sharp eyes interrupted everyone's words. "By the way, compared to the omnipotent capsule, our top priority is to persuade Whitebeard to recall Ace." Ace. Luffy's brother. Everyone couldn't help but think of the men who had a pleasant banquet with them when they ate large pieces of meat and drank alcohol. Ben Beckman glanced with a horrified look at the 3 shocking scars on Shanks's face, one of the 4 emperors with red hair. They went through the eyes and almost destroyed them. The scar on Shanks's face was caused by Marshal D. Teach, who was captured by Ace. The red-haired Shanks also looked serious and solemn, exuding a faint air of King Teach. This must be told to Whitebeard, and Ace must not be allowed to take the risk. New World IWC. The chef of the Big Mom pirate group wiped the sweat from his forehead with the long bread, and looked at the masterpiece in front of him with satisfaction. A huge delicious cake is in front of the long loaf, and the huge cake is packed in a box by a group of chefs. The long loaf took out a universal capsule and pressed the button to put the huge cake in the universal capsule. Now mother no longer has to worry about anorexia and can't find food. Big Mom's peculiar laughter resounded in the huge palace. Mom, Mom, universal capsule. Good stuff. Big Mom Linlin's uncontrollable excitement on his face, with the universal capsule competing for the territory of the other three emperors, it will be more confident. All kinds of rare and exotic treasures are their own. Big Mom then caught it, and the flowers and plants on the side came alive and were given their souls. The flowers and plants pressed the button of the universal capsule. The huge cake appeared out of thin air. Mom, Mom. Linlin's laughter resounded throughout the palace. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. It's not just the big power on the sea. Gradually, the name of the universal capsule has become more and more popular. Countless pirates have personally experienced marine using the universal capsule, always inexplicably appearing a bunch of artillery. Even a huge warship. The pirates who do not know why suffered heavy losses and have deep memories. Following the defeat of some pirates, they fled. Even some powerful pirates defeated marine to get a universal capsule. The magic of the universal capsule has spread like wildfire. At the same time, many forces underneath have already picked up the role of a universal capsule, and the inventor, Iris. Naval Headquarters. In the office. Marshal Sengoku put down the file in his hand, his expression filled with joy and excitement. Good. One word. Sengoku was overwhelmed with excitement. It has been a month since the universal capsule was released, and there was unanimous praise from everywhere. Marine soldiers and generals were full of praise for the universal capsule. Endless bullets and shells. If the weapon is damaged, a new weapon will be taken out of the universal capsule in the next moment, which will startle the eyes of the pirates. The winning documents were delivered to Marshal Sengoku's office. Unexpectedly, the effect of the universal capsule is far beyond my imagination. Marshal Sengoku sighed with emotion. Within a month, the battle damage ratio dropped a lot, Marine's victory rate also doubled several times, and he harvested piles of trophies. Save a lot of manpower and material resources in transportation. Compared with the universal capsule of 1 million Baileys, the return is far more than that. It's very easy to use. Garp Vice Admiral, who was on the sofa, used a universal capsule, and a food bag with donuts appeared in Garp Vice Admiral's hands. A clicking sound followed Garp Vice Admiral's open mouth. In the past, Sengoku often had a headache and held his forehead, but the recent report made Marshal Sengoku feel much better. At Garp's behavior, he just smiled faintly. Tuk tuk. There was a knock on the door of the office. Enter. The smile on Marshal Sengoku's face disappeared, maintaining a serious expression. The soldier respectfully said, Marshal Sengoku, this is the research fee form submitted by Dr. Iris. The application fee for Dr. Iris is 10 billion Baileys. The soldier was also frightened when he first received this form. 10 billion Baileys is an astronomical figure. Pele can make a mountain. So much money. Garp's hand holding the donut stopped abruptly, with a hint of surprise on his face, reaching out for his ears. Make sure you heard it right, it is indeed 10 billion Baileys. Before Garp could respond, Sengoku had already signed his name on the Iris application fee form. Go. Handing the form to the soldier swallowed and walked out dumbly. Sengoku, with so much money, don't you need to notify the world government? Garp Vice Admiral is the highest officer of the Marine G3 branch base. Usually, applying for some fees by myself can be said to be inefficient and inefficient. Now. Garp stared at Sengoku with wide eyes, as if he wanted to ask Sengoku for a reason. Sengoku smiled and said, presumably you also know the convenience and effects that the universal capsule brings. Garp looked at the donut in his hand, it's really a great invention. I have notified the world government about the universal capsules, and the universal capsules have also sent a batch of them. Ordered to fully support the invention of Iris, as long as it is beneficial to marine and world government. The omnipotent capsule not only needs to increase production, Vice Admiral has already told me, don't just focus on the omnipotent capsule in front of you, but also let Iris give full play to his scientific talent. I believe Dr. Iris can surprise us. Marshal Sengoku has a smile of joy on his face. The omnipotent capsule has a great effect on marine, but Marshal Sengoku pays more attention to the creation of the omnipotent capsule Iris. Vegapunk has contacted himself, calling him a genius scientist. Marshal Sengoku told Garp about his meeting with 5 elders a few days ago. Holy Land Marie Joyce. Marshal Marine Sengoku came to the right room in Pangu City with a box of universal capsules. 5 elders is the highest authority in the world government, and Marine is also an organization under the world government. In the huge conference room, 5 elders sat on the sofa together. 4 old men in black suits and 1 in white samurai robes. In control of great power. Sengoku, is this the omnipotent capsule that can hold everything in your phone worm? Asked a 5 elders with scars on his face and 2 long, white beards on his mouth. 5 elders took the omnipotent capsule in his hand and looked at it carefully and didn't see anything special, as if it was an ordinary thing that I usually see. All 5 elders were unsmiling, and their expressions were quite serious. 5 elders all set their eyes on the universal capsule in the box. A 5 elders with wooden crutches in both hands said, "Don't you know if you try it?" 5 elders picked up a universal capsule and pressed the button against his crutch. The next moment, the crutches disappeared, and as 5 elders pressed the button, the crutches appeared again out of thin air. The shock in 5 elders' eyes flashed away, calmly. Good. 5 elders looked at each other and nodded lightly. Sengoku let out a sigh of relief. It was the scientist Iris of Marine Scientific Corps who invented the universal capsule. The name of Iris is also the first time it has entered the ears of the 5 most powerful people in the world government. Sengoku handed over a document to 5 elders. This is the benefit of Marine's recent use of the universal capsule. 5 elders took the file in his hand and looked at it. The room fell into silence, and the powerful aura of 5 elders was reflected in every word and deed. Even looking at the newspaper in his hand, he still inadvertently revealed a terrifying high-ranking temperament. Very good. 5 elders, who was on crutches, patted one hand gently on the other, showing a faint smile. The cost of a small universal capsule is no more than 100 W Bailey, but the return is several times or even dozens of times. Iris listed him as an S-level talent, second only to Vegapunk in the Marine Scientific Force, and the world government fully supports Iris' invention. World government and Marine both need such talents. No. Geniuses. The voice of the leading 5 elders is beyond doubt, and the other 5 elders also nodded in agreement. Looking at the universal capsule in the box, a faint smile appeared on his face. In addition, every time this thing is produced, a batch is sent over. Sengoku nodded solemnly. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Hey, don't worry about eating out the donuts in the future. The more these universal capsules, the better. 835. Garp said strange numbers. This time the old man must break his own record. Marshal Sengoku, Akainu Admiral has reached the door and said to see you. The soldier opened the door. Akainu Admiral, wearing a red suit, has already walked in. The soldier looked at Akainu, who looked a little angry and suppressed his anger, and retired in a jealous manner, closing the door of the office. Marshal Sengoku saw that Akainu was so serious, with an angry look in his eyes, and asked in a deep voice, Akainu, what happened? Garp's drooping head also raised slightly, looking at Akainu. Moth. Boom. Akainu slapped his palm heavily on Marshal Sengoku's desk, and only Akainu, who could not tolerate sand in his eyes, dared to pat Marshal Sengoku's desk. Marshal Sengoku also felt the suppressed anger in Akainu's heart, and frowned slightly. What happened? Akainu looked disgusted. A group of assholes in the marine took the universal capsule privately to the underground world to sell. Damn it! It's time to order a thorough investigation. Capture the lost omnipotent capsule marine, kill a batch, and see if they dare to violate the military order and engage in small actions in private. Thinking of the moths lying on the marine department, sucking blood. Akainu is so angry. The omnipotent capsule is of great strategic significance, and only our marine can produce it. But now some omnipotent capsules have been released by underground forces. If some damned pirates get the universal capsule, it will be a big loss to marine. I heard that guy Iris keeps himself in the laboratory doing experiments. How can we let his hard work go in vain? Akainu Yajeng said, staring at Sengoku, showing a tough attitude. Magnum capsules are still in the mass production stage, and the world government is divided into batches. The huge marine organization also needs a large number of universal capsules. In short supply? Because of the magical effect of the universal capsule, the underground dark forces have speculated the price of the universal capsule to 10 million Baileys. Sengoku sighed slightly, his eyes showing a hint of helplessness. I have also heard about this matter. I already have a countermeasure. You don't have to worry about this. Let's go to the capsule factory together. It just so happens that the problem mentioned by Akainu also needs to be solved in the capsule factory. Hearing that he is going to the capsule factory, Garp is also interested. Currently, he has only a few private all-purpose capsules. Keep a few more. You can slam your own record later. Akainu also eased the anger on his face and nodded to Sengoku. Sengoku opened his mouth and said, "This matter, let Kizaru know first. After all, the Marine Science Force is under the jurisdiction of Kizaru." In the Universal Capsule Factory. Iris wiped the sweat from his head. Finally done. Looking at any door in front of him, there was a trace of pride in Iris, and he was a little excited. The first arbitrary door has been made successfully, so the following things are much simpler. Points. Points. Congratulations to host for successfully making any door, get 10,000 points. Iris hasn't forgotten his ultimate goal, but he gains points to make himself stronger by making items. Iris didn't want to stay in the lab all his life. Where can I go with any door? Successfully made any door, of course, you have to experiment. Go to Marshal Sengoku's office. Iris immediately denied his whimsical thoughts. What if he gets hit by a shockwave from Sengoku before he goes out? Although he has conducted more than 10 consecutive silver draws with 100,000 points in this month, his strength has reached the level of Marine Vice Admiral. Marine Vice Admiral and Marshal Sengoku are still far away. But it's coming soon. The Universal Capsule is still in continuous production, which can bring a lot of points to myself. Iris couldn't contain the excitement on his face, and looked triumphantly at the masterpiece born from his own hands, any door. Now that any door has been made, as long as it is put into production, it will generate more points than the Universal Capsule. Hee. Two-pronged approach. Your strength will soon be able to grow again. A door is successfully made with 10,000 points, 10 points are used once, and a universal capsule is 100 points. Iris has also recently discovered that he has become more and more sensitive to numbers. Iris's own attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Iris. Skill. Shaving, Advanced, Proficiency, 111/1000. Paper Arts, Advanced, Proficiency, 135/1000. Finger Pistol, Advanced, Proficiency, 165/1000. Tempest Kick, Advanced, Proficiency, 158/1000. Iron Body, Advanced, Proficiency, 127/1000. Moonwalk, Advanced, Proficiency, 117/1000. Armament Haki, Advanced, Proficiency, 125/1000. Observation Haki, Advanced, Proficiency, 150/1000. Fruit Ability, Momo Fruit. Strength Evaluation, Marine Vice Admiral. Task Progress, the Universal Capsule has been completed. Task Progress, Any Door 1/1000. Points, 44,300. Within a month, Iris's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes, and his whole person is like a reborn. The strength from the original Captain Marine, across several levels, has reached a level that others may not be able to match in life, the level of Marine Vice Admiral. 6 types of proficiency have reached the advanced level. 2-color Haki's technique has also come to the advanced level. Armament Haki has no master except for internal destruction, which is the so-called emission. Others such as covering, winding, and putting out. Iris is already able to master and use it proficiently. Soon, when any door is mass-produced, I will be able to earn more points. Iris has been a bit dissatisfied with the 10 silver draws several times in a row. Maybe any door can make himself a golden 10 draws. Momo fruits alone are not enough. Through Iris' own understanding, the probability of drawing devil fruit in the system is not high, but it allows Iris to completely ignore the influence of the change of descent factor brought by devil fruit. Means, Iris can eat multiple devil fruit abilities at the same time without exploding and dying. The growth of strength makes Iris full of confidence and fighting spirit. Who doesn't want to stand on top of the sea? Okay. Why is it noisy outside? Iris opened the door of the laboratory and saw Marine Marshal Sengoku, Garp Vice Admiral and the 3 DA officers all standing outside the laboratory door at a glance. Iris' brain was a little confused. It's quite concealed to make any door yourself, right? Why do so many big people come to this little laboratory of yours? The follow-up plot will become more and more exciting. Please ask for a wave of flowers evaluation tickets. Thank you everyone. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Marshal Sengoku. Garp Vice Admiral. Akainu Admiral. Kizaru Admiral. Aokiji Admiral. Iris smiled and said hello one by one. The people in front of them are all big figures at the top of Marine, a symbol of strength. A feint of surprise flashed in the eyes of everyone, and they looked at each other, and there was a color of admiration in their eyes. They also heard that Iris locked himself in the laboratory and indulged in experimental research. But after seeing Iris, I found that Iris is full of energy, and even his aura is much stronger than a month ago. Marshal Sengoku said, "Thank you." Unexpectedly, apart from the experiment, Iris still maintained the training habit left by the Marine soldiers at the beginning, and it seems that he has been practicing hard. Otherwise, staying in the laboratory for nearly a month will not only show no signs of sloppiness, but will be more energetic. Iris, you have to prepare a few more universal capsules for the old man. Garp, who was holding the donut food bag, immediately swallowed the donut in his mouth and said loudly. Admiral Aokiji behind Garp glanced at Iris, "Don't forget to prepare a few for me. Fine wine, bicycles, books, lounge chairs, clothing. The food still lacks a universal capsule, so it's good to keep a few as a spare." Admiral Aokiji felt the magic of the universal capsule. The chef on the warship said that the universal capsule can also store food. Admiral Aokiji immediately decided to prepare a few more universal capsules. But recently the universal capsules are in short supply. The outside universal capsules are all equipped in various departments, and I don't want them. It's rare, Iris can ask me questions about training. Admiral Akainu also felt that Iris had been training, and the military style made Akainu-some appreciate the scientist of the Marine Science Corps. It would be great if Iris was his subordinate. The Marine Science unit belongs to me. If you have any questions, please contact the old man. Kizaru, who has always been lazy and likes to fish in troubled waters, even opened his mouth. If Iris came to ask himself, Marshal Sengoku would surely give the task to other admiral. Admiral Kizaru's face showed an imperceptible smile. Iris looked flattered and immediately took out the universal capsule from Kabuto and handed it to Garp Vice Admiral and Aokiji Admiral. And thank Admiral Akainu and Kizaru. Marshal Sengoku said, I came here this time and wanted to ask a question. Is it possible to code the universal capsule technically without affecting the use of the universal capsule? Iris pondered for a while and replied, there is no problem technically, just one more process, but the output may be slightly slower. The general's expressions became serious. A group of people sat down in the laboratory. The purpose of the code is to prevent someone from Marine from using the universal capsule for profit. With the code, you can find out which department is missing and lack the universal capsule, so as to find out which Marines are warned. Iris was shocked. Marine has already sold the universal capsule he made? The universal capsule Marine has only been used for a month, and it has already begun to spread on the sea and be trafficked by people? Sengoku also shook his head, no way, the outside world capsules have already fetched a price of 10 million baileys. With the benefit of the heart, there are always people who are willing to take a risk. Admiral Akainu on the side wrapped his hands around his chest, with a trace of anger in his eyes. 1 of 10 million baileys. Iris was a little shocked. The production cost of each universal capsule is only 1 million baileys, which is 10 times the profit. For some corrupt Marines, it is even more profitable for millions of baileys. No wonder Marshal Sengoku would find himself and ask about coding the universal capsule. Admiral Kizaru also flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes, a 1000 W bailey, the price is really expensive. Sengoku affirmed Iris' doubts, yes, 10 million baileys, and the supply is still in short supply. In the future, let's code all the universal capsules. But Iris was playing Xiaojuju, 10 million baileys in his heart. Do you want to get some universal capsules and sell them? Once the universal capsule is used, you can earn points, regardless of Marine, even if it is used by other people. Come on. Selling the universal capsule, you can also save a lot of money, and you may not know what more private technology will appear in the system in the future, and the technology that is not convenient to disclose. I also have the funds to make it. Although you can apply for fees from Naval Headquarters, the materials are all shipped by Marine, and the list of materials is clear at a glance. If I spend a lot but have nothing, how can I explain it? This idea can be there, let's talk about it later. At present, even Marine is not enough for universal capsules. Once a finished universal capsule is produced, soldiers will take it away and distribute it to various departments. Let's wait for a few more batches. Iris has already sat down and decided in his heart. Sengoku quietly looked at Iris, who was thinking silently, thinking that Iris was thinking about the technical problem of coding the universal capsule at this moment. No interruption. After finishing his calculations, Iris said, no problem. Technically it can be achieved. Sengoku also showed a satisfied smile on his face. If it can be achieved, it will be even more difficult for the corrupt elements in Marine to sell the universal capsule. The anger in Akainu's eyes also diminished slightly. Marshal Sengoku said earnestly, by the way, I have signed your research application fee form, and funding will be allocated shortly. The production of the universal capsule must not be interrupted. Any difficulty can be raised, money is not a problem, as long as the production of universal capsules is guaranteed. We will continue to research and invent other great things. If there is no money, report it, and I will help you solve it. The world government 5 elders have all ordered to support Iris research and invention. Of course, Marshal Sengoku supports Iris inventions more than world government. Iris hesitated and said, Marshal Sengoku, it's really difficult now. The application fee of 10 billion is not enough, The estimated 110 billion will do. In the end, Iris mustered up the courage to finish in one breath. Sengoku's eyelids jerked, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and his expression was a bit awkward. I just said that money is not a problem, Iris. This kid opened his mouth to 110 billion. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Are you sure it is 110 billion Baileys? Sengoku was also a little surprised by the numbers Iris said, and he asked Iris to confirm again. A confident smile appeared at the corner of Iris's mouth. It is indeed 110 billion. He opened the bow without turning his head back, and besides, his own arbitrary door has been made. It just so happened that many generals from Marine came here. Later, they will see the magic of any door, and maybe they won't think that 110 billion Bailey is more. Allah la. 110 billion? This is an astronomical figure. Aokiji's originally apathetic eyes became excited. Admiral Aokiji looked at Iris. Is he naive? Or arrogant? 110 billion Baileys. 110 billion is basically equivalent to Marine's military expenditure for a whole year. This is not a trivial problem. Akainu, who approves of Iris, was also surprised. His expression became serious. Garp suddenly heard that the number was also a little speechless, and stretched out his fingers to dig his ears. Anyway, this kind of thing can be handled by Sengoku. Kaka. Garp continued to eat the donuts without anyone beside him, but his ears were open, ready to listen to the next situation. Admiral Kizaru glanced at Iris in surprise, but he didn't expect to say such an amazing number from Iris's mouth. 10 billion is already a big number. 110 billion is really amazing. This kid's appetite is a bit too big. If 10 billion is given to the old man will not have a tenton without motivation to go to work. 110 billion? The old man can take care of his retirement. Marshal Sengoku frowned, and he didn't expect that what he said from Iris was such a shocking number. Even if they agree, the world government will not agree. Sengoku was about to reject Iris immediately. Iris opened the mouth and said, Marshal Sengoku, don't rush to refuse. You have been staying in the laboratory recently, and it's not nothing. Oh. Hearing what Iris said, everyone suddenly became interested. Is there any magical invention? Everyone put their eyes tightly on Iris' body. Iris smiled slightly. Yes, I just invented a new thing. I believe that after the Marshal saw it, he would not think that 110 billion Baileys are a lot, but that it is quite worth it. Everyone is full of doubts. What invention can be worth 110 billion? Even the pacifists produced by Vegapunk, a pacifist costs 1 billion, and so far has invested only tens of billions of Baileys. Moreover, it is still standing on the premise that Vegapunk has served Marine for many years, and created many inventions that are beneficial to Marine and world government. Sengoku still has some doubts about Iris. It's impossible to make a second thing more magical than the universal capsule, right? I don't think Iris is like an exaggeration. Admiral Akainu made a different voice. Kizaru said with some curiosity, the old man is a little curious about what new things Iris has invented. Iris can be regarded as one of his subordinates, and he may rely on Iris for his easy work life in the future. I don't care about it, I'll order a copy in advance anyway. With excitement on Garp's face, he set the record for donuts just now, and he was in a good mood for a while. Hurry up and take a look. The old man can't wait any longer. Admiral Aokiji also looked at Iris expectantly. The universal capsule made his life more comfortable. Even if this invention is a little worse, maybe there are surprises in it? Sengoku also said, let's take a look. Iris walked to any door, pointed to any door and said, this is my latest invention, any door. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed suddenly, completely exhausted. Just now everyone noticed this red door in the laboratory. There was nothing special about it. It stood there, as if the door was broken. Ready to use this door to replace the general. Behind the door is also empty, nothing. This door? Can it be considered an invention? Sengoku's face also showed an unbelievable look. Your invention is this door. Three Admiral's face is also a look of astonishment. Is this? Are you kidding me? Sengoku sternly said, Iris, stop making trouble, and quickly get your latest invention out. Iris's expression also became serious, and he said in a deep voice, Don't worry, everyone, I will explain to you the function of any door. Garp also stopped the laughter like Hongzhong. Everyone turned their eyes to Iris to see what Iris explained. This door is called any door. As long as you imagine the place you have been in your heart, you can travel through the past by opening the door, and you can easily reach any place in the pirate world. Of course, the premise is the places you have to be. Not only can you travel through the past, but you can also come back. Sengoku's voice revealed a clear disbelief. Is this door really able to cross to other islands? Sengoku glanced at the other people beside him, and everyone was puzzled. Everyone has heard of it? Marine Marshal Sengoku and the three Admiral and Garp Vice Admiral have also seen the introduction of the fruit from the Devil Fruit illustration book. After opening the door, you have to go through the distance between the door and the door by yourself. To walk from this side of the door to the other door. But everyone at any gate heard that for the first time, even the fruit of the gate could not be able to teleport over a long distance. Can this door work? No matter how Marshal Sengoku and the crowd of Admiral looked at it, they felt that any door was a bit unreliable. Garp Vice Admiral was curious and knocked gently on the door. Garp didn't dare to use too much force, for fear of breaking this fragile arbitrary door. Marshal Sengoku can choose a location, we'll know if we try it. A mysterious smile appeared on Iris's face. I hope Marshal Sengoku and Admiral will not be surprised later. Iris is also a little bit nasty in his heart, and the group in front of him is the top of Marine. Sengoku thought for a while, with a heavy tone in his voice, the red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors recently, seems to intend to contact Whitebeard. If possible, let's go to the headquarters of Red Hair Pirates. Red Hair Pirates, one of the four kings of the New World Sea. The Whitebeard Pirate Group, one of the four kings of the New World Sea. Both of them occupy a lot of islands in New World, and they have a huge power. Once the two parties really have any contact, if they cooperate, it will cause turbulence in the entire world, change the pattern of the entire world, and break the current equilibrium situation. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Marshal Sengoku and the three admirals stood up from their chairs, their expressions solemn, and their tall bodies brought a strong sense of oppression. After all, if any door can really reach the base of Red Hair Pirates, then they will face the red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors. Everyone had to be extremely solemn. Garp took the donuts back into the universal capsule. In the face of such major events, Garp also had his own way. There is a reason why the cost of making arbitrary doors is as high as 100 million. A few meters high is enough for the marine generals of 3 or 4 meters to pass easily, and it can also make huge arbitrary doors. Giants can also be used. And set the target location in your mind. Iris explained how to use any door. Marshal Sengoku, hold the doorknob in your hand, think of where you want to go, then open any door. Marshal Sengoku took a few steps forward, walked to any door, held the doorknob in his hand, and determined the target location in his mind. When Marshal Sengoku opened any door, he couldn't help looking moved. Inside the door, there is already a scene of a forest appearing vividly. The sea breeze slowly brought a salty taste, and the leaves shook and made a slurping sound. It seems that Iris is more than a surprise, it really scares the old man. Admiral Kizaru pouted, his golden sunglasses eyes a little shocked. Just now everyone didn't believe that the door in front of them could reach any place. Now, behind the door is the scenery of the island. Admiral Akainu was also shocked. He had seen so many big scenes, and seeing such a magical scene suddenly made his heart beating. The function of this arbitrary door is really to be able to travel to any place, then it is a bit scary. It's easy to reach the enemy's interior. Sengoku's eyes made no secret of his joy and appreciation. Any door? What a random door! Ha ha ha! He immediately stopped the laughter, looked solemn, and decided in his heart that after experiencing any door, I must increase the importance of Iris. Go in. Sengoku took the lead and stepped into any door resolutely. Garp Vice Admiral and Sanda will follow, and Iris will follow into any door. Coming out of any door, everyone looked at the new world curiously. The sea breeze blows, and the cloak of justice on everyone is flying with the wind. It is indeed the headquarters of Red Hair Pirates. With just a cursory look, Sengoku has confirmed that he and others have indeed appeared at the headquarters of Red Hair Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. It's incredible. Aokiji murmured softly, real sunlight radiating warmth on his body. The cheerful chirping of the birds came into the ears. Random Gate is so magical, after that, you don't need to ride a bicycle at all? Can you reach anywhere with this door? It turned out to be, from naval headquarters, arrived at the Red Hair Pirates base in an instant. Akainu, who had never been surprised, was also shocked with some intermittent words. A few seconds. In New World, many islands are occupied by pirates, which are easy to defend and difficult to attack. Now there are any doors. Entering the territory of the pirates in such a weird way, if this is used in war, wouldn't it be invincible? Any fortifications are of no avail in front of any door. Just an arbitrary door, you can easily reach the enemy's interior. This will greatly reduce Marines' loss and open the gap directly from the inside, ignoring the enemy's defense. Akainu's heart also fluctuated, a little excited. This invention is really amazing. Admiral Akainu also appreciates Iris a little bit more and more. Every invention Marine has such a great significance. Oh, it's terrible, if it weren't for the people next to the old man. I thought it was a dream. Admiral Kizaru also gently pulled down his golden sunglasses and looked at everything in front of him. But this stuff? I just put the hope of fishing at work on Iris, but I was beaten in the face in a blink of an eye. With the arbitrary door, don't you have no excuses for the task that you can't get out of the task of distance in the past? Admiral Kizaru suddenly felt a headache, he had to think of a way. The look under the sunglasses gave Iris a complaint. Iris didn't notice it? Of course, Iris has been quite ridiculous about any door. Seeing the different expressions on the faces of the big guys, he is also quite proud. Now you should believe in the magic of any door. Marshal Sengoku took a deep breath, calming the shock in his heart. This is more than a miracle, it's a miracle. Marine Marshal Sengoku has already failed in the study of Iris and is ready to speak out to encourage Iris. Did not expect? It's really coming. If navigating by naval ships alone, it would take at least a few days from naval headquarters to reach the base of Red Hair Pirates. Now it has arrived in a blink of an eye. And so unconsciously, Red Hair Pirates didn't even know that many high-ranking Marines had arrived on the island at this moment. This way naval headquarters soldiers can easily reach every corner of the world. There are so many marine branches in the Great Sea, and it is often too late to support. Now that there is any door, Marine does not have to worry about it being too late to support. As a result, the branch suffered heavy losses under Marine's attack. Sengoku's mood was agitated. Miracle. Garp was wandering away from the sky, staring at any door in a daze. I thought to myself, with this thing, I can return to East Blue at any time. The kid Iris must be allowed to get himself an arbitrary door. Garp put his scorching gaze on Iris. Sengoku interrupted everyone's thoughts and said in a deep voice, "This is not the time to discuss any door. The purpose of this trip is to find out why the Red Hair Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, and the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, came into contact. Regarding the matter of any door, immediately convene marine executives to conduct related meetings after returning. Admiral Akinu's expression was calm, he had recovered from the shock just now, and nodded heavily. Against the Sea Emperor standing on top of the sea, Red Hair Pirates. Don't let everyone ignore it. Iris uses the universal capsule to close any door. The action of using the universal capsule to retract any door was seen by Sengoku, and his heart beat violently. Sengoku's breathing accelerated for a few minutes, and he forgot the universal capsule just now because of his excitement. Marshal Sengoku's eyes shone brightly, any combination of doors and universal communication. Marine's marine warship, which costs 1 billion ships, can be replaced by most of any doors, except for the pirate ships chasing at sea. What is the use of warships? It can be replaced with any door plus universal capsule fruit. Calm down. Sengoku forced himself to calm down, and went back to gather marine executives, especially Crane Vice Admiral, to discuss together. Everyone also noticed the change in Marshal Sengoku's expression. His face flushed with excitement for a while, and then he forced himself to calm down again. Garp Vice Admiral joked unscrupulously, "Is my stomach uncomfortable?" Sengoku vetoed Garp's question, "No, let's go." Iris followed Marshal Sengoku and the others. The undisguised behavior of the group was discovered by the sentinel of Red Hair Pirates. They were so frightened that they were sweating like an ice cellar. The sentinel exclaimed, "Marine, Marshal Sengoku. And, the 3 DOS. Marine hero. Garp Vice Admiral." Shaking fingers pressed the trigger. Boom. The red smoke bomb exploded over the island, filling the air. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The sentry trembled and was about to fall, but after waiting for a while, he realized that Marine hadn't done anything, and his heart fell. Wiping the cold sweat that overflowed on his face, I felt a little grateful that I was still alive. The sentry still had a frightened expression. Facing a group of famous figures in Marine, he did not dare to make any movements. His body was stiff, standing on the spot as if he was pouring lead. When the signal bounced, red smoke filled the air. In the base of Red Hair Pirates, everyone was surprised. Who provoke Red Hair Pirates, one of the 4 emperors? At the same time, my heart was full of doubts and incomprehension, but no intelligence was sent from the peripheral forces. Redhead Shanks's face solemn, "Go and see." A group of cotters stopped what they were doing, followed the red hair and hurried to the location where the flare was launched. When Hungfa Shank saw the high-level marines, his eyes were also shocked. Even if he is one of the 4 emperors, Redhead Shanks. Opposite is Marine Marshal Sengoku. Marine legendary hero Garp Vice Admiral. The legendary seaman who has driven Gold Roger into desperation many times. And Marine's highest 3D combat power. Lava Fruit, Admiral Akinu Sakazuki. Sparkling Fruit, Admiral Kizarupolu Salino. Frozen Fruit, Admiral Aokiji Kyuzan. 3D Logia capable people. Both are strong men standing on top of the world. Almost everyone is of admiral level strength, but suddenly appeared in his base without a trace. The red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, was throbbing in his heart. 5 admiral-powered marines. Absolutely can suppress red hair pirates. It's not even too much to say that it is a horizontal push. Facing the powerful marine lineup, a group of cotters suddenly became nervous, tensed their bodies, each looked solemn, and assumed a fighting posture. The deputy captain Ben Beckman looked heavy, and pinched the cigarette butt from his mouth. Sniper Yasop raised his spear sharply. Rikilu was squirming all over his fat, put down the meat in his hand. Etc. Every strong player in New World trembles when they see them. The expressions of every cotter are extremely severe, exuding a powerful aura. Ben Beckman, the deputy captain of Red Hair Pirates, looked very solemn. Marine? Why is it here? There hasn't been any news of high-level dispatching from Marine recently. Moreover, if the Marine warship wants to arrive here, the many islands on the way should have been noticed, and the news will also be conveyed to the ears of Red Hair Pirates. There were many thoughts in Ben Beckman's mind, and he was a little surprised. Where did Marine come from? Marshal Sengoku. As the red-haired Shanks's voice just fell, a strong conqueror's haki burst out of the red-haired body. The white clouds floating in the sky shattered instantly and disappeared into the air. At this moment, the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, is the ruler of heaven and earth. The world faded, everything surrendered to Shanks' feet. All the flowers and plants all around were bent, fell in the opposite direction, and the trees shook. Then a violent conqueror's shock shook out from the body of the red-haired Shanks, flying sand and rocks on the ground. The trees rose up from the ground, and even broke down. Marine Sanda kept his expression unmoved, and gently stretched out his hands. Armament haki is out? The strong armament haki formed an invisible and indestructible barrier in front of everyone. The shock of Shanks' conqueror's haki, the redhead, suddenly disappeared into the air. There was a sonic boom that vibrated the eardrums. It shook the heartstrings of everyone present. The heaven and the earth returned to peace again, just talking about the terrifying things that happened just now. Is this the red-haired Shanks from one of the 4 emperors? Iris was a little frightened, watching the broken red hair in front of him fluttering in the wind. His eyes were deep and sharp, his body was upright, and his unruly face. The 3 scars on the face add a bit of a fierce breath. Facing Iris's gaze, the red-haired Shanks looked like a torch, and instantly looked at Iris among the crowd. Who is this guy? It was vaguely guarded by Marshal Sengoku and the 3 Marines. The red-haired Shanks also showed a bold smile at the corner of his mouth. Long time no see. Marshal Sengoku. A crowd of red-hair pirates cotters gathered behind Shanks. Shanks. Sengoku took a step forward. I heard that you have been in contact with Whitebeard recently. I don't know why. The red-haired Shanks put his hand on the hilt of the western sword at his waist, showing haki. If you are here because of this, you are destined to be disappointed. Behind him, Ben Beckman narrowed his eyes, still thinking about why Marine appeared in the Red Hair Pirates base without a trace. Ben Beckman scanned the Marines, Marine Marshal Sengoku, the hero Garp, and the 3 generals. In the end, his eyes stopped on Iris, who was wearing a white research coat. This person? In terms of strength, I can see that there is nothing special about it, and everyone else is covered by the cloak of justice. Only the man wearing special clothes was still vaguely protected by a group of Marine seniors. Ben Beckman's heart was full of doubts, and he looked carefully at Iris. Scientific researcher at Naval Headquarters. How could this person be with Marshal Sengoku and Sanda to bring these Marine high levels together? Sengoku's face was deep. Red Hair Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, has contacted the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. I'm afraid any forces want to know what happened, right? I wonder if your meeting will cause New World's panic and anxiety. Garp Vice Admiral stood up and said, I said, red-haired kid, it's good for everyone to say it. The red-haired Shanks shook his head, but he didn't want to speak. Instead, he asked with a smile, how did you show up here? There are no ships near the island. Sengoku shook his head and said nothing. The function of any door cannot be revealed. The function of this thing is like a miracle, and it is of great significance to Marine. Since Shanks, the redhead, has a firm attitude and can't ask for the answer to his contact with Whitebeard, it is not appropriate to stay here for long. Iris, get out. The 3 Admiral also tightened the defensive circle slightly. Sengoku thought to himself, let Red Hair Pirates guess. The appearance of any door is inevitable. Even if it retreats, it will be noticed by observation haki. It is better to show it openly in front of red hair pirates. It made them feel strange, only knowing that they and others disappeared in the door. Iris pressed the omnipotent capsule, any door appeared out of thin air, Iris opened any door, everyone left without staying. Seeing a group of Marines disappear in the blue door, and then even the blue door disappeared, the red-haired Shanks was also secretly surprised. Ben Beckman's eyes flickered, and he looked at the place where the Marines disappeared with horror. Marine, just left. Rakilu walked to the place where Marine had disappeared with a look of curiosity, and stretched out his hands in the air. He didn't touch anything, and looked at Shanks with surprise on his face. The red-haired Shanks looked solemn. Beckman, do you see anything? Ben Beckman frowned and said with a pensive look, the person called Iris by Sengoku, don't you know if you noticed it? Everyone nodded heavily. From the standpoint of Sengoku and Admiral, Iris is vaguely enclosed in the center and protected. This person must be very important. And that weird door was also taken out of the body named Iris. That door shouldn't be a capable person, otherwise he doesn't need to take out the universal capsule, that is, Marine has a new invention. Sengoku and others also appeared on our island through that door. Following Ben Beckman's analysis, everyone's heart sank. Beckman shook his head helplessly, a little frustrated. Where is the opposite of that door? It's impossible to analyze the distance. But the only thing that is certain is that the person named Iris must not be easy. That door must be related to Iris. The redhead Shanks looked cautious. Iris? I remember this person. Iris's face appeared in his mind, even his own eyes were not afraid at all. Such a person is not easy. The red hair said solemnly, the recent changes in Marine are a bit weird, Marshal Marine, and the 3 Do will all appear in the base silently. We can't stay passive all the time, prepare to meet Whitebeard. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Everyone returned to the laboratory. Sengoku couldn't help expressing his confession, and laughed up to the sky. For many years, since the last time One Piece Gold Roger was captured, it has not been so happy for many years. I feel that Marine's future path is a lot more open. Any door can now easily reach any place, and with the help of the universal capsule, as long as you know the information of the pirate, you can dispatch a large number of fully armed forces at any time. Any island is attacked and plundered by pirates, Marine can provide a support in the shortest time. Similarly, once a Marine warship goes on the sea and the ship immediately sinks, Marine can use any door to return, a life-saving artifact. Akainu also rarely showed a face full of smiles. Aokiji's frosty face also showed a bright smile like it melted. The invention of any door will benefit thousands of people. Everyone was extremely happy at this moment, and everyone knew why Sengoku laughed so happily. Only Kizaru put on a lazy face as always, feeling a little bit distressed in his heart. It seems that fishing life is about to end. What to do? So anxious. With any door, Marine will be fine. With an apologetic face on Sengoku, he solemnly said to Iris, Iris. I'm sorry, but at first I doubted your invention. I promise in the name of the Marshal that this kind of thing will not happen in the future. Marshal Sengoku pulls down and sincerely apologizes to Iris. Akainu's eyes revealed hope and admiration. Iris, good job, arbitrary door is a great invention. This will be a door that can change the world. Marine Admiral Akainu can't wait to see what the popular world of any door will look like in the future. It is urgent to equip any gate in the Marine forces. Can the old man try any door again? Garp asked aloud, the experience just now hasn't been enjoyable yet. Try again, Garp is also full of interest in this novelty. Can. Iris agreed. Garp walked to any door, opened it excitedly, and walked in. East Blue. On the top of a mountain in the kingdom of Rigo. With a cigarette in his mouth, Dan put down the newspaper with a dull look. There is still no news from Luffy. Dan sat on the ground with his legs crossed, his head propped with his right hand, and his face was boring. The cottage with a lot of people always feels deserted. Nanny. Dan suddenly reduced a blue door and appeared in front of him. He didn't stop until Duan set his back against the wall. Cold sweat came out of his forehead. Gar. The next moment, a familiar figure walked out from behind the door. Dan, how about it? Are you happy to meet me? Garp said with a smile on his face, contentedly. Boom. Dan punched Garp on the head, making Garp a little confused. Garp. Do you know that you are scared to death? Do you know how to say hello in advance? Dan was angry and yelled at Garp with his mouth wide open. A look of horror undecided. Isn't this to come back and take a look? Garp also said embarrassedly. Dan patted the violently beating heart, and after slowing down, he asked curiously, scare me to death? What's the matter with this door? Why did it appear in the room somehow? How did that guy Garp get out from behind the door? You said this door is the latest invention of the Marine Scientific Corps, so just give it a try. It's amazing. It will be much more convenient next time you come back. Garp laughed. Iris is really great. One invention is better than another. Garp, don't show up directly in my room next time. Dan had a sullen face, he was almost scared to death just now. Garp Vice Admiral embarrassedly stretched out his hand and scratched the back of his head, too excited, I didn't pay attention. Look and see, go back quickly. Garp also nodded, I'll come back next time when I have enough time. Hee. Go now, see you next time. In response to Garp, Dan's angry warning sounded, don't show up directly in front of me next time. After Garp left, Dan relaxed all over, the old man of damn it is scared to death. But such a magical thing has appeared in Marine. Looks like that guy Garp is in Naval Headquarters recently, right? Dan was surprised. That's incredible. Garp's hearty laughter sounded in the laboratory, it's so convenient. Mr. Garp, you seem to have been beaten. Marine Admiral Aokiji teased from the side. Notice the small cut on Garp's head. Kizaru said bitterly, who is so terrible, Marine hero Garp was beaten too. It's okay. It scares people. Garp smiled, not caring about the wound on his head. Then I will try too. Marine Admiral Akainu stood up, opened any door, and walked in. Sengoku asked aloud, there is no limit to the number of times this arbitrary door can be used, right? Iris smiled, of course not, you can use it an unlimited number of times. In my mind, the points are increasing by a small amount. Although they are few, Iris feels happy. 10 points once, and 30 points 3 times. When there are more gates in the future, the points earned cannot be underestimated. Outside the laboratory, the capsule factory continuously produces universal capsules. The market for universal capsules is far from saturated. World government and Marine still need a large number of universal capsules. A smile came up at the corner of Iris's mouth, and he saw the power of Shanks Conqueror's Haki, the redhead. The three admiral bluntly blocked the impact of Conqueror's Haki, the redhead. Soon, he can also have such a powerful strength. Integral. Sengoku smiled satisfied, then how much does such an arbitrary door cost? Iris gave Marshal Sengoku an amazing number, 1 billion. This time Iris was not the same as last time, stupidly quoted the cost price. In the black market, omnipotent capsules are all sold at a price of 10 million Baileys, while the production cost of omnipotent capsules is only 1 million Baileys. It can be said that the Magnum capsules contributed to Marine and world government without any profit. This time, the price of any door is 1 billion, which should not be too much. The cost of Marine warships is 1 billion Baileys up, and the pacifists of Vegapunk are also $1 billion base. No problem. Hearing the number of 1 billion, Marshal Sengoku did not hesitate and accepted it decisively. 100 arbitrary doors, 100 billion. 100 arbitrary doors are not enough for Marine. Not enough, you still need to make a lot of arbitrary doors. Squeak. The random door was opened, and Marine Admiral walked out of the random door, emitting a scorching heat all over his body. Akainu was also a little cheerful in his heart. Killing a group of pirates, any door is really an amazing invention. The scorching temperature causes the temperature of the surrounding air to rise slightly. There is no doubt that Marine Admiral Akainu used the ability of lava fruit after entering any door just now. Iris. I really like this invention. A gleam of excitement flashed in Marine Admiral Akainu's eyes. Akainu, who had just killed the pirate, looked iron and blood, and had a lingering cold killing intent on his firm face. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. After Admiral Akainu came out of any door, Admiral Aokiji also walked into any door. Grand Line, the land of fine wine. On this island, there are various exquisite winemaking techniques, and a large number of fine wines are sold all over the world, enjoying a high reputation. It's amazing. Aokiji glanced at any door. It just happens that I don't have much wine on my body, but the wine from the wine country tastes better and fuller. Aokiji quickly moved towards the town, and bought a lot of sherry that he loved to drink in the town. Then he returned to the laboratory from any door with a satisfied smile. Everyone knows that the appearance of any door will definitely change the world. A hint of worry appeared on Admiral Aokiji's face, and he spoke out his worry. If any door is taken away by a pirate, you will deal with Marine in turn. Wouldn't it also catch Marine by surprise? With awe-inspiring hearts, Sengoku frowned. Just now he was just happy, but he didn't think of this question, but now it was brought up by Aokiji sharply. It is true that Marine can use any door to deal with pirates. What if the pirate gets any door? Isn't it possible to use the same method against Marine? Marshal Sengoku and Admiral's expressions became heavy. Iris smiled confidently. How could my invention be flawed? This problem is very easy to solve. You can add a key to any door. You must have the corresponding key to open any door. There is a self-destruct system on the key. If even the key is taken by the pirate, that can only explain. Iris didn't go on, but everyone knew what Iris wanted to express. If the pirates get all this, it can only show that there is a ghost in Marine. This is a good idea. Even so, the equipment and use of any door is a top priority. Sengoku's serious expression eased. Any matter, I will ask 5 elders to get the support of the world government. Everyone knows that the production of any gate must cost a lot of money and must be approved and allocated by the world government. The manufacturing of any door can get on the right track early. Only Marine can become the beneficiary. If you produce as soon as possible, Marine can enjoy the convenience and benefits of any door as early as possible. Sengoku made a decisive decision. There is no room for delay at this moment. I will take any door to see 5 elders. I agree with this matter. Admiral Akainu immediately agreed. Aokiji also agreed. Any door really works amazingly. It's an invention that benefits Marine. Admiral Kizaru also nodded blankly, feeling depressed that only he knew. Sengoku immediately used any door to appear in the office belonging to Marine in the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Sengoku was excited and a little excited. After closing any door with the universal capsule, he couldn't wait to meet 5 elders. In Pangu City. When 5 elders heard the guard report that Sengoku was rushing to see himself and others. In my heart, too, the 4 emperors red hair pirates and the white-beard pirates have secretly contacted each other recently. Could something big happen? Immediately ordered the guard, let Sengoku come in. When Marshal Sengoku came in, the headed 5 elders spoke solemnly. Sengoku, is it possible that the sea pirates have recently made any new moves? Sengoku walked to the front of 5 elders and said, no, This time the purpose is Marine Crew Iris, invented a new thing, any door. The excited Sengoku's tone was a little restless. Seeing Sengoku's excitement, Five Elders was also a little curious. Any door. If you remember, the universal capsule was also invented by the scientist named Iris. Said a Five Elders wearing glasses and a white samurai suit. Wiping the ghost of first generation in his hand, the sharp blade exudes a cold light, clearly reflecting the curious face of Five Elders. Other Five Elders also cast very interested eyes. Sengoku has also sent several batches of Magnum capsules one after another, and the response has been extraordinary. Many world government officials were full of praise after using it. But the number is far from enough. Yes, Iris, there is a new invention this time. Any door. Sengoku said, use the universal capsule to take out any door. A huge random door appeared in the room, standing quietly in front of everyone. This arbitrary door can go to any place you have been to. Just use any door from Naval Headquarters to Marie-Joyce. What? You mean you used this door to reach Marie-Joyce from Naval Headquarters? Several Five Elders stood up from the sofa excitedly, their expressions horrified. Naval Headquarters is not far from Marie-Joyce. But there is also a large ocean in the middle, and red line. Sengoku said that he used this door to go straight from Naval Headquarters to Marie-Joyce. Cross the sea. Cross the continent. What you said is true. How can this be? Five Elders reacted fiercely, shouting loudly. Five Elders locked their gazes on any door, and looked at any door in front of them with curiosity. Yes. You can move to the Marie-Joyce Conference Center room with me. Sengoku opened any door and walked in. Five Elders looked at each other, followed closely behind Sengoku, and entered any door. When everyone appeared in the meeting room, Five Elders looked at the familiar meeting room with shock. Unbelievable. A Five Elders murmured to himself. A Five Elders reached out his hand and stroked the huge round table of the conference, shaking his mind. The eyeballs throbbed in the eye sockets, shocked. In an instant, the various thoughts in Five Elders' minds fluttered. Artifact. A Five Elders did not hesitate to give high praise, calling the arbitrary door in front of him an artifact. With this thing, the security problem of celestial dragons has been completely resolved. As long as any door is opened, celestial dragons can completely withdraw when their subordinates block the enemy. Or support quickly. Such an artifact must be handed by one. What's more, the role of any door is far more than that. This artifact called any door must be manufactured in large quantities. Every celestial dragons has one. With the existence of the universal capsule, any door that is not small in front of you can be easily carried on your body without any impact. A Five Elders spoke righteously. The other Five Elders also nodded approvingly. Any door, the production cost of each door is 1 billion. Sengoku reminded aloud. 1 billion fan, then 200 billion will come first, make 200 fans and send it over. Five Elders doesn't care about the price of 1 billion Baileys for any door. Compared to 1 billion, celestial dragons, a rare world nobleman, are priceless. Each celestial dragons, usually less than a year, spent more than 1 billion Pele. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. Sengoku was also a little surprised. Looking at the attitude of Five Elders, it was an extreme endorsement of any gate. Don't care about Bailey at all. Now that Five Elders has agreed to produce arbitrary doors, the purpose of this trip has been achieved. Leave this arbitrary door first. After Sengoku left, Five Elders brought any door to Marie-Joyce Flowers. Five Elders, the most powerful man in the world, knelt on the ground with a solemn expression. Any door. The sound rang, echoing in the huge and empty palace. List Iris information as top secret. At the same time enjoy the right to honor Vice Admiral. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. The next day, Marshal Sengoku personally led a group of soldiers to Iris' office with a large number of boxes containing Bailey. Sengoku looked at Iris with a smile on his face. I brought 20 billion Baileys this time. The amount of 200 billion is too large and needs time to raise, so I sent them in batches. Iris looked excited. 20 billion Baileys cost 2 billion Baileys. He didn't earn 18 billion Baileys from blood. This time I came here not only for the production cost of any door, but also congratulations. Congratulations. Iris was a little surprised. Sengoku smiled and said, yes, you are specially appointed Vice Admiral of Marine Honor. How happy are you? There was ecstasy in Iris. Honor Vice Admiral. A very special rank in Marine. No need to catch pirates, station bases, or even hold meetings like ordinary Marine Vice Admiral. Happy. So happy. Iris was not only happy, but also a little surprised. One's own identity became the Marine Honor Vice Admiral. Whether it is salary, benefits, etc., they are all several grades higher than my own researcher of the Marine Science Corps. Well, keep working hard in the future, Marine will not treat you badly. Marshal Sengoku patted Iris on the shoulder and encouraged. I'll leave first. The production of any door is the most important thing. Don't delay, and don't tire yourself. Marshal Sengoku, go slowly. Iris looked at the boxes stacked like a hill, taking up a lot of space in the office. Open the box, there are bundles of Baileys full of dang-dangs inside. The system detects a large number of Baileys and turns on the exchange system. 10,000 Baileys equals 1 point. Iris was extremely pleasantly surprised, with a look of ecstasy on his face. 10,000 Baileys equals 1 point. This time Marshal Sengoku sent a full 20 billion Baileys, minus the cost of 2 billion. There is a full 18 billion, which is 1.8 million points if converted into points. FK. Isn't it possible to get a 10 million gold 10 consecutive draws? Iris's heart beats violently. As expected, there is nothing wrong with it. Under the accident, he could get such a huge amount of points. Originally, Iris planned to use the money for private research, in case some mysterious technology appears in the system, which is not suitable for mass production. You can conduct private research on your own without letting Marine know. Change. Iris did not hesitate to redeem a point directly. Pele in the box disappeared, and Iris saw that his points were soaring. The office is locked and the curtains are closed. All 18 billion Baileys were replaced by points by Iris. Looking at the more than 1.8 million points in his points column. System, here's a 10 million gold draw for 10 consecutive draws. With points, Iris intends to directly enter the 10th consecutive golden draw. Iris' voice is full of boldness and confidence. This is the production cost of the first batch of arbitrary doors, the first batch of 200 billion Baileys. Iris pretended to be Venus, 200 billion Baileys, excluding the cost of 20 billion. A full 180 billion Baileys, converted into 18 million points. Blood earned. Blood earned. Congratulations, host has 100 proficiency in the draw. Congratulations, host has 100 proficiency in the draw. Congratulations to host for reaching the full level of shave. A beaming smile appeared on Iris's face. The golden draw is different. Congratulations to host, the ability to draw fruits and side effects elimination potion X3. Fruit ability side effect elimination potion? What is this? The key is to crit. Iris is also a little surprised. This is the first time he has drawn something like this. Hurry up, it seems that fruit power side effects elimination potion. Using this potion, demon fruit power will completely eliminate the negative effects of fear of sea water, loss of power in sea water, inability to use power, etc. Wow! Iris himself is a capable person who has eaten the fruit of Momo, so he drank a bottle of this good thing on the spot. Congratulations to host for obtaining Iron Body proficiency of 200x2. Congratulations to host's Iron Body reaching full level. Yes, it's a critical strike again, and the Iron Body level has also been upgraded. Hee hee. Iris laughed happily. Congratulations to host for gaining 200 Conqueror's Haki proficiency. Because the host does not have this skill, proficiency is automatically consumed and transformed into Awakening Conqueror's Haki. Hiss. Conqueror's Haki. The sudden reward from the system caused Iris to take a breath, and his face instantly turned into a deep joy. Conqueror's Haki. One of Conqueror's Haki. It can be said to be a kind of king qualification. The top pirate powerhouses in the world all own Conqueror's Haki. Only one of millions of people has the potential. Potential does not mean that it can be stimulated, but the system has completed the awakening of Iris Conqueror's Haki. It means that this is not potential, but strength. Congratulations to host for gaining 100 Tempest Kick proficiency. Congratulations to host for gaining 200 Armament Haki proficiency. Call. Iris let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that his mood was like riding a roller coaster during the lottery, up and down. I looked at my panel after the lottery now. Host, Iris. Skill. Shaving, top level, proficiency, 112/10,000. Paper Arts, advanced, proficiency, 635/1000. Finger Pistol, top level, proficiency, 117/10,000. Tempest Kick, advanced, proficiency, 658/1000. Iron Body, top level, proficiency, 251/10,000. Moonwalk, advanced, proficiency, 617/1000. Conqueror's Haki, elementary, 50/1000. Armament Haki, advanced, proficiency, 625/1000. Observation Haki, advanced, proficiency, 650/1000. Fruit Ability, Momo Fruit. Strength Assessment, Quasi-Admiral. Task Progress, the Universal Capsule has been completed. Task Progress, any door 1/1000. Points, 894,300. After receiving the reward, Iris Body is also undergoing the transformation of the reward. Pre-Admiral level, not far from the real Admiral level. Unexpectedly, there will be a progress bar for proficiency after the 6-type top level. It seems that there are also levels above the top level. Iris felt the endless power in his body, and his heart was extremely dark. Conqueror's Haki awakens, but Iris is afraid to use Conqueror's Haki in naval headquarters. Moreover, I will no longer be afraid of the sea. The next golden 10 consecutive draws will be available soon. Iris smiled at the corner of his mouth, looking at the points bar with more than 800,000 points left. There seems to be a small gap between Admiral and Admiral, but it lies in front of many people like a moat. The main reason Iris did not consume the remaining points is because of this. New World. Redhead Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, stepped onto the Moby DK. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. The world is surging. 2 huge pirate boats parked on the calm sea. At this moment, the world is setting off stormy waves. Just because these 2 pirate ships are the pirate groups that stand at the top of the world. Red Hair Pirates. Whitebeard Pirates. At the far end of the sea, marine warships were waiting in battle, with extremely nervous expressions. On board the Moby DK. Step by step, the redhead walked in front of Whitebeard, and some pirates around fainted due to the powerful redhead conqueror's Haki, causing a panic. Haki is so amazing. The first team captain Marco also looked at the red-haired Shank seriously. This is the medicinal liquor from my hometown. There is no intention to come here this time. Kings and kings never meet easily. What's more, the emperor of the sea on the sea. The red hair looked solemn, and said solemnly, "This meeting, some of the things that happened recently have to be taken seriously." Whitebeard smiled heartily. "Kulela, have all the little ghosts on Roger's boat grown to such an amazing level?" Looking blindly at the crew member who was stunned by Shank's haki, the red-haired West. "Let us be alone for a while. Father, then we will retreat." Marco, the captain of the first team, turned and left the deck with the crew. "Marco, what if red hair is bad for Daddy?" 3rd Division Captain Jaws asked Marco with a worried expression. Marco smiled confidently, "Don't worry, red hair won't do such stupid things." On the deck. The meeting between the two kings. The redhead simply sat opposite Whitebeard, poured himself a bowl of wine, and threw the huge jug to Whitebeard. Taking the jug, Whitebeard raised his head and poured the wine into his mouth. "Good." The red-haired Shanks clutched his missing arm. "I have gone through all kinds of battles and suffered all kinds of injuries." Shanks opened his eyes and looked at Whitebeard solemnly, "But the only thing that is still aching is this scar," pointing to the hideous scar on his left eye. "This injury was not caused by a risk, nor was it caused by an eagle eye." Shanks' words paused. "It was your ship who left me this scar." Blackbeard teach. Word by word, sonorous and powerful. Tells the redhead's importance to Blackbeard teach. The red hair raised his head and looked at the huge Whitebeard with great solemnity, and his voice suddenly increased. "I didn't care about it during the war. Do you know what I want to say? Whitebeard. That guy has been waiting for the opportunity. Not the captain. No reputation. Hide yourself. So, stop Ace." Redhead said the purpose of the trip, and met Whitebeard's eyes. "Kula la. Kula la." Whitebeard raised his head and laughed. "That guy killed his companion. This is a crime that cannot be forgiven on the pirate ship. Not to mention it's my responsibility to teach that guy." Whitebeard's laughter resounded above the sea. The huge hip flask was thrown on the deck angrily by Whitebeard. The noise caught the attention of Marco and others, and they rushed to the deck. "Daddy. This is just my request. You must have heard of the recent changes in Marine, right?" With red hair and a gloomy face, he knew that Whitebeard had decided in his heart, and the will of such a man would not change easily. "Marine? If you are talking about the omnipotent capsule, I already know it." "No." The red-haired and heavy face made Whitebeard also a little curious. "Isn't it a panacea? Just yesterday, Marine Marshal Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, Marine Sanda will suddenly appear in my base." "Garp? Sengoku?" Whitebeard was also a little shocked. Garp and Sengoku were both people of their time, and their reputations and strengths were both well-known figures. And Marine Sanda is the strongest combat power. Such a lineup cannot be underestimated, even Whitebeard, who is known as the world's strongest. Marco was surprised that such a powerful marine lineup appeared at the Red Hair Pirates base. This is no small matter. The captains also looked heavy, quietly waiting for the red hair to tell the situation. "Not bad. Presumably you also know what it means for such a strong lineup to suddenly appear, right?" The red hair took a huge drink into her mouth. "It's really a shocking lineup. But you are too careless. Let Garp Sengoku enter your base. This is the point I want to say." The red hair's eyes were sharp and it made people dare not look straight. "They appeared in my base through a magical door, and there was a researcher named Iris among them. Sengoku, Garp and Sanda will vaguely protect Iris in the middle. Including leaving through a door, disappearing in front of me. According to our analysis, that is not the devil fruit ability." Whitebeard stared at the red hair. He knew that a man like red hair would not say false. Marine went through a door to reach the base of red hair pirates and left through the door. Not devil fruit ability. Iris? The scientist who made the universal capsule. Whitebeard also pays attention to the words of the red hair. Garp Sengoku and the 3 Do will all appear in the red hair base unknowingly through that door. Does it also mean that it is also possible to appear in your own base? The pirates under his team suffered a lot from the omnipotent capsules. Whitebeard himself let his sons buy some omnipotent capsules from the black market at a big price. It is indeed very easy to use, and now his weapon, Kong Yunkai, is contained in a universal capsule. Except living objects, everything can be installed. If there are more omnipotent capsules in the number and equipped with the pirate map, the strength will undoubtedly be even higher. Now he invented another weird door. Iris. It seems that the attention paid to him is far from enough. The name Iris was deeply imprinted in Whitebeard's heart. Yes, it's him. The redhead had a deep memory in his mind, the man who was not affected by haki even when facing himself. There is no trace, the utilization door appeared in our base, and the utilization door left mysteriously. A gleam of light flashed in the red-haired Shanks's eyes. That kind of thing. The unpredictability is too great. Marco put down his hand on the side of the ship and walked to the middle of the mouth and said, Beast Kaido and Big Mom are buying omnipotent capsules on the black market. Nowadays, any pirate group without the assistance of omnipotent capsules will inevitably fall into a disadvantage. Marco said with a low face. He heard that there are a lot of omnipotent capsules in Marine, and the pirates under the front end time have suffered a lot from the hands of omnipotent capsules. Now that the omnipotent capsule matter is not over, Marine has a whole mysterious new invention. That guy named Iris caused a lot of trouble in the sea. Even red hair pirates, one of the 4 emperors, pays so much attention. That kind of door, you must be careful. The redhead is a little worried that the current stable situation on the sea is likely to be broken. Kula, I'm Whitebeard. Whitebeard laughed, showing his pride. However, he also took it seriously in his heart. That weird door actually made Marine a group of high-level officials mysteriously appear in the red-haired base. With such a strong Marine lineup, his sons are not necessarily Garp Sengoku's opponents. Whitebeard unceremoniously issued an eviction order, if you finish drinking, leave. The red hair looked low, turned around and boarded his pirate ship and left. A trace of determination flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. Marco, inform all the pirate groups under it, and pay attention to the news of marine scientist Iris. Also, the kind of door that the red hair said you must find a way to get it, and figure it out. Understood, Daddy. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. New World. Among the Ghost Islands. There were waves of trembling howls, and ordinary people heard the sound coupled with the gloomy ghost island under the dark clouds, which was enough to scare people into the heart. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, was holding a universal capsule at this moment, and saw a huge mace in front of Kaido. The sharp iron nails were all over the mace, making the heart chill. Kaido had a great time playing. The mace appeared and disappeared for a while, and along with the disappearance and appearance of the mace, Kaido also let out a howling of excitement. What a great invention! Quinn looked a little speechless on the side. Not long ago, Master Kaido had no interest in the Magnum capsule and didn't care about the news of the Magnum capsule at all. Now that the Universal capsule is in hand, I am playing very vigorously. But Kaido-sama's moodiness, Quinn has seen a lot these years, and he has become accustomed to it. This omnipotent capsule is not easy to come by, and the plague Quinn was able to snatch it after killing a Marine Rear Admiral on the sea. However, it is not in vain to spend a lot of money on it. Master Kaido will definitely pay attention to the effect of the Universal capsule when he sees it. Quinn heard that other pirate groups are also grabbing the Universal capsule. Not only the pirates, but also some powerful underground dark forces are also trying to fight for the Universal capsule. Kaido was also amazed by the Universal capsule among his opponents, and exclaimed, "What a genius, such a magical thing can be invented." Captain, Whitebeard, and Hungfa have been in official contact recently. As for the specific content of the conversation, I don't know. Speaking of four emperors, Whitebeard and Red Hair of Megatron New World, one of the three disasters under the group of beasts and white thieves also looks solemnly. A faint melancholy appeared on his face. What was the purpose of the meeting between the two kings on the sea? They met. Kaido's huge voice was full of depression, like a beast about to get angry. A trace of cold sweat overflowed on Quinn's forehead. Yes, according to the information, after this meeting, both Whitebeard and the Redhead are trying their best to buy the universal capsule at a big price. At the same time, Quinn's face showed a hint of doubt, and the two people from the Great Pirate Group are investigating the information of a person named Iris. Iris? Who is it? Whitebeard will also search for this man's intelligence. Kaido's mouth was grinning in a startling arc, and his huge teeth were sharp like wild beasts. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. I don't know if I can kill me. Captain, Iris is not a combatant. The universal capsule was invented by Iris. A hint of astonishment flashed in Kaido's eyes, and a strong sadness appeared on Kaido's face. It turns out to be a scientist. I thought there was a powerful enemy that would excite me. I thought that the man who can make Whitebeard and Red Hair so important is a strong one. I didn't expect to be a scientist. Is it because of the universal capsule? The two top pirate groups in the world will spend a lot of manpower on Iris to explore Iris information? Kaido stared deeply at the universal capsule in his hand with a pair of copper bells and big eyes. Is there any effect I don't know about the universal capsule? Beija Kaido knows the magic of the universal capsule, which can hold many things, even artillery ships. But for the top powerhouse, it is not enough to threaten the powerhouse's life. Although Kaido is moody, but also scheming. Use Wanakuni Kurozumai Urakai to destroy the Kojiki family and find Wanakuni who is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Let Kurozumai Urakai be his pawn. Use the intelligence of Beast's pirates to find out not only Iris, but also what Redhead said to Whitebeard. Epidemic Quinn nodded solemnly. Redhead and Whitebeard have met in such a formal way for many years. I know, I will do my best to do it. Quinn didn't dare to be a little sloppy. Because this will be related to changes in the world pattern. The world is about to run away. One step closer to my goal. Kaido felt the blood in his body faintly excited. For a long time, Kaido, one of the four emperors, hopes to start the biggest war in the world. Constantly soliciting subordinates. Numerous weapons factories have been established in Wanakuni. Man-made devil fruit. Everything is prepared for war. Universal capsules, the more the better. Kaido stared at Quinn with crazy eyes. IWC. Mom, Mom. Big Mom Linlin, one of the four emperors, has a happy face, dancing like a child. The eyes were full of excitement, and the drooling. I'm so happy, I can eat any cake anytime I want. Linlin opened a box filled with omnipotent capsules. A huge index finger stuck into his mouth, with an expression thinking about choice. Should I eat a chocolate almond cake? Or a mousse cake? Then caramel puff tower. Linlin excitedly licked his lips with his terrifying tongue and opened the universal capsule. The huge cake appeared in front of Linlin. Linlin grabbed it with a big hand and ate it without image. Charlotte's eldest son, the Minister of Candy, Charlotte Perros licked the huge lollipop in his hands. Since the universal capsule, my mother's schizophrenia has never occurred again. It seems that you need to prepare a little more, not only for mothers, but also for all-purpose capsules in other places. Grand Line. Baldage, the island of white soil. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army in a green coat, sat in his office. Sabo, chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, sat opposite the dragon, and said with a look of excitement, "Dragon, the food is ready, and you can move at any time." The dragon's face was calm and unmoved. It's a lot faster than expected. Sabo stared at the dragon, unaffected by the terrifying tattoos on the dragon's face, and smiled. Thanks to the omnipotent capsule, You are not afraid of exposing the food to the sea. Sabo also sincerely admires Iris, who developed the universal capsule. In the past, the Revolutionary Army had been cautious every time it transported food, and had been cautious over and over again, for fear of being discovered by the Marine and the world government. Once the cache is returned, it will inevitably suffer heavy losses and will also affect the plan of the revolution. Now, with the magical omnipotent capsule, one person can easily carry a large amount of food. For example, some people in the Revolutionary Army who have the ability to fly easily avoid searches by Marine and world government. Long looked at Sabo quietly, but there was a lingering shadow in his eyes. Compared to us, the number of universal capsules owned by Marine and world government. Excited Sabo calmed down as if pouring cold water, his face solemn. Have the scientific research experts of the Revolutionary Army come out? Long slowly shook his head. It is impossible to imitate. The world government is already terrible, and now it has the help of a universal capsule. The plan will continue to be implemented, and at the same time pay close attention to all people and things related to the one-inch capsule. Dress Rosa. Doflamingo listened to Toripol's news, his fingers waved in the air with some excitement. Ming-Ji grinned and the corners of his mouth raised an amazing arc. Is this month's profit many times more than last month? Using the universal capsule, you can carry a large amount of materials. In the past, several merchant ships were required to transport all the goods, but now only one is needed. Save a lot of manpower and material resources. The efficiency of transporting materials has been improved several times. All the benefits brought by the universal capsule. Not enough. It's better to have Iris Master in our hands. Compared with the huge industrial chain of Don Quixote family, the universal capsules obtained so far are far from enough. Doflamingo laughed in the magnificent room, and light flashed on the sunglasses. Grand Line. Kraikana Island. Shichibukai is one of the world's #1 swordsmen, with eagle eyes tilting Erlang's legs, pressing the universal capsule, and a bottle of red wine appears on the table. Hawkeye opened the bottle and poured the red wine into the glass. He picked up a newspaper and looked at it quietly with his sharp eyes like an eagle. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Several days passed in a blink of an eye. Countless forces on the sea have speculated about what Whitebeard and Hunkfa's meeting mean. Under the calm sea, invisible undercurrents are surging and converging. Waiting for the day of outbreak. Naval Headquarters. The one-inch capsule factory is tirelessly producing a large number of capsules day and night. Iris points are also rapidly increasing. Open the golden lottery for 10 consecutive draws. With the increase in points, Iris points once again broke through the million mark, and he went straight to the 10th consecutive gold draw. Congratulations to host for obtaining Moonwalk Proficiency 100x3. Congratulations to host for acquiring Conqueror's Haki 200x2. Congratulations to host for acquiring Conqueror's Haki 100. It's getting stronger again. The powerful force flowing in the limbs and hundreds of skeletons made Iris' eyes flashed with intense excitement. But it's far from enough. Many skills still haven't broken through the top level. What is the level above the top level? Some curious. Iris has personally experienced Master's top 6 poses, knowing that the top 6 poses are already very powerful. However, there are still unknown levels above the top level, making Iris a little eager to get more points to solve the mystery and gain more powerful power. Last time Pele exchanged more than 800,000 points, plus more than 10,000 universal capsules produced recently. 2 golden 10 consecutive draws failed to allow Iris to leapfrog Admiral Sky and possess Admiral level strength. The strength currently remains at the quasi-Admiral level. It seems that the combat power ceiling is not so easy to achieve. But as long as the lottery continues, the pile can also be piled up to Admiral level strength. Iris looked at any row of doors in the laboratory with an excited smile on his face. Immediately, Any door can continue to earn points. Currently, it is far from enough. Although I have a lot of points, I haven't even experienced the 10 consecutive diamond draws. Points, Iris is far from satisfied. Above the skill top level, there is a level of profound meaning, proving that the strength has not reached a true peak. 10 consecutive golden draws have already brought himself a rare and powerful ability like Conquerors. What special prizes will there be in the diamond lottery? The blood in Iris is boiling, and I feel a little excited about the diamond draw, as if the draw is addictive. The call system in the laboratory rang suddenly, awakening Iris. Is anyone here? Iris pressed the button on the wall, and the huge laboratory door opened automatically. Akainu Admiral, Kizaru Admiral, Aokiji Admiral. Why are you here? Iris was so prepared, smiling, and greeted the 3 marine bosses. Admiral Akainu looked at Iris with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The breath radiating inadvertently on Iris's body turned out to be stronger than the last time we met. A trace of regret flashed in my heart, if only Iris had been his subordinate. However, Iris' invention made Akainu dispel this idea. Iris's successive magical inventions are enough to change the entire marine. Let Iris shine with invention. Not only Akainu, but Admiral Kizaru and Aokiji also noticed the change in Iris's breath. It's stronger again. Everyone Marine Admiral is also quite surprised. Isn't Iris more than a scientific genius? Have a strong talent in the body too? The eyes from Kizaru's golden sunglasses looked at Iris curiously. Akainu looked serious. Iris, this time we came here mainly for arbitrary doors. I don't know what happened to arbitrary doors. Everyone, come in. Iris reached out and invited the Marine Admiral into the laboratory. As soon as they entered the laboratory, everyone saw the row of random doors standing in the laboratory. Akainu looked a little excited, and when he looked at a row of at least 20 or 30 arbitrary doors, he was a little excited. After Admiral Aokiji experienced the magic of arbitrary doors last time, he saw rows of arbitrary doors, and his heart also fluctuated. Any door can reach anywhere. Last time I used any gate to reach the wine country, I bought a lot of mellow and authentic sherry. The old man will give it a try first. Kizaru said. Test any door in a fair way to achieve perfect fishing at work. On his always lazy face, there was an expression of righteousness that couldn't be rejected. Admiral Kizaru opened a random door and walked in. Admiral Aokiji also seemed to think of the island he had visited during a mission. He hadn't come because of the urgency of the mission. I moved my somewhat stiff body. I was still asleep just now. I was called by Admiral Akainu to take a look at the progress of any door manufacturing. By the way, take away any door, every door is a strategic material costing 1 billion Baileys. Opening the random door, Admiral Aokiji walked through the random door with a happy smile on the corner of his mouth. The blue sky and white clouds, green mountains and green waters, and the sea breeze blowing on the earth bring a hint of coolness. Aokiji began to stroll through the beautiful scenery. Admiral Akainu gave Iris a self-confident smile. Iris, I also try any door. The figure rushed into any door. Akainu stepped on the land he hadn't set foot on for a long time, expressing his chest, and letting out a long roar in the sky. Strong power surging out from Akainu. Who? An exclamation sounded, and suddenly a man with black wings on his back, flames on his body, and a long knife pinned to his waist suddenly appeared in the sky. It is the flame embers that is one of the 3 disasters under the banner of beasts. What? Marine Admiral Akainu. Yin's eyes were full of shock, looking at the tall Akainu on the ground wearing a red suit and a cloak of justice. Why? Marine Admiral is here. You should know that Wanakuni is a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Often the marine warship is blocked by natural danger before it reaches Wanakuni, and the warship is destroyed. Where's the sentry? Where's the guard? Flame Cinder was a little flustered. Why didn't he receive any warning? Marine Admiral Akainu appeared in Wanakuni's territory. Obviously there is no news of marine operations, and until now, the sentries and guards have not issued any warnings. It's impossible for Marine to know how to sail the waterfall. Could it be that all Marine was killed? Impossible. A large number of military defenses have been built on it. Once any ship enters, it will definitely be spotted. How did you sneak into Wanakuni? A puffy cold sweat broke out on Yan's face. Akainu's angular face was stern, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Admiral Akainu asked in a deep voice toward the yin in the sky. Coldness filled Akainu's surroundings. Beast's Pirates is one of the 3 disasters, the fire embers. Where is Kaido? Where is Master Kaido? You should worry about yourself. Yin had a gloomy face and looked at Marine Admiral Akainu with sullen eyes, showing no respect at all. Yan Zinjin's eyes noticed a pink door behind Admiral Akainu. Could it be that the reason why Akainu appeared here was because of the door behind him? Marine Admiral Akainu's mouth raised a cold smile. Do you think I can't find Kaido? As Akainu's murderous voice sounded, black smoky lava gushed from Akainu's arm. The appearance of magma made the surrounding area become fiery red, reflecting on Akainu's stern face. The high-temperature magma caused heat waves in the air, which rushed to the surroundings, causing turbulence in the airflow. Meteor volcano. Akainu's arms turned into lava sprayed out toward the sky, and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. The flame cinder flapped its wings and stared at the sky in amazement. Observation Haki certainly felt the changes and dangers in the sky. A trace of cold sweat overflowed on his forehead. Marine Admiral Akainu's voice is like a volcano that is suppressed waiting to erupt, in this case, hit until Kaido appears. Above the sky, gusts of wind roar sounded, and the air current surging rapidly. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. A series of huge lava fists fell rapidly from the sky like a meteor, tearing the air to make a sharp and piercing sound. Damn it! Yan Calamity Jin's eyes were filled with horror that could not be restrained. A huge fist-shaped magma fell from the sky, densely covering the sky, falling quickly. The flame cinder flapped its wings and shuttled back and forth in the sky, dodged the magma falling from the sky. The magma fist hit the ground, making a sound like a huge explosion, deafening. Hit the ground at an unparalleled speed, causing a great earthquake to tremble. Everything melted under the high temperature of magma, billowing black smoke rising into the sky. The scorching temperature caused the entire area covered by meteor volcano to suddenly rise in temperature. Jonin couldn't help overflowing with a lot of sweat, staring at Akainu solemnly. His figure in the sky dodged continuously from left to right and lava. The trembling land caused the people on the island to panic and gathered on the street. General Wanakuni, Kurozumai, who was addicted to the beautiful spirits, was unstable and fell to the ground. Kurozumai looked in a panic and yelled, "What happened? Send someone out to see." Da. The servant hurriedly left the palace and went to see what had happened. Could it be that the remnants of the Kojiki family are playing tricks again? Kurozumai Urakai lost all interest, and blasted away all the dancers, feeling a little heavy. Outside Kurozumai Urakai's room, the soldiers guarded and stood guard outside. Wanakuni. Kaido walked out of the weapon factory, and the huge noise naturally attracted Kaido's attention and alertness. Quinn also looked in the direction of the movement with some doubts. Accompanying Master Kaido to experiment with the magical function of the universal capsule in the weapon factory, all artillery weapons can be put in. The original good mood was disturbed by this sudden sound. Intense smoke rose into the sky. Kaido, the beast, looked gloomy, and his eyes were covered by the protruding eyebrows, sinking into the shadows. Bad Laozi in a good mood. Go and see. Kaido's huge figure stepped out, making a dull forehead sound, and shaking with a big earthquake. Quinn was also a little curious, with a serious look, and didn't know who made Master Kaido angry. In the laboratory, Aokiji walked out of any door with a relaxed look. Admiral Aokiji's body is also filled with a strong smell of alcohol. As soon as Aokiji came out, he saw that Iris was matching keys to any door, hanging the corresponding key on the door handle. Admiral Aokiji walked up to Iris, smiled and said, "Iris, you have worked hard." "No hard work." Iris smiled on his face. "What a lot of hard work. When these arbitrary doors are taken out by you, you can get a lot of points. It's too late to be happy." However, the production speed of any door is far from comparable to the universal capsule. There is also the key process. After all, Marine does not want any door to be a tool in the enemy's hands. It seems that they haven't come back yet. Looking at Iris, who was still busy, Aokiji smiled slightly, found a chair and sat down, pulling down the blindfold on his head. Not long after, Admiral Kizaru also walked out of any door. "Yo, there is someone who stayed in any door longer than the old man." When Admiral Kizaru came out, he noticed that only Aokiji and Iris were in the laboratory, but Akainu was not seen. Quite curious, walked to any door Akainu entered. "It's terrible." Akainu. "It's really not worrying." Through any door, Kizaru saw a scene filled with gunpowder smoke, and billowing lava melted on the ground. Admiral Kizaru's eyes flashed a golden light. "Hey, Aokiji, Akainu seems to be fighting." Although I didn't see the specific scene in any gate, it was quite fierce from the situation on the battlefield. Aokiji stretched his hand to lift the blindfold, got up from the chair, and moved his joints. Hearing Kizaru's voice, Iris also put aside his work and hurried to any door. Seeing a messy scene in any door, the earth cracks deep and terrifying gully. Terrifying potholes appeared on the earth, and black smoke of gunpowder rose into the sky in the potholes. I was shocked to see Iris. Is this the powerful destructive power of Akainu Admiral's ability to use it? Marine's strongest 3 battle force really deserves its reputation. Each one is extremely powerful Logia powerhouse. This kind of destructive power can be called a natural disaster. Admiral Aokiji also walked from the chair to any door, his face serious. "Go in and take a look." Aokiji put his gaze on Admiral Kizaru's face. Kizaru nodded at Aokiji and walked in one after another. Iris looked at Kizaru and Aokiji as they walked into any door, with some curiosity in his heart. Marine Admiral Akainu has been in for a long time. Who is the enemy that Admiral Akainu has not completely eliminated? With strong curiosity, Iris followed in. As soon as I entered any door, Iris felt a heat wave, and the temperature around him felt a bit hot. Iris' body also became hot. "Kaido, you used to run into the marine base to make a fuss. There is nothing you can do about it? Now it's our turn to make a fuss on your side." Before Iris had time to react, Akainu's voice was like a bell ringing. Following the reputation, in front of Akainu are several daunting figures in the ocean. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Burning Embers. Jack the Drow. And Plague Quinn. Everyone is a powerful pirate. Just hearing the name is enough to make countless people tremble and fear the existence. Admiral Akainu turned out to find Kaido's trouble through any door. Kaido also looked shocked at the moment, watching Marine Admiral Kizaru and Marine Admiral Aokiji coming out of the door. Marine's 3 highest combat forces are here. How is this possible? Kaido's pupils shrank violently, staring at the red door that looked a little cute. Flame Ember and Plague Quinn's face was sweaty. On the opposite side are the 3 Marine Admiral, each of which is comparable to the 4 Emperors, even if the Marine Admiral cannot kill Kaido. But they are different, they don't have a monster body like Kaido. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the Flame Cinder and the Plague Quinn, and a lot of cold sweat began to ooze from his back. Kaido carried the huge mace on his shoulders and looked at everyone with his eyes like a beast. Who is that kid? Beast Kaido notices Iris in research uniform behind Admiral Aokiji and Kizaru. The fierce light flickered in his eyes, flashing with a bloody light. Wanakuni is easy to defend and hard to attack. In order to obtain Wanakuni, he spent a lot of thought. Over the years, Wanakuni has indeed not disappointed herself. Countless enemies have been blocked in the dangerous waterfall outside Wanakuni Island. Wanakuni has not yet provided a lot of labor and weapons on its own. Now Marine has invaded his territory through that strange door. It must be that guy. Kaido's eyes flashed red, staring at Iris, who was protected by Kizaru and Aokiji. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Marine Admiral Aokiji and Kizaru step forward together, their tall bodies blocking Kaido's sight. Standing in front of Iris, Aokiji's body exudes a strong and heart-pounding chill, his face is like frost, and the cold air is floating from Aokiji's body. The temperature of the surrounding air dropped suddenly, and even the airflow flowing in the air brought an icy breath. Admiral Kizaru's sunglasses flashed gold, and he exuded a dangerous aura. He said in a mocking tone, "Although I don't want to fight against you, this monster, but he is our Marine's baby. If you want to get his idea, the old man can only do it hard." At this moment, even Kizaru, who often fished in troubled waters, looked a little serious. Iris is not just as simple as his own scientific research unit, invented the universal capsule and any door. It is extremely important to Marine and world government, and was awarded the Marine Honor Vice Admiral. Allah La. Kaido, don't think about killing him, otherwise you will pay a very painful price. Aokiji's icy voice sounded, and his normally apathetic eyes gleamed brightly. Marine Admiral Akainu's determined face walked up to Aokiji and Kizaru, his attitude speaks for itself. A flash of throbbing flashed in Kaido's eyes, and he didn't expect the three admiral to defend that person in this way. That person even made Admiral, Marine's highest combat power third, take so seriously, and he did not hesitate to put down the cruel words to protect him. Kaido's mouth curled up with a stern smile with interest. The more you protect, the more you have to see who values it. Master Kaido. Quinn looked nervous, facing the three Marine Admiral. No one was nervous except for the four emperors like Kaido. That person seems to belong to the Marine Science Corps. Quinn exclaimed. Kaido looked directly at Quinn with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Huh. Master Kaido, our information knows that Iris, the inventor of the omnipotent capsule, is from the Marine Scientific Corps. Quinn hurriedly finished. Kaido moved his gaze from Quinn's body to Iris's direction, but was blocked by Marine Admiral's figure. Ha ha ha. Kaido is very excited, if he is really the inventor of the omnipotent capsule. Catch me that kid. Whether it is or not, it is definitely not simple to make three admiral value people. If you are really the inventor of the universal capsule, if you grasp it, it will be enough to bring yourself a lot of benefits. The price of universal capsules on the black market remains high, and some people want more than 10 million Baileys. I want to live this kid. Kaido stepped on it, the ground shattered and the gravel splashed. Behind him, the three major disasters leapt. Iris looked at the rushing four emperors. Kaido, there were three major disasters, and there was a hint of excitement in his expression. The strength ranges from Captain Marine to the current quasi-admiral level. Iris has never fought before, and wants to experience the passion of fighting, blood flowing in his body. Ready to take action at any time. Akainu's heavy voice interrupted Iris. Iris, you return to the laboratory first. Quick. Akainu shouted angrily. Okay. Iris turned around and entered any door, closing the door. After entering the laboratory, Iris saw any door disappear, which should have been taken away by Akainu. It's a pity, I still want to show off my skills. There was a trace of regret on Iris's face, which disappeared in an instant. It doesn't matter if you don't shoot, although Admiral's strength is enough to intervene in such a battle, it's not good if something goes wrong. The strength of Quasi-Admiral does not mean that there is no danger. Iris suddenly remembered the scene of Luffy's face picking up Kaido's thundering 8 trigrams. Let's wait until you reach the Admiral level. I don't know what is going on with Admiral. Akainu can stand up to Kaido alone. Adding Admiral Aokiji and Kizaru should be no problem at all. Iris simply sat in a chair and waited for the return of the 3 Admiral, but now he didn't even bother to research and make any doors. After a while, any door appeared, and Iris stared at the random door that appeared before him. 3 Admiral quickly passed through any door. Through any door, Iris saw flames burning and smoke rising in one side of his field of vision. On one side is the crystal clear frozen world. The gully on the ground is clearly visible, and it is impossible to see the end spreading out of sight. Akainu! Damn it! Come on! Kill Laozi! With the closing of any door, the sound disappeared, and the scene of the disaster, like the natural disaster at the end of the world, also disappeared. Kaido's angry roar shook Iris's ears. Ha ha ha, happy. There was no sign of fighting on Akainu's body, and a cheerful smile appeared on his face. Iris, I like you any door. With any door, you can get inside the pirate at any time. Perform a devastating blow. Happy. Let these damned pirates feel fear. Akainu walked in front of Iris and patted Iris on the shoulder with excitement. You kid, I like it very much. If you encounter problems that cannot be solved in the future, please directly report me Sakazuki's name. Kizaru put on a somewhat unhappy expression. Yo. Iris, it will be more useful to report my name later. Who wants to rob me? No way. The old man's army has such a genius, how can you take someone away? If you have anything, you can come directly to the old man's office to ask the old man. Iris nodded, also a little excited. The one in front of me is Marine Admiral. Admiral Aokiji said, let's take away any door quickly. It took a lot of time. Iris, remember to come to the old man's office if you have something. Putting any door with a universal capsule, San Admiral left the laboratory with any door. Wanakuni. The 4 Emperors. Kaido was shocked and angry. Marine. Damn it! Kaido's eyes were full of burning anger, and those fierce beast-like eyes stared at the position where any door disappeared. Captain. That gate is the secret of Marine entering Wanakuni. Kaido gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression. You must figure out the red door. You all go out to sea, no matter what method you use, you must get me one back. Wanakuni has experienced many years of building and operating. Defensive is like an iron barrel with no ventilation. Let Marine sneak in. Kaido keenly smelled a breath of danger. Be sure to get me back with a door like that. Marine. Just wait and see. This will not end. Kaido pressed the universal capsule to put away the mace in his hand. The 3 major disasters looked at each other. If Marine really used this weird door to attack Wanakuni, Wanakuni will no longer be safe. The 3 of them were awe-inspiring. Marine 3 Admiral came and went like wind, relying on that door. If there is such a door, there is undoubtedly one more way to advance and retreat. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Iris sent away 3 Admiral, picked up a glass of water to take a sip, just brought it to his mouth. There was a lot of noise outside the experiment room. After taking a sip, Iris quickly put down the cup and walked out of the laboratory. Iris. As soon as he walked out of the laboratory, Garp's loud voice rang in Iris' ears. Garp Vice Admiral. Iris greeted Garp Vice Admiral and glanced at it. Huh. Good guys. Is this Vice Admiral getting together? Crane Vice Admiral. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. Jun Vice Admiral. Plus Vice Admiral. Iris greeted one by one. Good fellow, this is the real power of Naval Headquarters, Vice Admiral is here. Garp walked to Iris's side. Iris, was the arbitrary door finished last time? I have experienced it last time, but Garp Vice Admiral has been obsessed with it? All Vice Admiral also cast curious eyes. The guy Garp is so fascinating to talk about any door, as if Marshal Sengoku had already reported this to the world government 5 elders. Awarded to Iris Marine the rank of Vice Admiral. They were also curious as to what the arbitrary door Garp was talking about looked like. Garp Vice Admiral, today is not the delivery time agreed with Marshal Sengoku. When Marshal Sengoku contacted him, he said that 3 admirals should be equipped with an arbitrary door. Any remaining doors will be delivered to Sengoku on the agreed date. 3 Because Admiral may have missions at any time, it is Marine's high-end combat power and shoulders a lot of responsibilities. Sengoku specifically informed that 3 admirals should be equipped with any door first. Garp smiled and said, "Iris, don't worry, the guy Sengoku won't care. Take it out and let me see." Crane Vice Admiral also said, "Iris, don't worry, we will talk about Sengoku." Iris glanced at the peaceful Crane Vice Admiral. Since Crane Vice Admiral said so, it must be fine. Just Garp Vice Admiral, Iris doesn't guarantee that Garp will mess around. Iris took out a handful of universal capsules from Kabuto in his coat. One person distributes an arbitrary door. Iris opened the omnipotent capsule, and an arbitrary door appeared in front of him. Everyone, when using any door, you must think of a specific location in your mind. This location must be a place you have been to. Then open the door and you can reach the place in your head. Iris glanced at the crowd and paused on Garp Vice Admiral. Seriously said, any door can't be used at will, don't think of harsh environments such as the seabed or the sky. If you open the door on the bottom of the sea, sea water will come in as soon as the door is opened. You need to pay attention to this, otherwise I won't be responsible. I'm afraid that everyone will break any door. Iris solemnly introduced the use of any door to Vice Admiral. Also, any door has a number of times of use. If it exceeds 1000 times, any door has no ability, cannot be used, and can only be scrapped. How can any gate have a number of times? Iris added it himself. But any door sent can only be used 1000 times. Any door given by the system can actually be used indefinitely, of course there are preconditions. Things are faintly expensive. If any door can be used indefinitely, how can you earn points? What if I don't need any door in the future? 1000 times say more is not too much, say less is not too much. As long as you don't use any door wherever you go, any door can be used for a long time. Let me try. Flying Squirrel thought of a place in his mind, and then opened any door, but the place he imagined in his mind appeared in the door. The Flying Squirrel walked in and stayed for a while, then came out. Amazing. I'll go in and take a look. Marine Vice Admiral's eyes were also a little shocked. After the mole tried it, it must be true. I also want to experience it. What kind of experience is it to go through any door? A miracle. I returned home directly from Naval Headquarters. When Jiaji returned from any door, he was also surprised. Crane, who has always been calm, has seen 2 Vice Admiral experience any door, and his mood fluctuates a little. With this thing, Marine is simply a god from the sky. All you need to do is to complete the intelligence system. Once the phone worm message comes, Marine will be there immediately. Plus the universal capsules, artillery, and warships are directly armed. Iris, you have made a great invention. The world will be changed by this invention. Crane Vice Admiral knows that the whole world is different islands. And lying between the islands is the fickle, vast sea. Why does Marine build sea trains? Why did the world government build huge sea bridges? Everything is for ease of rule. He Vice Admiral thinks far more than others, and his heart fluctuates. Iris, how did you invent such a magical thing as any door? Facing the question from Vice Admiral Crane, Iris opened his mouth and said, first, in space, and then in dimensions, coordinates, technology. Vice Admiral hurriedly waved his hand to signal Iris to stop. Okay. Okay. I really don't understand this kind of technology. Others could hear it in a cloud of fog, and they didn't understand what Iris was saying. Vice Admiral's eyes were full of admiration, and he sighed, "It's really scary to be born after generation, our batch of old Marines are really old." And "You are the pillar of Marine, you are not old at all," Jun said with a smile beside Vice Admiral. Marine Vice Admiral quietly came to the side of Iris and said with a smile, "Iris, is there any invention that is useful for confession?" Iris shook his head, "Not yet." "Hey, sometimes you must notify me, if you have any difficulties, please feel free to ask me to add to it. If you have it, you can't give it to him." Jun's tender voice sounded, and he looked at Iris with a serious face. Iris looked at the beautiful and charming Jun, and then at the small, wretched extravaganza. "Okay. I'll tell Sengoku about any door matters this time, don't worry." Crane Vice Admiral stopped the two of them and said to Iris, "Thank you." Crane Vice Admiral knows that Iris manages the capsule factory, and now he has invented any door, and he carries a heavy burden. Soldiers come to take away the universal capsule every day. "It's not hard, it should be," Iris said with a smile. Vice Admiral looked serious, and said solemnly, "You guys should learn more about Iris too, one by one is a headache." Garp immediately reached out his hand and fished out his ears, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. In the huge laboratory of Marine Science Corps, Vegapunk stared blankly at the universal capsule on the experimental platform. Vegapunk's hair was greasy at this time, and there was no trace of the hairstyle in a mess, and red bloodshot eyes were also covered in his eyes. "For more than a month, I used various methods to crack the secrets in the universal capsule. Copy the universal capsule. Use exactly the same material to rebuild a universal capsule. It's useless. All useless." Vegapunk put his hands in his brain, which was aching due to fast thinking. "After studying for more than a month, I didn't have the slightest clue. No, I don't believe it. I must crack the secret of the omnipotent capsule. Vegapunk is not someone who gives up so easily. I don't believe that there are still technologies in this world that I can't crack." Suddenly, there was a thought in Vegapunk's heart to ask Iris about the production principle, but it was rejected by Vegapunk in an instant. "I am known as a scientist with 500 years of wisdom ahead of the world. No, I have to solve this mystery by myself." A strong sense of self-esteem swept the thoughts. Iris was just a little technician before. He is the highest scientist of Marine Science Force. Toot toot. Vegapunk's thoughts were disturbed, frowning, and a little unhappy in his heart. He strictly forbids others to disturb him when he is experimenting. Does it seem to be something important? Vegapunk presses the door of the laboratory. A technician from the science unit appeared outside the door. "What's the matter? Don't you say it's okay, don't bother me." Vegapunk opened the mouth somewhat unceremoniously. He hasn't got the slightest clue about studying the omnipotent capsule by himself. The technician also knows that disturbing Vegapunk is something that is easy to offend him, but still bit the bullet and said, "Dr. Vegapunk, Iris has invented another thing called random door. I heard, as long as you think of it, you can go through any door, where?" The technician finished speaking tremblingly, and when he heard the news, he was shocked beyond words. "What? Go wherever you think?" Double Punk was so shocked that he held the technician's shoulders with his hands and shook the technician's body. "Is that true? Real?" Hearing the technician's stuttering answer, Vegapunk put his hands down. Lost and murmured, "Impossible, impossible. How come there is such a thing, where do you want to go?" Vegapunk felt that his scientific world had been strongly impacted, and reached out his hand to support his forehead. "Any door. Dr. Vegapunk. Are you okay?" The technician looked at Vegapunk and asked with some concern. Vegapunk stretched out one hand against the wall, lowered his head, and waved his other hand to the technician. "I'm fine, let me calm down. No, I have to see for myself. What exactly is an arbitrary door?" Vegapunk's eyes were full of eagerness. "Are there any doors in the laboratory?" The laboratory doesn't have it. Marshal Sengoku has to personally approve the authority of that thing." The technician shook his head. When he heard the news of any door, the scientists and technicians of Marine Science Corps all applied. "No one is qualified. Don't approve. And it is strictly forbidden for anyone without permission to access any door. Today, only Dr. Vegapunk is the most qualified for the entire scientific force. Take me to the Universal Capsule Factory immediately. I want to take a look at this random door myself." The technician looked at Dr. Vegapunk with firm eyes and nodded. Along the way, Dr. Vegapunk kept urging the technician to hurry up. Both of them were covered with sweat on their cheeks. Sweat fell down his cheeks. "That's Crane Vice Admiral, and Garp Vice Admiral." Vegapunk saw a group of Marine Vice Admiral all here, talking and laughing, a little surprised. "Go back. Wait until these Vice Admiral are gone, and go again by yourself." Vegapunk finally took a step and walked towards Iris. "Iris." "Dr. Vegapunk." Although the person in front of him is sloppy and uncut, Iris recognized Dr. Vegapunk in front of him at a glance. "Why did the doctor come here too?" The other Vice Admiral also stopped talking and looked at Vegapunk. Against everyone's gaze, Dr. Vegapunk hesitated and said, "That. I heard that you invented any door. Can I take a look?" "No problem." Iris agreed, taking any door out of the Universal Capsule. "Doctor, can try it yourself." Vegapunk nodded, and reached out to touch any door, curious and puzzled in his eyes. "As long as you think of the arrival location in your mind, just open it." Listening to Iris' explanation, Vegapunk's hand fell on the doorknob. Any door opened, and a familiar scene appeared in front of him. With excitement, Vegapunk walked in. "Everything in front of me is very familiar, like a dream. How many years have passed? This is the place where I invented my dream in the first place." Vegapunk gently stroked the things in the research institute, left unattended for a long time, and thick dust fell on it. "God. Compared to Iris's invention, my invention is nothing short of insignificant, not worth mentioning." Vegapunk looked at any door behind him. Convinced. Vegapunk has no nostalgia either, and his own research institute on the previous Organ Island is a small workshop. Without a large amount of human capital, the research could not proceed smoothly. Until joining Marine, all problems were resolved. Turn around and enter any door. No matter how Vegapunk thinks, he can't come up with an answer. "Iris, can you tell me the principle of any door?" Iris looked at him with a sincere expression, and Dr. Vegapunk, whose eyes were full of curiosity for knowledge, spoke to Vegapunk and explained the principle of arbitrary doors. Listening patiently to Iris' explanation, Vegapunk's expression kept changing. Puzzled for a while. Suddenly realized for a while. Tangled for a while. "That's how it works." Iris explained the principle of any door to Vegapunk. "Impossible? How is it possible?" "This is impossible." Vegapunk looked unbelievable, the eyeballs in his eye sockets fluctuated with shock and exclaimed. Garp Vice Admiral, Crane Vice Admiral looked at the shocked Vegapunk and smiled. "Have you ever seen Dr. Vegapunk with such an unbelievable and shocked expression?" The other Vice Admiral felt a bit empathetic, looking at Dr. Vegapunk with a smile on their faces. Vegapunk eased from the shock, and asked in a trembling tone, "Can this arbitrary door allow me to take it back and study it?" Iris nodded. Vegapunk couldn't wait to put away any door with the Universal Capsule, turned around and hurried to his laboratory. Garp sighed, "Iris, your present invention is incredible. Wisdom has surpassed Vegapunk. What a monster! Crane Vice Admiral also looked at Iris with admiration and expectation in his eyes. In the past, the Naval Headquarters research was completely supported by Dr. Vegapunk. Now I am afraid that I will be replaced by Iris. You are really a latecomer. Old Marine will rely on you young people in the future. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Marshal Sengoku, you don't know that Dr. Iris's Universal Capsule Factory is very lively today. I heard that this morning, 3 generals, Garp Vice Admiral, Crane Vice Admiral, and a batch of Vice Admiral all ran to Dr. Iris, that would require any door. It's not just Marine, it seems that the world government has also sent people from the CP organization to the Universal Capsule Factory to take away any door. Hearing his report, Marshal Sengoku jumped up from his chair. What? What is left of this? Those guys. Why are all the monkeys so anxious? Sengoku's face was filled with righteous indignation. Those damn guys, they don't even know how to call me. Sengoku was so angry that he immediately slapped the table fiercely. The little lamb, who was so frightened that he was eating the document, stuck the document in his mouth, in his throat, and coughed uncomfortably. No. You have to go there quickly, maybe any door is gone. Marshal Sengoku rushed out of the office anxiously. The lamb choked with tears, and the little black bean's eyes showed innocent expressions. At Naval Headquarters, all the Marines looked at Marshal Sengoku curiously. When did I see the calm and steady Sengoku look so anxious? Why do you think Sengoku is in a hurry? A soldier asked with a smile to his partner beside him. What else can you do? Looking at that direction, you know that you are going to Dr. Iris's Universal Capsule Factory. The soldier answered his companion's doubts and said with a look of admiration, Dr. Iris is really amazing. By invention he became Marine Vice Admiral. When will I have a universal capsule? The companion directly spoke up and went back. Just think about it, that stuff is an important military material, and it must be registered. Marshal Sengoku hurriedly found Iris. Iris, are there any doors? Iris was a bit speechless, first the 3 generals, and then Garp and other Vice Admiral. Just sent away the Vice Admirals, but Marshal Sengoku came again. Seeing Iris's expression, Sengoku gave a chuckle in his heart. Isn't it gone? That group of guys started too fast. Iris looked at Sengoku, whose expression changed inexplicably, and didn't know what Sengoku was thinking. Marshal Sengoku, there are 2 left in any door. Hearing Iris say that any door is still there, Sengoku's face showed excitement. Yes. Don't just be busy with research, but take a proper rest. Sengoku's mood suddenly improved, and he said with a smile. Sengoku glanced at the laboratory twice, but did not find any door. Where is any door? Iris took out 2 universal capsules from Kabuto and handed them to Marshal Sengoku. In fact, Iris still kept one of them. Of course, he had to prepare this kind of thing. Sengoku took the universal capsule carefully. Just this inconspicuous thing, if it is damaged, it can be a huge sum of billions of Baileys. Holding 2 marine warships in his hand, Sengoku smiled on his face. How is the current production progress of any door? Any door can produce about 10 pieces a day. If there are more, it won't work. The production of any door is not like a universal capsule, which can produce thousands of them in one day. Iris asked a question he was more concerned about. By the way, Marshal Sengoku, when will the production cost of the next batch of any gate arrive? The funds are almost spent. Any door, I have a price of 1 billion, and the last time I sent 20 billion, which is the production cost of 20 arbitrary doors. It's almost consumed now. Iris is mainly concerned about his own points, and it is a bit uncomfortable to be stuck at the admiral level. Bailey can be exchanged for points. The last time 1.8 million points made his own strength increase a lot. Iris kept a calm face. a little excited in his heart, the sooner the better. I have the points in my hand. The points are in place, Admiral is a waste. Sengoku hesitated for a moment. I will submit this matter as soon as possible. It should be funded soon. 20 billion Baileys, 10 fans a day is 10 billion, and it will be 20 billion in 2 days. Any door is really a beast of gold swallowing. But compared to the function of any door, a billion is also worth it? Okay, I'll leave first, you should take more rest, don't tire your body. Sengoku knows that once scientific research fanatics fall into research. What a madness, what a sleepless night. Simply, Iris spent some time in the Marine Soldiers Battalion and was in good physical condition. Still maintaining good training habits, physical fitness is also becoming stronger. This makes Sengoku very gratified. If you change a scientist, Sengoku may order a forced rest. Iris sent Marshal Sengoku out of the Universal Capsule Factory. Hey, not bad. The points of the omnipotent capsule, plus the points of any door, can now be exchanged for points by Bailey. Believe that it will not take long for me to break through the top level and reach another unknown level. The strength should also be upgraded to Admiral level strength. Seeing a glimpse of the 3-Do will fight Kaido, Iris is still a little yearning for Admiral level strength. The sky between Admiral and Admiral is really huge. 2 golden draws for 10 consecutive draws failed to raise the strength to Admiral's level. Do you want to save a wave of points and draw 10 diamonds in a row? Sengoku happily left the Universal Capsule Factory, and went wherever he wanted to with any door, and put away the Universal Capsule like a baby. Inside, there are expensive arbitrary doors. The next 2 to 3 days, many Marine generals came to the Universal Capsule Factory to ask for any door. They all knew the magical effect of any door. Watching Garp, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral and others use any door, they almost stared with envy. Very greedy. However, the funds were not in place, and Iris was powerless, and he didn't have any doors in his hands. Faced with many Marine high-level generals, he was powerless. I can only appease a group of Marine generals, and when the funds are in place, I immediately stepped up production. After a long period of reassurance, the Marine generals only left in 2s and 3s lost, talking about Iris with dry mouth. Holy Land Marie Joyce. Facing a group of celestial dragons, Saint Muscarud with dark green hair said with some contentment, "Don't you know? Recently, there is a new thing called random door, which is interesting." Any door? What? Is there a magic capsule? A celestial dragon raised his face high, showing an arrogant expression, and stood up and said, as if he hadn't put any door in his eyes. Unlike the Saint of Muscarud, this celestial dragon wears a transparent glass cover on his head. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. The celestial dragons arrogantly turned their eyes on Saint Muscarud's body. Facing the doubts of the celestial dragons in front of him, Saint Muscarud smiled confidently, as if he had a chance to win. If I say that the inventor of any door is Iris of the omnipotent capsule, are you interested? Huh. Muscarud, you said Iris invented any door again. The crowds of celestial dragons are quite surprised. Nowadays, almost all the celestial dragons' capsules have a few people, so it is very convenient to use. You can carry a lot of things you like every time you travel. If this cheap and easy to use thing were not limited in number, I would really wish one person would bring a dozen or so universal capsules. The name of marine genius scientist Iris also reached the ears of many celestial dragons. Now, new things have been invented. The other celestial dragons are also very curious. I didn't agree with it just now, but when I heard that it was a new invention by Iris, they all surrounded them with great interest. Muscarud, take out any door and see. The impatient celestial dragons urged Saint Muscarud to take out any door and have a look. There are also some calm celestial dragons looking at Saint Muscarud with a curious look. I like the universal capsule. I hope that any door is also a good invention. There was a smile on Saint Muscarad's face, as if seeing the celestial dragons so interested in them was a little triumphant. You all get out of here. At the request of Saint Muscarad, the curious crowd moved a little apart. Saint Muscarad took out the universal capsule from Kabuto and pressed the button, and a red door appeared in front of everyone. Is this any door? It looks nothing special. This color. I don't like it very much. The picky celestial dragons frowned and looked at the ordinary, all-red random door. This is the latest arbitrary door invented by Iris? How does it feel a bit? Many celestial dragons looked at the red random door in front of them, but they didn't see any magical place. They were surprised. Since it was invented by Iris, who invented the universal capsule, it shouldn't be a simple door, right? Despite some doubts in their hearts, many celestial dragons chose to continue to wait for Saint Muscarad to talk about the difference between the door in front of them. Saint Muscarad said, "This arbitrary door is not easy. You can go where you want to go. For example, Sabayati Archipelago, just open the door and you can pass." The words of Saint Muscarad stirred up waves in an instant. What? Muscarad, are you kidding me? Where do you want to go? Will there be such a thing in the world? A crowd of celestial dragons exclaimed, with different expressions. Muscarad, are you making fun of us? A celestial dragon stood up and questioned. This kind of thing is unheard of. How could it be possible to reach another island in an instant? Saint Muscarad did not panic, but opened any door in front of everyone. The sights that appeared in any door, one by one transparent bubbles flew from the roots of the tree, and everyone saw the Archi mangrove on the island of Sabayati. Saint Muscarad immediately walked into any door and appeared on the island of Sabayati. Numerous celestial dragons instantly exclaimed in shock, staring dumbfounded, their jaws grown in surprise, and looking at the picture in front of them in disbelief. Saint Muscarad actually passed through the door. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Saint Muscarad picked off a small grass and walked out of any door. Incredible! The world of many celestial dragons has been strongly impacted, and the green grass is in the hands of Saint Muscarad. Everything is so real. Zayako, who hadn't cared about it before, is now firmly locked by the eyes of the celestial dragons. There is such a magical thing in the world. I originally thought that the universal capsule was the most magical invention, but I didn't expect that there would be such a thing as any door. As expected to be a genius scientist Iris, I have booked any of his inventions in advance. A celestial dragon said excitedly. This kind of invention is amazing, you can go wherever you want. I no longer have to bear the boring sailing. The unchanging scenery on the first floor of the sea is visually fatigued. If there are any gates nowadays, wouldn't it be unnecessary to suffer? Very good. No, I have to have any door. Celestial dragons looked anxious, turned to the world government official beside him and said, "Hurry up and get me any door, as many as you want. Quick." Yes. World government officials hurriedly turned and left. Other celestial dragons also ordered their subordinates to hurry up and send any door to themselves. Look at you guys. 5 elders looked a little angry, looking at the embarrassed and swollen celestial dragons in front of them. Some headaches held his forehead. I didn't expect to fight because of any door. Arbitrary gates are currently very scarce and not enough to allocate at all. It actually caused celestial dragons to fight each other and fight. 5 elders also knows the magic of arbitrary doors, but they didn't expect such a mess. You go back first. You can only have one at any door. When Marine makes it, it will be sent to you. Don't quarrel again because of any door. 5 elders showed a majestic expression, shocking the celestial dragons living in the field. Although celestial dragons didn't accept anyone, they could only accept it softly in front of 5 elders. Watching celestial dragons leave, 5 elders turned around and sat on the sofa. Any door must be made quickly. 5 elders, with a cane in his hand, said, yes, not only celestial dragons, but the CP organization has to be equipped with any door. Marine also has a lot of demand. Well, any door is very useful. I have tried any door in the last few days. It works very well. A 5 elders said in a deep voice. I was able to reach where I wanted to go immediately, and after trying it a few times, this 5 elders was also completely in love with this invention. What's more, the biggest function of any door is not the convenience of life. Any gate definitely contributes to the rule of the world government. Thinking of using arbitrary gates, the rule of the world government is prospering. 5 elders can't help but surging with enthusiasm. A 5 elders looked solemn and spoke powerfully, yes. Any door is very important. Call Sengoku later and ask them to keep Iris safe and encrypt all Iris information at the same time. List Iris information in top secret files. Second. Any door can't be lost. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. New World. Dressrosa. A lively pool party is in full swing. Doflamingo leaned on the huge sofa, leaning on the sofa with one hand and a red wine glass with the other. A fair-skinned beauty in a swimsuit leans on Doflamingo's body. A large group of beautiful women in swimsuits and cool dresses walked between the swimming pools, laughing and laughing. Doflamingo is in a good mood, and the universal capsule brings huge benefits to the Donquixote family. Get a lot of Bailey. Its own underground industrial chain is also rapidly expanding. Doflamingo picked up the glass and sipped the red wine in the glass comfortably. The cotters were also beaming, hugging left and right, enjoying the pool party. Numerous beauties form a beautiful landscape. Sorry. Doflamingo's expression stunned. Go out. The sound of the phone bug touched Doflamingo's nerves. Hearing Doflamingo's solemn voice, the whole noisy pool party fell silent for an instant, and a crowd of beauties exited the pool one after another. A group of cotters also cast their suspicious glances, and the good pool party disappeared. Good news came from all over, celebrating the recent big profits in business. Hey, Fergo. The cotters were surprised that it was Fergo's call. No wonder Dover took it so seriously and ordered a crowd of beauties to be dispersed. If it was just the following information, Dover would not solemnly let everyone leave. Fergo called at this time, there must be something important. Dover Marine has changed. The phone worm conveyed Fergo's shocked expression, and Doflamingo's face was solemn. What happened in Marine again made Fergo sigh like this. Fergo spoke in a deep voice, saying every word. Marine invented a kind of arbitrary door. Go where you want. No matter how far you go, you can reach it instantly. What? The glass goblet in his hand shattered suddenly, making a crisp sound, and the glass residue fell on the ground. Doflamingo couldn't keep his calm mood either, and exclaimed. Go where you want? Arrived at the destination instantly. Fergo's voice in the phone worm shocked the hearts of the cotters. If the effect of the universal capsule is acceptable, the effect of any door is completely beyond everyone's imagination. Torapol had a long nose in shock, shaking tremblingly under his nose from side to side. Sugar also stopped holding Grape's hand, staring at the young master in a daze. Mahabasi stared at the phone worm in Doflamingo's hand with wide-eyed eyes. The cotters were shocked by the news. Doflamingo instantly calmed himself down, with a gloomy face. Any door. Brother Ming's mood is constantly fluctuating, and the emergence of any door will completely mean that the world's structure will undergo a huge change. The Marine with any door will have a huge initiative as the master can advance or retreat. Yes, any door, as long as you imagine any place you've been in your mind, open the door and you can reach it. Doflamingo leaned on the sofa, with his entire palm on his forehead, covering most of his face, making it difficult to see Doflamingo's expression. A cold and evil laugh came from Doflamingo's mouth. which was creepy. No wonder that not long ago, the three major disasters under the Beast's pirates were dispatched one after another. I heard that Kaido, one of the four emperors, was extremely angry because the three Admiral Marines showed up in Wanakuni. But the specific reason is not clear. When receiving this news, Doflamingo was extremely surprised and puzzled. Now it seems that everything has found the answer. First it was the universal capsule, but now it is any door? Could it be invented by one person? Doflamingo was surprised. Who invented any door? Dr. Iris. Iris again? Tell me. A gleam of light flashed on Doflamingo's sunglasses, and he was quite curious. The universal capsule was invented in a short period of time, any two inventions that are enough to change the world. What kind of man is this? Sorry. Dover can't find any information. Any information about Iris has been encrypted, except that it belongs to the Marine Science Force. I see. Pay more attention to Iris information, and do everything possible to get to any door. Fergo's heavy voice came from the phone worm. Dover Marine arbitrary doors are currently extremely rare, and each arbitrary door is master in the hands of Marine seniors. But I will find a way. Thank you. Doflamingo hung up the phone worm. The mood is extremely heavy. The original Justice Marine is already the overlord of the sea, and now he has a universal capsule and an arbitrary door. Like a tiger with wings, it is about to soar in the sky, looking down at other emperors. Doflamingo's face was full of gloom, his expression gloomy as if dripping water. It seems that I don't pay enough attention to Iris. Such a man who can change the world. Doflamingo is also looking forward to seeing Iris. Dover, this Iris invention is amazing. The mucus on Toripol's body squirmed and walked to Doflamingo's side. Doflamingo's face was stern. Yes. Universal capsule plus any door, Marine will undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Doflamingo has a deep understanding of the benefits of universal capsules, compared to the huge number of Marine universal capsules. The little omnipotent capsule he owns is simply not comparable. Now Marine even has arbitrary doors, and you can think of the changes brought about by arbitrary doors and universal capsules at will. Marine will have more powerful dominance in this sea. How good would it be if Iris was his own subordinate? If Iris were his own subordinates, he would be more certain to pull those people off the noble altar. Looking up at the sky, Doflamingo couldn't imagine how the world would change due to any door. It is simply unpredictable. But the only thing is certain. The world will usher in a real bloody storm. There really should be a change. There is only one seat for the king. 4 emperors. Shichibukai. Or someone else. At all costs. Check out Iris information for me. Moving his gaze from the sky to the front, Doflamingo solemnly announced to the cotters. Young master, eat a grape, you will definitely be the next One Piece. The cute sugar white hand held a grape and handed it to Doflamingo. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Kaido, UBD, how dare you allow your subordinates to destroy my dessert factory? Big Mom's eyes burned with intense anger. He yelled at Kaido in the phone worm unceremoniously. Recently, Beast's Pirates has acted wildly, destroying the dessert processing factory that Big Mom cares about. Destroying the dessert processing plant touched the nerves of Big Mom. Mom. Candy Minister Pero looked at her extremely angry mother with some horror, with cold sweat on her cheeks. Some worry that mothers can't control their emotions, and once they enter a state of rampage, it will be a disaster. Katakuri sat on the chair with her legs cocked, her hands wrapped around her chest, her face deep. The loud voice passed through the phone worm, causing the phone worm in Kaido's hand to growl angrily. I will restrain my subordinates. Kaido didn't expect that his subordinates would offend Linlin, and once the conflict with the old woman did not pay off. Linlin, has any Marine invaded your nations recently? Linlin was a little puzzled and didn't understand why Kaido asked such silly questions. Marine? Do they dare to come? Big Mom's huge body exudes strong confidence. Kaido is also a little puzzled in his heart. Only Wanakuni was invaded by Marine? Is it to experiment with that door? This should be the case. If Marine is ready to start a war with himself, it will not only be 3 Admiral appearing in Wanakuni. Linlin. A few days ago, Marine Sanda will suddenly appear in Wanakuni through a weird red door. Me and Sanda have already fought a battle. Afterwards Sanda will leave Wanakuni through that door. Nothing. The slightest trace is left. Kaido, the beast, was also extremely heavy, and Marine Sanda appeared in his own territory without knowing it. There is no way to prevent it. If Marine has a planned action, it is difficult to predict. The furious Big Mom calmed down, filled with doubts. Kaido, you mean Marine Sanda will suddenly appear in Wanakuni? The guy Kaido turned Wanakuni into a copper wall and an iron wall, and built countless fortifications and reconnaissance fortifications. Even Marine Sanda will appear in Wanakuni. What is the red door in Kaido's mouth? That door could allow Marine Sanda to suddenly descend into Wanakuni. If Marine Sanda will appear in IWC, that kind of situation. Even Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, throbbed in his eyebrows. Yes, not only the 3 generals, but also a scientist from the Marine Science Corps. I have found out that that person is Iris. Big Mom looked shocked and blurted out, inventor of the universal capsule. The inventor of the omnipotent capsule and Marine Sanda will appear together in Wanakuni. Is the red door that Kaido said is also the invention called Iris? This guy, how many inventions have not been unveiled? Pero was so shocked that he almost licked the lollipop and rolled his tongue. The 3 DOS will appear in Wanakuni together through a fan. The reputation and strength of each admiral is the existence that makes the sea tremble. If you suddenly appear on your own Candy Island, your own Candy Island may be ruined. There was a faintly clear look on Katakuri's face, and he did not expect that Kaido's runaway was related to marine scientist Iris. The effect of the universal capsule makes Katakuri also deeply miraculous. Since the possession of the universal capsule, she has never seen her mother's esophagus attack again. However, many people in the world are full of praise for the 1-inch capsule. And now Iris, the inventor of the magical universal capsule, has invented the existence of a door. That gate actually allowed Marine Sanda to easily get past Kaido's tight defenses and suddenly enter Wanakuni. What is the door that Kaido's men are looking for frantically recently? Beast's pirates, one of the 4 emperors, paid so much attention to this door. Marine really picked up a baby this time. Yes, Iris who invented the universal capsule. Kaido answered in the affirmative. Remind you, pay attention to Marine, don't accidentally let Marine invade your territory. Kaido is still worried about the invasion of Marine Sanda. He spoke to Big Mom and reminded that the stable situation on the sea cannot be destroyed. Big Mom's attention was also shifted to Iris and the weird door, and the anger had dissipated. Kaido. Take care of your subordinates and let them stay away from my territory. Never forgive them if you meet them. Big Mom hung up the phone and didn't give Kaido a chance to speak. Peros. Mom. Pero responded immediately. Katakuri also set her sights on her mother. Go ahead and get me the door in Kaido's mouth. What Iris invented must have. Big Mom excitedly held his beloved small box in his palm. The box is filled with cake all-purpose capsules with marks. Mom universal capsules, I want them all. Understood, the red door will be given to Mom. Pero licked the lollipop in his hand with excitement. Katakuri put down her hands around her chest and got up from the chair. Brother Peros, let's go and inform others. Mom won't stop until I get that door. Katakuli's red eyes took a deep look at her mother who was extremely happy holding the box. If she can't get the door for her mother, she might get into anger. In that case, Byzidiosis will be even more terrifying. Naval Headquarters. Universal Capsule Factory. Iris looked at the omnipotent capsule in his hand with excitement. The universal capsule contains 40 billion Baileys, and the production cost of 40 arbitrary doors. Hey, you can earn 3.6 million points in one go. Your points will break records and create a record high. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Congratulations to host for obtaining Logia Frozen Devil Fruit. For a moment, Iris was startled by the system's sound. For the 40 billion of arbitrary gate production costs that I just bought, Iris directly spent 30 billion in exchange for 3 million points and opened the 10 consecutive gold draws without hesitation. The remaining 6 billion Iris is going to be kept as a spare, so if there is a need to spend money, it will not be unprepared. Unexpectedly, the first reward gave me a huge surprise. Frozen fruit. Iris's heart beats quickly, the blood in his body is flowing quickly, and there is ecstasy on his face. Frozen fruit. Iris is quite familiar, and Admiral Aokiji, one of Marine's 3 admiral, is the Logia frozen fruit capable person. Outrageously strong. It can freeze hundreds of miles of the ocean surface for as long as a week. Can only be described in 2 words, exaggeration. 100 miles is just the lowest estimate. A car takes an hour, but Aokiji can freeze it in an instant for a week. The ice cubes will melt. If it were on land, Iris knew that Marine Admiral Akainu and Aokiji had fought for 10 days and nights in anime, turning an island into a sea of fire. It is not suitable for human habitation at all. I never expected that the first prize drawn was frozen fruit. Nice. Iris exclaimed excitedly. Momo fruit plus frozen fruit. Congratulations to host for achieving 100 iron body proficiency. Congratulations to host for achieving armament haki proficiency of 100. Congratulations to host for getting 200x2 shaving proficiency. Congratulations to host for getting the Zoan giraffe fruit. Huh? Giraffe fruit. Iris thought about it and tried to curl his neck into circles. Forget it. Zoan devil fruit is not very helpful to his own strength. Host can choose to recycle devil fruit, and immediately increase the proficiency of a skill. Recycle the giraffe devil fruit. Congratulations to host for gaining 5000 shaving proficiency. Congratulations, the host's shave level has been raised to the level of the secret. Is the level above the top level is the secret? Iris showed a daze on his face. This is also the first skill to reach the level of prosperity. Looking at the devil fruit with a spiral pattern in front of me, it was like an ice sculpture. Iris, who has eaten momo fruit, knows that this thing is terribly unpalatable, but after biting it, it melts in the mouth. Stretching out his palm, a chilly air rose from Iris's hand. Really good ability. Let's take a look at your own panel. Host, Iris. Skill. Shaving, profound meaning, proficiency, 112/50,000. Paper arts, top level, proficiency, 2635/1000. Finger pistol, top level, proficiency, 2117/10,000. Tempest kick, top level, proficiency, 1658/1000. Iron body, top level, proficiency, 1251/10,000. Moonwalk, top level, proficiency, 1617/10,000. Conqueror's haki, advanced, 150/5000. Armament haki, top level, proficiency, 1225/10,000. Observation haki, top level, proficiency, 1650/10,000. Fruit capacity. Momo fruit. Frozen fruit. Strength assessment, Quasi-Admiral. Task progress, the universal capsule has been completed. Task progress, any door 21/1000. Points, 179,400. Is it still a Quasi-Admiral level? Iris looked at the tips in the column of his own strength evaluation and spent a full 3 million points for 3 golden 10 consecutive draws. Obtained the terrible Logia freezing ability. It was actually not able to break through the quasi-admiral to reach the admiral level of combat power. Iris frowned, wondering why. Is it because I have the ability, but the development and the master completely fail to reach the admiral level? Marine 3 Admiral's use of its own Devil Fruit ability has reached a level of superb skill. This should be the reason. It seems that the fruit ability alone is not enough. You have to develop the Devil Fruit ability seriously and use it for your own use. Iris breathed a sigh of relief, and it was easy to find the reason. At present, any door has been fully automated production, and there is no need to make any door by yourself. There is full time to practice in the training room. You have to hurry up and become stronger. Thinking of the horrible scene of war ruining the world, Iris has a kind of pressure to drive himself to become stronger. Naval Headquarters is the tallest building in the center of the fortress. In the huge and spacious office, an arbitrary door is open. Marshal Sengoku sat on the chair behind the desk, looking at the report file in his hand with joy. The report described the plan and implementation process of the entire operation in detail, and also highlighted the role of any door and universal capsule in the operation. Combining the arbitrary door and the universal capsule, this battle plan was formulated. The lines in the report are full of praise for Random Gate and Universal Capsule. This time the Ghost Spider has done a lot, killing thousands of pirates. It is also thanks to the arbitrary door and the universal capsule to achieve a complete victory. The combination of any door and universal capsule has been perfectly explained from the battle report. Sengoku's eyebrows were full of joy, and a smile appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, Vice Admiral, a ghost spider that has always been cruel, also praised Random Gate and Universal Capsule in the battle report. I have to say that the arbitrary door and the universal capsule are powerful, and the loss in this battle is very small. The Ghost Spider Vice Admiral in the battle report also described in detail the application of the arbitrary door and the universal capsule in the war. It seems that Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider, was also sincerely impressed by these two magical and great inventions. This situation will inevitably be played out frequently in Marine in the future, and the huge effect of any gate and universal capsule will be more vividly manifested. Sengoku was in a good mood and couldn't help laughing. Sorry. Sengoku put away his smile, his expression serious. Reached out and took the call bug. Hey. Jahahaha, is Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku frowned. This voice was not the voice of General Marine he was familiar with, and his heart was full of doubts. As soon as he was about to speak, he spoke to the other side. I am Marshal D. Teach. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Admiral Kizaru walked slowly into Marshal Sengoku's office with a reluctant expression on his face. I really don't know how to summon myself again. But the Sengoku voice in the phone worm was extremely heavy, reminding himself that he had to come over again and again. As soon as he walked in, there was a flash of shock in Admiral Kizaru's eyes. Admiral Akainu, Admiral Aokiji, Garp Vice Admiral, and Crane Vice Admiral all appeared in Sengoku's office. What happened again? Could it be that guy Iris invented something new again? Why doesn't the old man know? Since Polusalino is here, I'll talk about the reason for calling everyone here. Sengoku put his hands on the desk, his expression extremely solemn. Everyone also looked serious and looked at Sengoku. I just received a call from the former Whitebeard 2nd Division. The captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, Marshal D. Teach. Garp swallowed the donut in his mouth and said impatiently, isn't he just a pirate? Is it necessary to gather so many people in such a big fanfare? Marshal D. Teach, Garp has never heard the name. Garp. Sengoku was frustrated with a hint of helplessness. Seeing that Sengoku was so solemn, Garp also wisely stopped interrupting and continued to eat the donuts. The pirate of Dammit? called Marshal Sengoku's office. How arrogant! Akainu looked angry, and his eyes were full of anger. If I see him, I must kill him. Akainu, who has always hated pirates, cannot accept such arrogant behavior. A trace of doubt flashed in Vice Admiral's eyes. Marshal D. Teach. The man who killed the Captain Sachi of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates? As a pirate, he even made a call to Marshal Sengoku's office. Most people don't have the courage and ability. Tsuru Vice Admiral said calmly, Sengoku, go ahead. Teach shouldn't call you for no reason. A person who dared to hit Whitebeard's partner, who is still alive and well, is not a simple character. Sengoku took a deep breath, his eyes fluctuating noticeably. Marshal D. Teach, this man wants to trade with Marine, the bargaining chip is, Fire Fist Ace. As soon as the statement came out, Sanda changed his face, and was quite surprised that this Teach pirate actually used Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain Ace and Marine to make a deal? Fire Fist Ace has a good reputation. Once established the Pirates of Spades group to become famous in the sea, but also rejected the 7 Warlords of the Sea invitation from the world government. There was a lot of noise at the time, and he later became the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Logia Maramara Fruit. He is an extremely powerful man. It was caught by Marshal D. Teach and became a bargaining chip with Marine. Fire Fist Ace? Garp suddenly heard that Marshal D. Teach's bargaining chip was Ace, and his expression changed drastically. Ace. There was an imperceptible panic in Garp's eyes. This kid. How was someone caught and became a bargaining chip? Just when Garp was in a state of confusion, Vice Admiral frowned and said, since Teach uses Ace as a bargaining chip, what does he want? Crane Vice Admiral looked at Sengoku with a deep gaze, and saw Sengoku whose expression was full of solemn throbbing in his heart. Fire Fist Ace? What makes Vice Admiral even more concerned about Ace's identity? The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. One of the 4 great pirates standing at the apex in New World, the son of Whitebeard Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man in the world. The power is huge, and it owns an extremely extensive territory in New World. Teach's condition is, Shishibukai. Sengoku said with a heavy tone. Shishibukai. The 7 great pirates recognized by the world government have disastrous power and great combat power that rivals the country. While becoming 7 warlords of the sea, the original wanted order will be stopped, and the world government will no longer pursue all the crimes committed before. The world government also acquiesced to Shisibukai's looting. Shishibukai. Crane Vice Admiral's complexion is a bit dignified. Although Shishibukai has many advantages, it is also regarded as an enemy by both the pirate and the marine. Not everyone wants to be Shishibukai, but can also be Shishibukai. Marshal D. Teach used to be just an unknown crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates, if it weren't for killing the 4th Division Captain Sachi, establishing the Blackbeard Pirates. Marine would never notice such a person. Want to become Shishibukai? It seems Blackbeard's ambition is not small. Crane Vice Admiral frowned, eyes drooping, thinking. Teach, what a terrible man. Killed the captain of the 4th Division of Whitebeard and arrested the captain of the 2nd Division. It's incredible. It's really scary for a man like this to become Shishibukai. Admiral Kizaru showed a frightened expression, speaking slowly. Admiral Aokiji's heart fluctuates. This matter should not be underestimated, it is likely to cause a series of reactions, a la LA. Pirates are really not worrying. The urgent task now is to go to Panama to confirm whether the news is true and whether the captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division is in Teach's hands. Sengoku's gaze swept across Sanda's body one by one. Sengoku. Leave this to the old man. Garp got up from the chair, showing a firm look, but there was a strong sense of tension in his heart. Sengoku set his eyes on Garp's face and nodded. Akainu looked serious, and his eyes flashed with anger. Sengoku, isn't there any door? Why don't we go and see you together? Allah la. Use pirate to trade with marine, I would like to meet this teach. Crane Vice Admiral put down his hands holding his head, use any door, let's meet teach. Garp's heart sank suddenly. Panama Island. Marshal D. Teach looked at Ace who had passed out, with a gleam in his eyes. There were ruins all around, and sporadic flames burned in the ruins, and thick smoke appeared in many places, drifting into the sky. Jahahaha Captain Ace, it is a pity that you are not willing to let you join my pirate group. Then you can only sacrifice you. Teach opened his mouth, missing a few teeth, showing an evil smile. Fighting Champion Badgers, Shinigami Poison Q and Devil Sheriff Lafayette all stood behind Teach. Captain, if your plan fails, then our pirate group will have to break up. Jahahaha, don't worry, I have already thought of a perfect plan. A silhouette fell down between the top of the house. Captain, there is still no trace of the marine warship. Otto Van Oka came to Teach's side and said. Teach's entire face instantly became gloomy, what is going on with marine, so inefficient? I felt a little upset, why didn't I see marine's trace for a long time, and if I waited any longer, it would be difficult for Ace to wake up. Killing Ace is the next choice? Otago Van Oka said with a sense of interest, could it be that fate does not favor Captain Teach? Hey, the breath of a strong man. Teach's heart suddenly tightened, and he sensed that a strong person suddenly appeared in his perception. Everyone looked in the direction that exuded the aura of the strong. A red door suddenly appeared not far away. When everyone saw the figure coming out of the door, their pupils contracted subconsciously and their expressions changed drastically. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Marshal Marine Sengoku. Marine Admiral Akainu. Marine Admiral Kizaru. Marine Admiral Aokiji. Marine Hero Garp Vice Admiral. Chief Staff Tsuru. One after another, famous in the sea, the legendary figure walked out of the red door. Cold sweat slipped from Teach's face, staring dumbfounded at the marine legends. Otago Van Oka looked very nervous, standing sluggishly, his pupils dilated, and he looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. Shinigami Poison Q trembled all over and hugged the horse below him tightly. Including the fighting champion Badgers and the Devil's Sheriff Lafayette have lost the calm and arrogance of the past, and their eyes are full of horror. Captain. Destiny, seems a little, elusive. Otagashi Fan Oka's trembling tone fluctuated quite sharply. Poison Q, who was weak and lying on the horse back, said weakly, is this also a fate, destined? Teach stared at the door stubbornly, shaking his heart. Marine unexpectedly came out of this door. Just now Van Oka had surveyed the vicinity, and there was no marine warship at all. You know that Van Oka can see far away through the binoculars on his face and the spear. What is this red door? Garp, who cared about Ace in his heart, came out of any door and saw Ace who had passed out on the ground at a glance. His body was covered with traces of battle, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he looked quite embarrassed. The anger in Garp's eyes rose, his hands clenched into fists, suppressing the anger in his heart. Marine 3 Admiral and Sengoku are all beside, Garp Vice Admiral suppresses the anger in his heart, if everyone is not present, Teach must be hammered. Sengoku, Marshal. Blackbeard Pirate Captain Teach had a smile on his face that was uglier than crying, and his expression was very stiff. In front of him were Marine San Admiral, Marshal Sengoku, and Garp Crane Vice Admiral. There was no way to escape. Blackbeard Teach simply bit the bullet and said hello. Many marine bosses also turned their attention to Teach, and the other members of the Blackbeard pirate group didn't pay much attention at all. A group of pirates offering tens of millions of rewards simply cannot attract their attention. Only the man in front of him felt a strong dark breath on Blackbeard Teach's body. Judging from the surrounding destruction, it has already been through a great battle. It is not easy for a man to defeat Logia Maramara Fruit Firefist Ace, captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division. Teach, hand over Firefist Ace. Akainu seemed to be giving orders to the Blackbeard pirates. Impossible. This is a deal between me and your marine, I want to get the position of Shishibukai. Blackbeard Teach refused. Shishibukai was a very important part of his plan. A trace of unpleasant emotion appeared on Akainu's face. Huh? You are a pirate, I'm marine, talk to us marine about terms. Hand over Ace, Shisibukai's matter depends on whether the world government agrees. Marine Admiral Akainu's expression on his face didn't care about Teach, even if he captured the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, Firefist Ace. But still an unknown pirate. Trading with Firefist Ace and Marine? You. Blackbeard Teach was very upset with Akainu's attitude, but a group of Marine executives gathered on the opposite side. The situation is better than people, and I can't help Teach at all. Although Blackbeard was upset, he continued to speak, I have another piece of information about Ace. Very important, worth 5 billion Baileys. Garp Vice Admiral listened to Blackbeard Teach's voice, his heart tightened suddenly, and his heart was full of bad emotions. 5 billion Baileys. I don't want to negotiate with the pirates right now. Akainu's expression went dark, gurgling magma gushing from his right arm, surging on his arm. Strong black smoke rose from the arm, and a hot red light radiated from the arm, illuminating Akainu's face. Sengoku said, Sakazuki. Stop. 5 billion is impossible. At most 500 million. Sengoku turned to Blackbeard Teach and said. Recently, Anidor has invested 60 billion Baileys in succession. Although the universal capsules are not expensive, they will consume a lot of Baileys when the number is large. Marine is also very tight on funds at present. 5 billion Baileys is too much. Sengoku was also curious, what kind of information made Blackbeard Teach so big that it opened a huge number of 5 billion Baileys. Blackbeard Teach looked at Marine Marshal Sengoku, 5 billion Baileys became 500 million? But the figures of Marine Admiral beside Sengoku gave Blackbeard a strong sense of oppression. 500 million is 500 million, at least enough to buy a good pirate ship. Blackbeard Teach spoke without hesitation, this news is enough to shake the world, 500 million can be, but Shisibukai's position must be added. Sengoku thought slightly, Shisibukai's position was already vacant, and his reputation as Blackbeard Teach defeating the 2nd Division Captain Huoquan Ace was enough to sit in this position. The world government has sent Ace an invitation to Shishibukai before. Yes. Sengoku nodded in agreement. A big stone fell in Blackbeard's heart, and a smile appeared on his face. Jahahaha, Firefist Ace is the son of the pirate king Golder Roger. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves? Everyone at Marine looked at the Firefist Ace on the ground in shock. What? You said Firefist Ace, he is the son of One Piece Roger. Sengoku was a little unbelievable and exclaimed. Marshal Sengoku is from the same age as Roger, so how can he not know how terrible that man is? After Roger was executed, in order to make Roger's devilish blood disappear from the world, Marine and world government spent a lot of manpower and material resources searching for Roger's blood in South Blue. But I still haven't found it, thinking that Roger's blood is long gone. At that time, I almost turned over the entire South Blue to find it again. Unexpectedly, such terrible blood is still alive, it's terrible. Kizaru's eyes under the sunglasses with his hands in the pants kabuto were also full of shock. One Piece Gold Roger's blood. Admiral Aokiji suddenly heard the news, and a look of astonishment flashed across his face. Allah la. It's amazing news. Is Roger's blood still alive? Ace must be handed over to Marine. Such blood shouldn't exist. Akainu had a low face, exuding cold murderous intent. Crane Vice Admiral's eyes fluctuated, and he opened his mouth but said nothing. Only Garp's face turned gloomy to ultimate. He closed his eyes and seemed unwilling to accept the facts before him. Your request, Marine agreed. We are going to take Ace away. Sengoku looked very solemn. Blackbeard Teach picked up the unconscious Ace, and threw it over. Gee ha ha ha, what is that door? Aokiji took the unconscious Ace and handcuffed it with sea-stone handcuffs. Allah la. Don't be full of curiosity about everything, it's not a good thing. The frost-faced Aokiji exudes a strong coldness. Following Sengoku, he turned and entered any door. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. A group of marine powerhouses with a strong sense of oppression disappeared in the red door. Blackbeard suddenly slumped on the ground, reaching out to wipe the uncontrollable cold sweat from his cheeks, his hairy chest heaving violently. Jahahaha, deserves to be a marine powerhouse. A strong sense of oppression is still pressing in my heart like a boulder. I'm really afraid that Marine Admiral Akainu will get angry, so he shoots directly. Other marine generals will never sit idly by. I'm afraid the entire Blackbeard pirate group will have to confess here. However, the thrill of the rest of his life and the smooth progress of the plan also made Teach laugh with excitement, his eyes flashing terrifying. Click. Shinigami Poison Q fell from the horseback, and a look of surprise emerged from his desperate look. Finally left. Not once, the Poison Q known as Shinigami felt that he was so close to the real Shinigami. He didn't respond to the pain of falling to the ground. Van Oka suddenly loosened his body, feeling extremely relaxed. Captain, this fork of fate is a bit terrible. There was still a trace of heart palpitations in Van Oka's voice. Captain, that door controls the fork of destiny. Blackbeard stared darkly at the place where Marines disappeared. The red door had already disappeared. That door, unexpectedly made Marine suddenly appear here. Yes, Captain, Marine Master is a little scary with such a terrible weapon. The Devil's Sheriff Lafayette looked like a sharp bird, looking at the disappearing red door. The face that was originally white was even more pale just now. Speaking of the weirdness of that door, the universal capsule seems to have flowed from Marine recently. Listening to Lafayette's words, Blackbeard Teach was taken aback. Is it another Marine's new invention? Anyway, you must get that kind of red door. Blackbeard stood up from the ground with a gloomy expression. The feeling of being involuntary just now is really terrible. And that kind of door has a miraculous effect on your plan. A group of Marine generals went through any gate and returned to naval headquarters. The thick melancholy between Garp's eyebrows couldn't be resolved. Garp, what's the matter with you? Vice Admiral asked towards Garp with some concern. A trace of grief flashed in Garp's eyes, and he said, "It's nothing, it's just that my hands are itchy." Garp walked to Ace's side and slammed his fist on Ace's head. In a coma, Ace opened his eyes and felt a severe pain on his forehead, and a huge bag appeared on Ace's head. The left eye was opened, and the right eye could only be opened for a slight gap. The red and purple bag blocked the side of the right eye. Lord! Ace looked at Garp in his eyes, full of doubts, opened his voice but immediately greeted Garp's fist. It hurts. Ace just wanted to reach out to touch his head subconsciously, but found that he was handcuffed and lost most of his strength. Garp! Stop it! Ace is an important criminal. Sengoku yelled at Garp. The old man just got itchy hands. Garp stubbornly talked back to Sengoku, but he felt like a knife twisted in his heart. Ace stared blankly at Marshal Sengoku and Marine Sanda. Teach. Ace gritted his teeth and pronounced Teach's name bitterly. It must be the guy Teach, who handed himself over to Marine. Papa, I'm sorry. Ace suddenly thought of Whitebeard, who was pierced with an 4-tube and bottled. Sengoku, kill me. Just let yourself leave with demonic blood. Don't trouble anyone. Ace, with his hands behind his back, yelled at Marshal Sengoku. Garp Vice Admiral stood there blankly, turning his head away a little unbearable, and couldn't bear to see Ace. Turning around and walking to the chair, a man lowered his head and ate the donut in a muffled voice. With his drooping head, no one noticed the glittering tears in Garp's eyes. Sengoku looked at his hinds begging Ace and said unceremoniously, "Marine will not let go of the evil blood of Roger, but not now." Ace sank in his heart and yelled at Sengoku, "I only have one father, and that is Whitebeard Newgate." Sengoku didn't move at all, and said coldly, "About this matter, there will be someone who will verify the blood in your body. Kizaru, take Ace to Impel Down 6-story prison first." Kizaru curled his lips and stood up from the chair. "The old man, let's go." "Sengoku, leave it to me." Garp stood up and pulled out any door in between. A trace of doubt flashed in Sengoku's mind, and he nodded to Garp. Garp unceremoniously lifted Ace directly with one hand, and walked into any door with Ace. "Is this Impel Down?" Ace looked at the prison-like scene in front of him with a shocked face. He was still in the office just now, and arrived in Impel Down in an instant. "Old man, this door is amazing too. Universal Capsule." Ace knows that it is popular across the sea, and everyone is proud of having a Universal Capsule, and countless pirates are vying for it. "Are they also the invention of Marine?" "It's amazing." Garp said in a low mood, "This is the latest invention of marine scientist Dr. Iris, called Random Gate. What a genius." Boom. Garp punched Ace on the head. "UBD. Just care about yourself." Garp's appearance is clearly seen by the influence phone worm in the prison. Impel Down prison director Magellan sat on the toilet and made a cooing noise. The soldier outside the toilet opened his mouth anxiously. Garp Vice Admiral appeared in the prison from any door carrying the criminal. Marine hero Garp Vice Admiral actually escorted the prisoner himself? Magellan looked painful, suffocating with energy. After a while, Director Magellan hurriedly walked out of the toilet. Garp Vice Admiral's expression showed a hint of helplessness, and it was irreversible. "Garp Vice Admiral." Director Magellan greeted Garp, but stared straight at any door behind Garp. The matter of any door has been completely spread in Marine for a long time, but the current number is very small. I have only heard that this time I finally saw the real arbitrary door. This is any door I have always dreamed of. Magellan stared at the red random door very greedy. I want to think about it day and night. The report for applying for any door has been submitted long ago, but any door is rare and has not been allocated yet. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. There has always been a problem that plagued Magellan. There are 10 hours a day in the toilet because of diarrhea. Excluding the 8 hours of sleep, only 4 hours are left to be active each day. Basically stay in their own room. But if you have any door, you can leave the room, and once you want to go to the toilet, you can go back through any door at any time. There will be no embarrassment of looking for toilets everywhere. Magellan looked at any door that was thinking about it before her, and there was a strong excitement in her heart. Cuckoo. There was a noise in his stomach, and Magellan reached out to cover his stomach. Magellan has an apologetic face on his face. Garp Vice Admiral, I'm so sorry, but my stomach is a little uncomfortable today. Give the prisoner to me. Garp Vice Admiral stood there blankly, heartbroken. Can I use any goalkeeper ace to take it away? As long as you take ace away by yourself and use any door to escape, Magellan can't stop him at all. Garp struggled inwardly, cold sweat dripping from his temples. Ace turned his head to look at the silent Garp, the pupils in his eyes trembling, and his heart was equally painful. I have never wanted to be a burden to others. Old man. Ace gritted his teeth, his face trembling, holding back his sad emotions. Looking at Garp in a daze, Magellan said again, Garp Vice Admiral. Just hand over the prisoner to me. Garp sighed, his burly body was a little lonely at this moment, showing a trace of oldness. Ace, I'm sorry. The old man can't let go. Garp turned around silently and walked into any door, his upright posture also buckled. Naval Headquarters. Marine Admiral Akainu looked solemn and said, "What should I do next?" Since Marshal Sengoku did not immediately give Ace the execution order, he must have his own thinking. Sengoku stared at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Put Ace publicly executed. The execution of Roger at the time has become a joke, and Marine has lost his face. This time it will surely save the world from the fears of Whitebeard and the One Piece Roger." Sengoku's loud sound shook the hearts of everyone present. Regarding the execution of Gold Roger in Logue Town that year, Sengoku still has a grudge to this day. Allah La. Marshal Sengoku, Ace is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Admiral Aokiji was a little bit resistant to Sengoku's decision. The Whitebeard pirate group was notorious for protecting shortcomings, and all the captains of its captains were all sons approved by Whitebeard. The captain also calls Whitebeard as his father. No one in New World doesn't know. If the execution of Ace is made public, after all, it will lead to a battle between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine. Kizaru pouted, his face seemed a little unhappy. "This decision, I don't know how many terrifying monsters it will attract, the old man is a little worried." Snapped. Akainu slapped righteously on the table, "What's wrong with public execution? Just let the damned pirates see. The end of Roger's bloodline. Shock the damned pirates in the sea." Kizaru and Aokiji set their sights on Akainu. Crane Vice Admiral propped his head with both hands, frowned, and looked forward with deep gaze. Regardless of whether the sentence is publicly executed or not, as long as Ace is killed, Whitebeard's anger will inevitably be drawn. Ace is in the blood of Roger, and Marine is impossible to let go anyway. So, you only need to discuss how to deal with Whitebeard. Instead of always guarding against the Whitebeard pirates, it is better to put the initiative master in Marine's hands. Crane Vice Admiral's faint words shocked Admiral's heart. Staff Crane said rightly, "This is a dead knot. Ace, who is in the blood of Roger's sin, cannot be let go. Ace is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the son of Whitebeard's approval. This kind of thing cannot be changed." Sengoku glanced at Vice Admiral, a trace of admiration in his heart. At present, the naval headquarters has insufficient personnel, and a large number of troops must be drawn from the branch. Not only that, symptoms that all Shichibukai will participate in this battle. Stop all the news of Ace's arrest. Universal Capsule Factory. In the quiet office, Iris sat on the chair in a daze, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. "Congratulations to host for obtaining Iron Body proficiency of 200x2. The production cost of the new batch of arbitrary doors of 40 billion has all been paid. All 36 billion points were redeemed without hesitation, plus the points accumulated in recent days. There are more than 4 million points in the Iris points column." Iris couldn't wait to start the golden 10 consecutive draw. These days, Iris is totally immersed in the development of Devil Fruit. Any door can be fully automated production, no need to worry about yourself. Iris spent all his thoughts on the development of abilities, drawing on his familiarity with anime and Aokiji's lessons learned. The fruit capacity has been greatly developed. Congratulations to host for achieving armament haki proficiency of 100. Congratulations to host for acquiring Conqueror's haki proficiency 200x2. The crisp rewards of the system sounded continuously in Iris' mind. 40 draws, rewards are densely packed. Congratulations to host for obtaining Moonwalk proficiency 100x3. When the last system sound ended, Iris also got up from his chair. Close your eyes and feel the gurgling blood flowing in your body, and the muscles are slightly bulging. The texture of the bones gradually became harder. Iris has a fascinating expression on his face, and all the changes in his body are in Iris's perception. Power is hidden in your body, as long as you want to, the power in your body will gush out. 4 gold 10 consecutive draws, 40 draws. The changes brought about are undoubtedly huge. A confident smile was drawn at the corner of Iris's mouth. It's stronger again. Iris also wanted to see his changes and opened his own property panel in the system. Intensive rewards are not as clear as one's own panel to see one's strength. Iris, who has never played against people, can only use the system panel to detect what level of strength he has reached. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Host, Iris. Skill. Shaving, Esoteric, Proficiency, 2112/50,000. Paper Arts, Top, Proficiency, 7835/10,000. Finger Pistol, Top, Proficiency, 4117/10,000. Tempest Kick, Top, Proficiency, 6658/10,000. Iron Body, Esoteric, Proficiency, 21/50,000. Moonwalk, Top, Proficiency, 8617/10,000. Conqueror's Haki, Senior, 2450/5,000. Armament Haki, Top, Proficiency, 4725/10,000. Observation Haki, Top, Proficiency, 5150/10,000. Fruit Capacity. Momo Fruit. Frozen Fruit. Strength Evaluation, Admiral. Task Progress, the Universal Capsule has been completed. Task Schedule, any door 61/100. Points, 5,700. Strength was finally raised to the point where Admiral, Iris' excitement almost did not call out loud. Quasi-Admiral level has its own card for some time. But the middle ins and outs spent nearly millions of points inside. But the end result was so satisfactory. Iris, capsules, and any use of Universal Door own invention to obtain massive points. In less than 2 months' time, the strength of the Marine Admiral way leveled to the current level of strength. Iris looked at his iron body also broke through to esoteric level, but some not happy. But those who use the iron body ground attack others, do not have that are not being hit badly. Who does not know the stuff with iron body on the problem? Iron body equipment 13 is useful, but the final outcome thing? Iris remembered the miserable experience CP9 organization, after being defeated Luffy a pedestrian, even took to the street performers Minato medical expenses. So sad. Think of a group of cattle when played. Ultimately concluded, iron body with caution. But I have the strength to Admiral level, and so much skill is still no breakthrough esoteric level. Admiral's strength also has the disparity in power between each other, it cannot seem to force myself to relax Admiral level to score points. But 40 gold did not draw a good thing, it seems to have the target on the integration of the Diamond 10 million lottery. Iris stared system Diamond 10 even smoke, do save a integral save it. As a system integrator consumes the most diamonds draw as many as 10 million of integration, there is always a pleasant surprise in comparison. Only a thin 39 will be able to unlock any door next technological invention. Make. Iris codes foot power, the hearts of some excitement and immediately be able to unlock the next technology. Any door production speed with the improvement of the production line has been raised to 40 day. Patiently waiting. A fan any door from the production line to be produced. Day hours pass quickly. Congratulations host to complete the task, any door. Unlock new technology, gravity practice room. Task progress, 0/10. Gravity practice room. Iris heart surprised. Iris but remember, practice room know that gravity is Dragon Ball in the magical invention, the Monkey King as if gravity practice room become a lot stronger. Power surge a lot. I do not know how to affect gravity practice room, to win his first experiment. Iris intends to make its own gravity out of the lab will test to see if gravity can make their own strength to become more powerful. Anyway, Any universal capsule and doors are able to complete autonomy, they would have nothing to do, to make out when you can first try. Not ordinary gravity laboratory, the general strength training can only exercise the muscle groups of the body part. Is a disassembled into parts, for example, arms, back, abdomen, legs and chest muscles these groups. We need to meet a growing body through different combinations of talent. But not the same gravity laboratory, capable of the full range of a given body weight. The same action, bringing the effect is definitely very different. Not to mention pirates of the world where people, especially some physical pervert, amazing resilience, can stay in the training room training for a long time. Achieve a better training effect, not only that. Strong training up frequently destructive extremely strong, can play the effect of exercise. Iris knew Garp Vice Admiral to practice boxing and life and fight Heihachi Mountain. With the weight training room, completely different, by increasing the gravity chamber, so that the strong can feel yourself a limit. Exercise by a gravity method to break the limits of their own body, there is a clear understanding. Iris mind to accept the information and data relating to the gravity of the practice room of the transmission system. A gravity practice room to bring 1 million points to yourself. Any gap between the door and a full 100 times. An arbitrary integral door has only 100,000. But at the same time bring high integration, a gravity practice room production costs of up to 5 billion. Your blood are more expensive than a room of gold to do it. Fortunately, Bailey must have prepared themselves last, to create a look. The Fishmen Island. Dragon's Palace. King Neptune with Trident Universal Capsule incorporated into the hands of the almighty capsules, look between full of surprises. Large size Neptune Universal Capsule in his hand, feeling just like ordinary people holding a 1-meter general. This is a universal capsule, it really is amazing. Watching the tiny capsule universal, Neptune is also deeply magical universal capsule. King Neptune Trident will be put out, and will be a huge coral readily installed into it. Open road side of the Jinbei quite agree, yes this thing marine invention is amazing. Father also gives us a play. Shark Star watching his father will be all kinds of things are packed into capsules universal, great curiosity. King Neptune will be cherished universal capsule into the hands of the Prince Shark Stars. The fishmen under either deep island meters, uninformed, will be able to find a little earlier so magical things. The fish, although under Whitebeard Men Island in the shelter, did not dare pirates the Fishmen Island in trouble, but the fish on the Fishes Men Island can not easily go out. Was arrested traffickers easily become the slave trade, to date only get universal capsule. While King Neptune of emotion. A red door suddenly appeared in the palace. The door suddenly make everyone a little surprised, but in tied with a curious look to the red door. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. After a man dressed in a red suit, dressed in a cloak of justice, with a sharply contoured face revealing a tough temperament, appeared from the door. Everyone looked very nervous, their bodies tensed, looking at Marine Admiral Akainu as if they were facing an enemy. Neptune was surprised that the Marine Admiral Akainu in front of him appeared directly in his palace through the magic door. The Fishmen Island is under the shelter of the Whitebeard pirates, and Marine will not come to the Fishmen Island, which is 10,000 meters deep underground. Usually enter the New World through Red Line. What does Marine Admiral Akainu do when they come to the Fishmen Island? Akainu. Jinbei's pupils contracted, and he never thought that Marine Admiral would appear here because of that magical door? After the omnipotent capsule, Marine has invented another magical thing? Jinbei was a little frightened. With a cigar in his mouth, Akainu Admiral said, Jinbei. Marine has issued a Shisabukai call, come with me. Shisabukai call. Jinbei's expression was moved, and King Marine also issued a Shisabukai call. Jinbei was full of doubts, and asked, why did you call for Shisabukai? I have reason to know. King Neptune and the three brothers of Poseidon's star curiously looked at Admiral Akainu. For many years, Shichibukai has basically not made a decision to recruit all Shichibukai. Why did the Shichibukai call up suddenly be initiated? Akainu exhaled thick smoke, and said concisely, Fire Fist Ace has been caught in prison. Jinbei was shocked. Ace was caught by Marine? Ace is the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division. Is Marine ready to take action on Whitebeard? Jinbei's face has sunk, his eyes fixed on Akainu. Is it possible that Marine is preparing to start a battle with the Whitebeard pirates? Akainu took a deep look at Jinbei, and replied in a deep voice, yes. Shichibukai must obey the conquest. Admiral Akainu's answer seemed like a heavy hammer hit Jinbei's heart. The Fishmen Island is under the protection of Whitebeard, but it is protected from many pirates. Faced with such a great kindness of Whitebeard, how could he act on the Whitebeard pirates? Jinbei looked solemn, with a firm face, and resolutely spoke, I reject Shichibukai's call. Jinbei's answer made Admiral Akainu feel irritated, his face darkened, and anger burned in Akainu's heart. Really disobeying the call? Akainu's teeth bit the cigar in his mouth, and his voice reveals his indisputable will. King Neptune looked at the tense and suppressed emotions in front of him, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and a sense of badness rose in his heart. Jinbei met Admiral Akainu's majestic eyes, his mind remained unchanged, I refuse. A pirate is a pirate. I ask you one last time, do you obey Marine's call? Akainu's squeezed cigarette butt made his face gloomy as if it were a depressed volcano. Neptune looked anxious, and looked at Akainu, who was in a hands-on stance, and panicked, Brother Jinbei. The three brothers of the Poseidon star looked a little panicked, but that was Admiral Akainu, one of Marine's strongest 3D combat power. It's impossible for me to take action against the Whitebeard pirates. Jinbei's firm voice resounded in this hall. Then deprive you of the title of Shichibukai, now I have to deal with the pirates. Akainu looked at the horse stance and fisted beside him and said in a deep voice, you are Shichibukai. I must know my strength. There is no point in resisting. Admiral Akainu's arm exudes fiery red light, and the hot lava is like liquefied red iron juice, dripping on the ground, and the hot magma corrodes shocking pits on the ground. Smoke rises. The dazzling light shone red around Akainu. Akainu. The Whitebeard pirates are kind to me. Absolutely not. Jinbei shouted in a solemn expression. The next moment, Akainu shot out with anger, a vertical leap, waving his arm carrying hot magma and slammed down. Tankaoa is fisting. Jinbei threw a punch, piercing the power in his body, and slammed into Akainu's fist. Bang! The two fists collided violently, making a dull sound resounding in the hall. Jinbei blocked Akainu with a punch, but the scorching heat of the lava made Jinbei's fist emit thick blue smoke. I just feel that my fists are burnt. Jinbei showed pain on his face and sweated all over his body, which made Jinbei, who was a murloc, more uncomfortable. Akainu launched a fierce offensive without hesitation. Jinbei could not breathe under the stormy offensive, and the seawater engulfed by Murloc Fist was evaporated by Akainu's hot magma. In less than an hour, Jinbei was defeated and could not even hurt Admiral Akainu. King Neptune looked at Jinbei, who fell to the ground with anxious heart, but the powerful strength of Akainu made King Neptune and the three brothers of Poseidon a little frightened. Stubborn. After the battle, Admiral Akainu lit his cigar and yelled at Jinbei, who had passed out of a coma. Akainu lifted Jinbei's body and showed a serious expression to King Neptune, warning, if this matter is dared to spread, the Fishmen Island will be completely destroyed tomorrow. Admiral Akainu exudes fiery murderous intent, did you see this door? I want to destroy the Fishmen Island, anytime. Sweat overflowed from King Neptune's cheeks, and Akainu's murderous intent caused a large amount of cold sweat to ooze out of his back. Silently watched Admiral Akainu take Jinbei away from the door. Resistance will only usher in the destruction of Marine Admiral Akainu. Brother Jinbei. Looking at the disappearing door, King Neptune's eyes were faintly worried. Father. The three brothers of the Poseidon star on the side refused to let go, and the color of fear on their faces had not faded. King Neptune's eyes revealed hesitation. The Whitebeard pirates were so kind to the Fishmen Island, but the cruel words that Marine Admiral Akainu let go before leaving made Neptune a little frightened. Hesitated again and again. Neptune looked up at the top of the palace, on which was New World. This matter must be told to Whitebeard. It is a return to Whitebeard's care over the years. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Jinbei. How could you be locked in? Listening to the sound of the handcuffs, Ace in the prison looked up. A familiar figure appeared in his eyes, and his expression was shocked. Since it is my friend Shishibukai Jinbei. The jail guard who escorted Jinbei gave Jinbei a shove. Go in. Another guard opened the door with a key, looked at Jinbei, and motioned Jinbei to enter quickly. In the dim light, Jinbei looked at the decadent Huoquan Ace in front of him, and was no longer so energetic. Jinbei hurriedly shouted, Brother Ace. The guard pushed Jinbei into the cell, locked the door and left. Brother Ace. Marine is ready to fight the Whitebeard pirates. Jinbei's heavy voice shocked Ace's heart, and at the same time a deep self-blame and guilt emerged, and his head lowered. It's all because of me. Jinbei, you were also implicated in, right? Ace turned his head and looked at Jinbei's position. Ace's movements caused a creak of the iron chain that bound him to the wall. I came in voluntarily. Akainu wants me to deal with Father Whitebeard. This is absolutely impossible. However, Marine has already assembled Shishibukai. I'm afraid it will go to war soon. Not only Ace, but Jinbei's mood is also extremely heavy. Marine has begun to recruit Shishibukai. Ace's heart sank, full of inexplicable anxiety. Shishibukai is a powerful combat force. Ace bit his lip and yelled, Jinbei, I'm sorry. Jinbei suddenly remembered that Akainu had passed through the weird door and easily reached the Fishmen Island Dragon Palace, and said nervously, That's right. Brother Ace, Admiral Akainu suddenly appeared on the Fishmen Island with a red door. I'm afraid. Any door. Before Jinbei finished speaking, Ace exclaimed. He has seen the power of any gate, and Garp uses any gate to bring himself into Impel Down. Brother Ace. Do you know that door? Ace remembered what Garp had said to himself, and used any goal to bring himself to the scene of Impel Down, with a fluctuating tone, yes. Then, the door can go anywhere. It's not just the arbitrary door you mentioned. I heard that Marine also has a large number of universal capsules. Marine has these two things, and it will only be more domineering in the future. Daddy, this time I am afraid there will be a big problem. Ace's expression instantly became very ugly, and the muscles on his face were twisted together. Indeed, Marine has any door and can send a large number of elite soldiers from bases around the world to Naval Headquarters Marineford anytime and anywhere. The omnipotent capsule allows Marine to carry a large number of weapons and artillery. Ace couldn't imagine what the situation would happen then. He drooped his head, with big teardrops hovering in his eyes. Papa. Ace was depressed, with great regret in his heart. Brother Ace. Don't be discouraged. Daddy is Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world. Jinbei shouted at Ace, but bad emotions arose in his heart. In front of Marine's arbitrary door and the universal capsule, does Dad really have a chance to win? The tears in Ace's eyes flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Whitebeard's body, Ace was very clear. Blame me. Naval Headquarters. Universal Capsule Factory. With the invention of any door by Iris, the Universal Capsule Factory has also expanded a lot. Iris reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The gravity training room is not as simple to make as the Universal Capsule and any door. Looking at the gravity training room in front of him, Iris felt a sense of pride in accomplishment. Try double gravity first. Turning on the doubling of gravity, Iris felt a sudden weight-bearing sensation in his body, and moved his body a bit, slightly uncomfortable with this doubling of gravity. I feel that my body weight has also become heavier. Iris moved his body and did some simple exercises to adapt to the discomfort caused by the doubling of gravity. After getting acquainted, Iris aggravated the effect of gravity. Triple gravity. The sudden heaviness made Iris psychologically prepared, and the heaviness on his body was strengthened, and the same movement consumed more energy in the body. Not only that, the skin, muscles, blood, and bones of the body are all consuming energy to resist the pervasive effects of gravity. The simple movements made Iris feel that the physical strength in the body was slowly losing, and gradually Iris adapted to the feeling of gravity. 10 times the gravity. Iris felt that his body had begun to feel a little bit of pressure. Gravity is squeezing his body all the time, and the skin and muscles on his body send a real feeling, as if a heavy object is pressing on his body. Not only the body surface, but the body is also under pressure. Dense beads of sweat began to appear on Iris' forehead. 30 times the gravity. The feeling of squeezing in the body becomes clearer and clearer, and the rate of loss of physical strength increases. With every training movement of Iris, it seems to be squeezing the strength of the body to fight the heavy pressure. Beads of sweat dripped on the floor of the gravity training room, and there was a feeling of heat from the body. Sweat is still leaking from the skin. 50 times the gravity. Iris felt like he was fighting against his own will every time he moved. He breathed quickly, and sweat condensed into a pool of sweat under his body. 100 times the gravity. Iris already felt that he could hardly move, and his body was under tremendous pressure. The internal organs felt like displacement, which made Iris very uncomfortable. If you move your fingers slightly, you feel that you are fighting against a huge force. The thinking is still clear, but there is a signal of insufficient supply from the brain. This kind of gravity presses on every part of his body in all directions. Controlling the strength in the body, the muscles swell, and even the blood flow speed in the body begins to become very slow. Somewhat scary. He was already an admiral level strength, and he couldn't hold 100 times the gravity. 100 times the gravity has made himself difficult. Iris didn't dare to rashly turn on a higher gravity, which would make his body unable to withstand the damage. After releasing gravity, Iris took a deep breath. A lot of sweat has spread all over his body, soaking his clothes. It's worthy of the gravity training room, the system's high-tech. The practice is twice the result with half the effort, and the efficiency has been increased by more than 10 times. Iris was also a little surprised after experimenting. The 10 times efficiency can be said to be quite amazing. Because it is possible to adjust oneself to a limit state through the different gravity of the gravity training room. And it's the limit in all directions. Although there are weight-bearing bracelets and anklets in marine, those are not enough for the strong. The ultimate weight of the small bracelet is easy for the strong, and there is no pressure at all. Only suitable for low-strength marine soldiers. It's just that the gravity training room burns too much money. A gravity training room costs 5 billion yuan. I can't stand it. I have no money, some people have money. Celestial dragons just bought a slave and just spoke up for hundreds of millions. This cost, they will definitely be able to withstand it. In addition to celestial dragons, there is also marine. Iris immediately picked up the phone worm, dialed the phone, and reported that he had invented a new thing. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. The submitted information is immediately valued. Iris has just boiled the water, and he hasn't come to drink it yet. Several random doors appeared in the laboratory. Familiar figures walked out of any door. Marshal Sengoku, Garp Vice Admiral, Marine 3 Admiral, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, Momuzagi Vice Admiral, T. Dolphin Vice Admiral and other Marine generals who have any doors appeared in their laboratory. Just as Iris greeted everyone, an arbitrary door appeared in Iris' laboratory again, with a majestic aura and a powerful aura radiating from the person. Iris looked at the people appearing in any door with a look of stunned expression. It turned out to be one of 5 elders. That is the man who lives deep in Marijois and controls the highest authority of the world government. Control the destiny of countless people. Such a strong lineup makes Iris a little nervous. Sengoku looked solemnly, Grand Elder. Not long after I called, the elder came over. It seems that the world government is also full of curiosity about Iris' new invention. Elder 5 elders nodded faintly. Listen to the new things invented by Iris in the phone worm, come and take a look. Iris' invention of the universal capsule and any door can be said to be a miracle. Now that there is a new invention, the 5 elders also specially came to see Iris' new invention. At the same time, I also let Iris know that 5 elders also pays attention to Iris. Everyone cast their curious eyes. When they heard that Iris had invented something new again, they couldn't wait to come and see through any door. Iris has invented something magical again, the universal capsule, and any door can give everyone a big surprise. Iris, it's getting scarier again. A hint of surprise flashed in Kizaru's eyes, and he realized that he hadn't seen him for a while. The aura on Iris's body became more calm and restrained than before, faintly letting himself produce a hint of danger. A smile appeared on Iris's face. Yes. The reason why I can become stronger is because I recently invented something. It can increase my cultivation speed several times or even 10 times. There is still such a good thing, I have to try whatever the old man says. Garp moved his wrist, with an expression that he wanted to try. Everyone was also very interested. I was curious when I received the news that Iris had invented a new thing. Now Iris even said that this thing can increase the speed of cultivation several times, or even 10 times the effect. The curiosity in my heart is like being scratched by a cat's claw, and my heart is itchy. Everyone present is a powerful person, and they know how important such things are. This is a world where the weak can eat the strong. Everyone, come with me. Iris led everyone to the gravity training room. The empty room made everyone confused. Allah, isn't this room your invention? Hearing Aokiji's question, everyone was curious to start a large number of rooms. Yes, this is my newly invented gravity training room. If I own 10 times the gravity can barely maintain the action, 50 times the gravity can't support it at all. Iris was a little humble, and didn't report that his limit was 100 times gravity. Oh! Gravity training room. The term gravity is no stranger to everyone. But being able to apply gravity to practice and build a gravity practice room is not something everyone can do. There was a hint of admiration in the eyes of the 5 elders, and he praised, "You deserve to be a marine genius scientist." Everyone nodded in agreement. Knocked Garp Vice Admiral on the ground of the practice room and asked, "Iris, how many times the gravity is the upper limit of your gravity practice room?" Seeing everyone wanting to know the answer, Iris opened his mouth and said, "The upper limit of the gravity training room is 1000 times the gravity." "Hey, old man, what it's like to try 1000 times gravity?" Garp grinned, with a hint of excitement on his face. Iris glanced at Garp with some worry, but when he was experimenting, 100 times the gravity made himself very strenuous. 1000 times the gravity. Even in the gravity training room he made, Iris doesn't know how terrible 1000 times the gravity is. Iris suggested, "Garp Vice Admiral, do you want to try 100 times gravity first? If 1000 times the force of gravity hurt Garp Vice Admiral, that would be bad. There is also a trace of worry in my heart. No, today I have to try 1000 times the gravity of whatever the old man said." Garp couldn't listen to Iris's suggestion, so he wanted to try the effect of 1000 times the gravity of the gravity training room. Sengoku also knew Garp's willful temper, and said, "Iris, let Garp try it. Allah la. Garp Vice Admiral should be fine." Admiral Aokiji is very confident in Garp Vice Admiral. Admiral Kizaru reached out and touched his chin, rubbing the beard between the temples and pouting, 1,000 times the gravity, monsters like Mr. Garp should be fine. Then let Garp give it a try. Elder 5 elders also spoke. Iris can't help it either. I can't blame myself for an accident. Then everyone, please quit the training room. Only Garp stood there with a look of excitement. Iris adjusted the gravity of the gravity training room to 1,000 times. Garp Vice Admiral, who looked excited for the last second, stuck his whole body directly on the ground and made a dull noise. Garp Vice Admiral's face darkened. Mr. Garp. Aokiji's eyes were full of surprise. Admiral Aokiji had the most confidence in Garp Vice Admiral. But unexpectedly, under 1,000 times the gravity, Mr. Garp was directly pressed to the ground. Admiral Kizaru looked a little surprised. It's terrible, can't even Mr. Garp bear 1,000 times gravity. No. Wait a minute. Akainu stared at Garp on the floor with solemn eyes. In the gravity training room, Garp only felt unparalleled heavy pressure all over his body. 1,000 times the gravity suddenly fell on Garp's body, and Garp was caught off guard by gravity so that his whole body was stuck to the ground. Garp's muscles were bulging, with blue veins protruding from his bare hands, neck, and face. Rise. Armament haki burst out from Garp's body. Garp was flushed from face to neck, with blue veins bulging and crisscrossing, looking very hideous and terrifying. Garp Vice Admiral struggled to support his body with his hands, and stood up from the ground with great difficulty. Beads of sweat were already on his face. The big beads of sweat did not stay for a moment, and flowed down his cheeks. As soon as he lifted his leg, he was pushed down by the heavy gravity. Garp gritted his teeth and burst out a fierce armament haki. With one foot out, Garp's entire back was suddenly bent down and bent. When Garp raised his leg again, his whole body was on the ground again. 1,000 times the gravity is terrible. Even Mr. Garp is so embarrassed. Admiral Kizaru was a little frightened. Even the powerful Garp was struggling, and even unable to move normally at all. How strong Garp is, most of the people present have a deep understanding of it. Legendary pirates such as Roger and Golden Lion were also forced into danger by Garp. Garp is not a person with fruit ability, but a strong person with pure physical arts, does not rely on foreign objects, does not rely on swordsmanship. Just rely on your own strength to break the name of marine hero on the sea. It can't support 1,000 times the gravity. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Seeing Garp clinging to the ground, Iris immediately adjusted the gravity effect to 500 times. The gravity in the gravity training room suddenly lightened, and Garp Vice Admiral felt a lot easier. Although he still feels quite heavy, but it is no longer breathless with the pressure of 1,000 times the gravity. Garp stood up supporting his body, but it was still extremely difficult. Under 500 times the gravity, Garp is also very strenuous during the action, and it is like an infinite slowdown during the action. One action took a lot of time. I saw Garp Vice Admiral panting heavily, sweating like rain, dripping non-intermittently on the floor of the gravity training room. Seeing the crowd outside the practice room was shocked. The gravity training room is a bit too powerful, right? The flying squirrel's eyes trembled at the scene in the training room. Momuzagi Vice Admiral Jun on the side also nodded in agreement. After all, even Garp Vice Admiral can't bear the gravity that others can't bear. Under such gravity, let alone standing, I am afraid that even lying on the ground cannot withstand such a strong gravity. Mr. Garp is able to withstand 1,000 times the force of gravity without injury, which is enough to prove the horror of gravity. If it is someone else, I am afraid that they will be directly crushed by the strong gravity and be seriously injured, or even in danger of death. Admiral Aokiji also sighed. This is the first time Mr. Garp looks like this. Having worked with Mr. Garp for many years, it was the first time to see Mr. Garp in such an embarrassed appearance. I just vowed to believe that Garp is okay, and when I took it, I saw Garp Vice Admiral clinging to the ground, an expression I had never seen before. Fortunately, it's Garp Vice Admiral, if it's the old man. Admiral Kizaru also pouted, his expression seemed to be lingering. Sengoku had such an expression on his face, and said with a smile, "This is Iris' new invention. Not bad." Elder Five Elders also spoke, and a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. "Yes, it seems that Iris' invention will add a lot of color. It really gave me a big surprise." Looking at Garp Vice Admiral in the gravity lab, Iris was also shocked. Iris gradually adjusted the gravity to 100 times. Garp in the training room is like an ordinary person, walking freely in the gravity training room. As expected of Garp Vice Admiral. It is already difficult to bear 100 times the force of gravity, but Garp Vice Admiral can move easily. It is only when doing simple training movements that you still use great strength to complete the training movements. Still need to consume a lot of power to fight against the existence of gravity. Everyone also saw Iris adjusting the gravity effect of the gravity training room. Admiral Akainu has been silent for a long time, his eyes glowing hot. "Iris, can I go in, too?" Iris looked at Akainu. Admiral's words should be okay, but still reminded, "Akainu Admiral, you have to be mentally prepared, the gravity of the gravity training room is currently 100 times. Admiral Akainu nodded, "Don't worry." Others also cast curious glances. After all, there is only Garp Vice Admiral in the gravity training room, without a clear contrast. Everyone is not sure about the 100 times gravity and the direct gap between different people. With permission, Akainu turned and stepped into the gravity training room. Stepping in, Akainu suddenly felt a heavy pressure sweeping over her body as if the top of Mount Tai, suddenly bending slightly underneath. Akainu's complexion condensed, showing firmness, and his body was straight, walking slowly in the gravity training room. But he was quite surprised in his heart. Gravity was like a shadow, always exerting on his body, constantly consuming his physical strength as he took steps. Akainu sweated heavily on his forehead, breathing quickly, and his face began to flush. Is 100 times gravity already so? Akainu also felt heavy pressure, and his body was constantly fighting against the strong gravity. This is only 100 times the weight of gravity. It is hard to imagine how Garp Vice Admiral feels when it has withstood 1000 times the weight of gravity. Everyone also saw the sweat bursting out of Akainu's body, and knew that 100 times the weight of gravity could not be underestimated. Allah la. I'll try it too. Admiral Aokiji stepped into the training room, and the sudden strong gravity also surprised Aokiji. However, Jiaji saw that Iris was adjusting the gravity effect of the gravity chamber, and Jiaji also noticed that Iris had previously said that the limit he could bear was 50 times the force of gravity. To Jiaji's surprise, 100 times the gravity has made Admiral quite strenuous. Although he can walk around, his physical strength is rapidly consumed. Even if it is 50 times the gravity, it will not be easy. T-Dolphin also curiously wanted to try 100 times the gravity, and walked into the gravity training room. Suddenly, the heavy pressure dropped, and Jiaji knelt directly on the ground, holding his hands on the ground. Jiaji looked low, gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength and couldn't stand up. It was extremely difficult to move his feet. One leg lifted up, and before the other leg could catch up, the front leg was directly pressed down by the strong gravity. Sweat oozes out of the body like money. Is this the effect of 100 times the gravity? Only after experiencing it for myself, I know how terrifying it is. Jiaji was still shocked, and he didn't feel it when he watched outside, but when he really came in, he realized that it was quite different. Only by experiencing it personally can I know the difficulties. 50 times the gravity. It seems that Iris is also good at strength. The reaction of Jiaji also surprised the crowd outside the gravity training room. However, Marine Prepared Admiral, codenamed T-Dolphin. Can't you stand up under 100 times the gravity? The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral also walked into the gravity room. The heavy pressure made the Flying Squirrel stagger and lay directly on the ground. Turning his head hard, watching the drooping head count. What? 100, double gravity, it's so horrible. He opened his mouth with great difficulty, every word seemed to have exhausted a lot of energy generally. This, like, zi. Before he finished speaking, the flying squirrel shut up, because he couldn't breathe because of his words. A smile appeared on Jiaji's face. Is this the gap? Raising his head slightly difficultly, his eyes squinted at Marine Admiral walking in the gravity training room. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Momuzagi Vice Admiral Jun looked hesitant, and put his palm on the Junpilu on his waist. With a light sigh, Jun Vice Admiral still did not choose to step in. After all, being a woman is not suitable. Kizaru Admiral also saw the scene of the training room, curled his mouth, put his hands in kabuto, and walked into the gravity training room. Sengoku, I'll go in and try it too. Elder 5 Elders said to Sengoku, his expression solemn, revealing the slightest majesty. Sengoku's expression stunned. Grand Elder, please come in. The Great Elder 5 Elders stepped into the gravity training room, and the pressure as heavy as a mountain was attached to the Great Elder 5 Elders from all directions. I experienced it personally, only to find that it was more magical than expected. The strong gravity makes the Great Elders feel a strong sense of oppression, but this kind of wonderful feeling is a feeling that the Great Elders have never experienced. The body is always sending out signals of thirst for strength, and body functions are running fast. Iris looked at the free-moving elder secretly. Is this the elder of 5 elders? It turns out to behave like Garp Vice Admiral under 100 times the gravity. Not only Iris, but everyone else was also surprised. Unexpectedly, the strength of the Grand Elder would not lose to Admiral at all. Even the prepared Admiral T-Dolphin almost lay directly on the ground. For example, the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral lay directly on the ground in the training room. The gap between them is clear at a glance. Garp and San Admiral have begun to try some basic exercises such as push UPS, although they are very slow and sweaty. But still persisting in completing the action. Iris watched the performance of the crowd outside the practice room. Garp Vice Admiral and 5 elders are undoubtedly the strongest. Next are the 3 Marine Admiral. However, this does not mean that there is a gap in strength. On the contrary, it surprised Iris. Marine 3 Admiral is famous for its extremely powerful Logia ability. Now it seems that in physical skills, San Admiral is also a top-level figure. It deserves to be Marine's strongest 3 major powers. After everyone practiced in the training room, Iris relieved the gravity of the gravity training room. In the training room, everyone immediately felt their bodies relaxed like never before, as if they were floating. This is also the magic of the gravity training room, the suddenly changing gravity seems to be in a different world. When high gravity suddenly drops to low gravity, it will produce a physical reaction. Iris accompanied Sengoku into the gravity training room. The flying squirrel took a breath and got up from the ground, his expression serious, without mentioning what had just happened. It's really good, I feel that under such gravity, the efficiency of cultivation is far more than 10 times what you said. Akainu sweated profusely, and the excitement in his eyes was not diminished. Everyone also gathered around. T-Dolphin opened the mouth and said, such a gravity training room is very helpful to practice. Although 100 times the gravity cannot withstand it, it can also adjust the gravity to find its own limit. 100 times the gravity is not suitable for me, but I also clearly realize the power of the gravity chamber. Haha, 1000 times the gravity is really amazing. The old man has to use haki to fight against the strong gravity. But judging from the practice situation just now, the efficiency feels almost 30 times as fast. Garp's bold laughter sounded in the gravity training room. After the gravity was relieved, his body felt an unprecedented sense of invigoration and relaxation. Very cool. The old man must withstand 1000 times the gravity. Garp was still worried about his unbearable performance under 1000 times the gravity. Iris is also a little admired. These powerful men in front of him are really geniuses, and the efficiency of the gravity training room is more than 10 times that of them. It's even 30 times faster. Iris, how much does one cost for the gravity training room? Sengoku asked the question he was concerned about. The utility is so powerful, the scale of the training room is not small, and it is expensive to build at a glance. Iris looked at everyone's curious eyes and replied, 5 billion. Iris originally quoted the price of the gravity training room. This time Iris did not lie about the price of the training room, mainly because this thing is not widely used, and not everyone can afford it. It is better to quote the original price so that your task can be completed as soon as possible. Unlock the next technology. Universal Capsule. Any door. Gravity training room. Each is an invention called a miracle and has a great effect. Don't know what the next unlock technology is. But judging from the performance of the system, I will definitely not let myself down. The first three have already brought me considerable benefits. Whether it is points or fame and so on. Without these inventions, I am still a little technician of the Marine Science Corps. 5 billion. T. Dolphin exclaimed. Unexpectedly, it was a high price of 5 billion, which was enough to make 99 wins daunting. Momuzagi-jun also frowned, it's really expensive. Admiral Kizaru also smacked his lips. Money is not a problem. It was the 5 elders who was speaking. After experiencing the gravity training room personally, he didn't think 5 billion was expensive at all. Compared to a powerhouse of his level, every improvement is precious. Now the gravity training room has increased by 20 to 30 times in practice efficiency, and it is still improving in all aspects of the body without missing blind spots. Very rare. Everyone looked at the 5 elders, and was not surprised at all. The elder stared at Iris, with a rare smile. Iris, I have slowed down the progress of any door recently. Focus on the gravity training room. First build 10 seats. 3. Admiral and Sengoku Garp, you share 2 gravity training rooms, and 3 will be open to other Marines. The remaining 5 seats will be sent to Marie Joyce. Iris looked excited. No problem. The task amount was achieved in one fell swoop, as long as the gravity training room was made. The task of the gravity training room is complete, and the next technology can be unlocked. Sengoku looked awe-inspiring. The Grand Elder's 5 billion gravity training room was open to Marine, and there were still 15 billion Baileys. This must be done to give Marine a stronger combat power to deal with one of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirate group. Whitebeard Edward Newgate is known as the strongest man in the world. Has many powerful captains. The pirate groups affiliated to it are even more numerous. Marine must also go all out. Not careless. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. Marine is intensively gathering the world's marine elites for screening. About to face the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors. World government 5 elders quickly allocated 50 billion Baileys to Iris. The gravity training room can greatly improve the training efficiency, and the increase is several times to dozens of times depending on the person. But it can make people feel the improvement obviously. Urging Iris to complete the gravity training room as soon as possible. With 50 billion in hand, Iris was also very excited and beaming with joy. Although I didn't lie about the production cost and earn Pele, Each gravity training room earns 1,000,000 points for successful production. In addition, as long as there are people practicing in the gravity training room, a large number of points can be generated. As long as the gravity training room is used, there will be points, which are only calculated by time. The 10 scheduled training rooms, plus the one that has been made, 11 training rooms can bring Iris 11,000,000 points. There are extra points for using the gravity training room, and Iris is so excited. The 10,000,000 points of diamonds for 10 consecutive draws also saw hope. Full of power, Iris immediately plunged into the production of the gravity training room, wishing to complete the 10 gravity training rooms immediately. Dressrosa. The huge palace is magnificent and magnificent. The white jade stone is generally built into a Western-style palace, and the interior decoration is extremely luxurious. Admiral Aokiji stepped out of any door, and a tired Aokiji stretched, pressing his left hand on his right shoulder and moving his arm. Marine Admiral Aokiji. Inside the palace, the guards heard an exclamation. Allah la. Ask, is Doflamingo there? Admiral Aokiji asked slowly with lowered eyes. The two guards, who were shocked and dumbfounded, nodded quickly, and the cold sweat on their cheeks could not be restrained from overflowing. Just say, or take me there. Aokiji just wanted to let the soldiers pass on the message, but suddenly changed his mind to such an important thing. Admiral Aokiji asked the soldiers to take themselves to see Doflamingo. No need. Marine Admiral Aokiji. What a surprise. Doflamingo's voice sounded in the palace. Ming-Ji put his hands in the pants kabuto, and walked over. Seeing the red random door behind Aokiji, I was shocked. Is this an arbitrary door? Actually, as Fergo said, being able to travel to any place allowed Marine Admiral Aokiji to reach the Dressrosa Palace directly. I didn't receive any news beforehand. This arbitrary door must be built, and such a magical door must be in the hands of the master. Aokiji turned to Doflamingo and said, Allah la. It just happened, and it saved me the trouble of finding you. Marine enlisted Shishibukai to participate in the war against Whitebeard. Are you ready to take action against Whitebeard? There is no problem in participating in the war, but as a trading condition, it is not excessive to have an arbitrary door, right? Doflamingo laughed, and of course he knew the news of the action against the Whitebeard pirates and that Marine was about to start a battle. But he only cares about any door, this thing he can't get it with all his best. Toripole and other cotters also got news one after another and rushed to the palace. The scene of monitoring the phone worm quickly attracted the attention of the guards who were monitoring. That was Marine Admiral Aokiji, who came quickly. Aokiji refused on the spot. Any door? No way. Marine strictly prohibits any door from spreading to any other forces, and even as a taboo existence, no matter who it is. Leaking any door to other forces will surely attract conquests from Marine and world government. Me, then I will take it myself. Doflamingo's face was gloomy, but he smiled and moved his fingers. A thin line, which is imperceptible to the naked eye, quietly spread from between the fingers and quickly flew towards any door in front of Admiral Aokiji. A ray of cold chill flashed through Aokiji's lowered eyes, and the whole body was surrounded by cold air. Ice time. In an instant, clear ice suddenly appeared under Aokiji's feet, spreading toward the front at a faster speed. Doflamingo turned into an ice sculpture in an instant, the expression on his face and body movements freeze. Aokiji's freezing seems to have a goal, except for the ground, only Doflamingo is frozen in the middle. Dover. Little Lord. Everyone did not dare to touch the ice sculpture, for fear that the ice would break and even turn Doflamingo into ice. The cotters looked at Marine Admiral Aokiji in horror. One word of advice, I advise you not to make any ideas. Admiral Aokiji's face was frosty, and the strong air conditioning floated from his body like smoke. The temperature of the entire palace dropped suddenly, making people palpitate. Any door strategy is of great significance, and master is not in the hands of the pirate. Kaka kaka. The ice cube shattered, revealing Doflamingo's figure. Danger flashed in his eyes under Doflamingo's sunglasses. The cold from his body made the blood flow slowly, and his body was a little stiff. Marine Admiral is really strong like a monster. It seems that it is impossible to snatch any door from Aokiji's hands. I have always heard that the strong Yamato of any door is magical, and he sees any door right in front of him. But if you can't grab it, you have to experience any door. Marine Admiral, who appeared directly in the Dressrosa Palace, is really disturbing. Ji Chiang retreats and stuns. I can also experience this any door. Seeing Doflamingo emerge from the ice sculpture, the cotters breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Aokiji with fear in their eyes. Allah la. Is it just an experience? The cold air has not disappeared, and Aokiji's expression is cold. Experience is okay. If you want to open any door, you will kill all your underlying business. Only half an hour. Seeing Aokiji, who was cold in his eyes, Doflamingo smiled and said, "Yes." Admiral Aokiji sat cross-legged on the ground. The cold dissipated, pulled down the green blindfold on his head, and took a nap with his hands propped on his head. Doflamingo didn't dare to make any movements, and there was a chill from the ice under his feet. Walking to any door, Doflamingo's eyes under the sunglasses revealed desire. "Where are you going?" "Wanakuni." "Too dangerous." "Then go to the Golden City, just to see your partner Tizalo. It's quite far away, and I've been there myself. It's just right to go there. Just see if any door can go anywhere." Open any door. Doflamingo's sunglasses are shining golden light, and a smile is conjured up at the corner of his mouth and walks in. Golden City. In the huge banquet hall. It is magnificent and magnificent. There are decorations made of gold everywhere, and the golden is full of luxury. Golden Emperor Tizalo sat on the luxurious sofa, leisurely shaking the golden liquor in the goblet in his hand. Ah ha ha ha. The laughter of a pirate sounded in the banquet hall. Tizalo's expression became gloomy, and when he loosened his fingers, the cup suddenly fell on the ground, interrupting the pirate's laughter with a crisp sound. Who is the one who can decide what can be laughed at in the city? Tizalo showed an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, slightly raised his head and looked down at the horrified pirate in the banquet hall. "Everyone, please remember this rule." Tizalo looked cold and gloomy, took off the golden ring in his hand, and fell on the ground with a crisp sound. The golden ring moved towards the pirate, and suddenly became restrained by the Admiral Pirate. At this moment, a red door suddenly appeared in the banquet hall. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Wearing a pink feather coat, Doflamingo walked out of any door, followed by a group of Don Quixote family officials. "Doflamingo? What are you doing in Golden City?" Tizalo was surprised when he saw the person who appeared before him, and stood up suddenly from the sofa. Karina, the beautiful singer sitting on the sofa next to Tizalo, was also surprised. Her petite body trembled slightly. She reached out her hand to cover her mouth, almost exclaiming. A hint of shock flashed in Tizalo's eyes, and his eyes also noticed the red door behind Doflamingo. Any door? Arbitrary doors have been commonly used in celestial dragons and marine high levels, and no one else can get any doors at all. I tried my best and spent a lot of money to buy any door, and I couldn't get any door. How did Doflamingo get it? Tizalo was shocked, at the same time full of doubts, and at the same time very vigilant. Back then, Doflamingo auctioned golden fruits, but he obtained golden fruits from Doflamingo's auction house through abnormal auction methods. Although it has developed well over the years, Doflamingo is also a little afraid. But Doflamingo is the underground emperor, and even Shichibukai is powerful. He may not be Doflamingo's opponent. Tizalo looked at Doflamingo with a gloomy expression. His body was a little nervous. What did Doflamingo suddenly come to his golden city? There are a group of Don Quixote family cotters behind him. Do you want to take away my golden city? A heart of golden Emperor Tizalo hangs up. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to find the fault. Are we also business partners? Doflamingo stepped forward, sitting on the sofa with his legs upright. A group of cotters also sat on the sofa. Business partner? There is only interest among the underground forces. Tizalo didn't let his guard down because of Doflamingo's words. Doflamingo put his gaze on any door, and said, I'm here this time just to experience any door. Any door was really magical, and even allowed himself to reach the distant golden city from Dressrosa. The invention of Iris is really more amazing than another. It's a pity that such a man can't be used by me. A hint of surprise flashed in Tizalo's eyes, and he stared straight at Doflamingo and asked, Experience? Did you get any door? This gadget has spent a lot of thought, and it can't be obtained by using the relationship of the CP organization. The bosses of the underground forces shook their heads with themselves, indicating that any door could not be obtained at all. Any door comparable to the universal capsule is much more difficult. Now through any door, Doflamingo appeared directly in his golden city with his subordinates, making himself defenseless. The defense alarm system that spent a lot of money in the golden city, the guards did not have any effect in front of any door. You have to get such a magical door anyway. Tizalo looked at Doflamingo with a confident smile on his face. Doflamingo, bid. How much is any door? As long as Doflamingo bids, Tizalo intends to buy any door. The magical Tizalo of the universal capsule is well understood. The omnipotent capsule Tizalo obtained some through the underground dark forces, and now he still spends a lot of money to buy the omnipotent capsule in the black market. This is not too much. Now it is any door that can reach anywhere. Let Doflamingo appear in front of him. No matter how much Doflamingo pays, as long as it is money, it is not a problem. You have to buy an arbitrary door for any amount. I am known as the Golden Emperor, and I am the owner of Tizalo of the Golden City. Tizalo stared at the red random door with scorching eyes. Doflamingo's mouth raised an inexplicable smile. If this thing can be bought with money, I want as much as it is. It's a pity, this thing can't be bought with money. Doflamingo also sighed in his heart, unable to ask for any door. This time it was only half an hour of experience. Once half an hour arrives, I don't know when I want to use it. Doflamingo also has a sense of urgency in his heart, wanting to obtain an arbitrary door. Suddenly, a wicked smile appeared on Doflamingo's mouth. Of course, there is another way. Hearing what Doflamingo said, Tizalo came and asked with interest, Oh? What's the solution? Doflamingo stared at Tizalo and said, Behind this door is Marine Admiral Aokiji. If you beat Aokiji to the ground, you can grab it, or try. Tizalo looked shocked, his face gloomy. What's the kidding? Admiral. Marine Admiral Aokiji. After removing the identity of Marine, Tizalo didn't dare to do it. That is Marine's highest combat power, a terrifying existence that has been famous in the world for many years. Tizalo folded his hands together, resting on his knees, rubbing the gold ring on his fingers. It seems that Marine takes this thing very importantly. Can't even you get any door? Doflamingo is the underground emperor, with a very wide range of operations and power all over the sea. Even Doflamingo can't get any doors, it's just an experience. Opposite any door is Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji. Tizalo felt a little heavy. The importance of any door is far beyond your imagination. Doflamingo was also a little annoyed. I have longed for any door in my heart for a long time, but I have never been able to get it. Time passed, and half an hour passed quickly. Doflamingo took the officers back from any door. Marine is really amazing. He unexpectedly recruited an unheard of Iris, an unprecedented wizard. Universal capsule, plus any door. Marine, who is already the king of the sea, will surely dominate the sea. 4 emperors. 4 emperors seem to be powerful, but they are still not as good as Marine. Now I have a universal capsule and any door. Marine will completely become a nightmare for all pirates. The Whitebeard pirates are also doomed to fail. In Doflamingo's eyes, this is a war without suspense. What's more, there is Shichibukai located between pirate and marine. Admiral Aokiji removed his blindfold, got up from the ground, and yawned. The time is up, it's time to leave. Doflamingo looked at Aokiji and asked, I wonder if I can meet Dr. Iris at Naval Headquarters. I really want to meet a man who can invent the universal capsule and any door. Aokiji's lazy face suddenly became severe, his eyes radiated cold, and he said sharply with a warning, don't think about Iris's idea, otherwise, even if you were once celestial dragons, the master will still have a lot of celestial dragon secrets. Can't save your life. Dr. Iris recently developed the gravity training room, and even the elders of 5 elders personally came to the scene and praised Dr. Iris. The universal capsule and any door are extremely important to marine and world government. I believe even 5 elders will choose to protect Iris from Doflamingo. It was full of chill, and the cold voice rang in the palace, which made people feel chills in their hearts. Aokiji glanced at Doflamingo with a sharp look, the warning was full. Turned around and walked into any door. Seeing Aokiji disappear into the palace, the cotter felt relieved and the pressure suddenly disappeared. Doflamingo's eyes are gloomy in the empty palace. Any door. Even at the price? Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Krakana Island. Among the huge castle, Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, is holding the sleeve of a white shirt and holding a kitchen knife to cut the vegetables on the chopping board. Suddenly, Hawkeye stopped the kitchen knife in his hand, his expression stunned. Hawkeye put down the kitchen knife in his hand, opened the universal capsule, carried Black Knife on his back, and walked out. Mosi Mosi. Mosi Mosi, anyone. Admiral Kizaru put his hands in the pants kabuto and looked at the palace. Admiral Kizaru. Hawkeye's complexion condensed, his sharp gaze directed at Admiral Kizaru. The red door was quite conspicuous behind Kizaru, and Hawkeye was surprised. What is this red door? Is Kizaru from this door to his castle? Hawkeye has already experienced the effect of the universal capsule. It is very magical and very convenient. Is this door an invention of Marine again? Hawkeye Mihawk's gaze crossed Kizaru, looking at the red arbitrary door with a little surprise. The scene in the door seemed to be an office. Wouldn't the Marine Admiral Kizaru in front of me go from his office to his castle through this door? Hawkeye's heart is very shaken. If it is true, then this door is a bit amazing. What a terrible look. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, not only has terrifying eyes, but also terrible people. Admiral Kizaru pouted, showing a frightened expression. Damn it, damn it! Before anyone arrived, the voice of complaining sounded in the secluded castle. Wearing a crown on her head, wearing a pink ponytail, and holding a burgundy umbrella, Perona floated over in the air. There is a visitor in the castle, Hawkeye, UBD don't tell me. Perona turned and smiled and prepared to greet the guests, but the smile on her face instantly stiffened, and then she showed a look of horror. Admiral Kizaru. Perona fell to the ground in an instant, and flew behind Hawkeye at an alarming speed. The eagle-eyed expression was solemn and eye-catching. He looked at Admiral Kizaru and asked, Admiral Kizaru, I don't know what to do. The old man is here to convey the call of the world government Shichibukai. Shichibukai enlistment. Hawkeye's eyes fluctuated. I was puzzled, and there was no news in the newspapers, why the Shichibukai call-up order was suddenly launched. Not bad, Shichibukai must all arrive. Hawkeye looked at Admiral Kizaru, and was very interested in the red door behind Kizaru. You can join the war, I want the door behind you, and I need some universal capsules. A golden light flashed through Kizaru's eyes under the sunglasses, revealing a hint of danger, and pouted reluctantly, any door? Sorry, no. I can give you 1 or 2 omnipotent capsules. If you want to open any door, don't even think about it. Although the old man likes to fish in troubled waters, Marine has made a lot of preparations for this battle, and no accidents can happen. Besides, Kizaru didn't want to lose his job either. Kizaru had already given in and agreed to give a panacea. Hawkeye's expression was solemn, and he unceremoniously issued an order to dismiss the guest. Then I refuse the Shishibukai enlistment. Leave my castle immediately. It really makes it difficult for the old man. Admiral Kizaru's face showed a rather helpless expression, and he put any door into the universal capsule and put it into the pants kabuto. Have you ever been kicked by Hikari? Kizaru pouted and asked with curiosity. Hawkeye drew the supreme sharp black knife from behind, and a blue light flashed on the black sharp blade. My hawk, the eagle eye of the world's #1 swordsman, exudes a strong momentum and sharp edge. Kizaru's figure suddenly turned into a brilliant golden light. The golden light shot out, and Kizaru's figure was condensed on Hawkeye's side, with golden light on his feet. Hawkeye was holding a black knife slashing sideways, and the sharp blade instantly hit the golden light. Clang! The sound of Jinji strikes. In an instant, Kizaru's figure turned into golden light, and the figure of Admiral Kizaru was condensed not far away. What a terrible man, he almost cut off the old man's leg. Kizaru pouted and revealed a lingering face, raised his hand and stretched out his index finger, with golden light gleaming in between. The laser light suddenly burst out from Admiral Kizaru's fingertips, with incredible speed. Hawkeye turned slightly to the side, and the golden laser crashed behind him. There was a violent explosion, debris splashed, and the earth trembled. The entire castle shook violently. Perona was so frightened that she hovered high in the sky. Stop! Hawkeye's face was gloomy, and he shouted sharply. If you continue to fight, the castle will be destroyed, and the vegetables you grow will also be destroyed. The castle is destroyed, and you have to sleep in the forest. It is not easy to find another island that suits you. I agreed to Shisibukai's call, but I have to try this door. Such a weird door made Marine appear in his castle. The baboon outside didn't notice it at all. It's not like Bartholomew Kuma, shooting people to fly to his island. Hawkeye wanted to see what's magical about this door. The old man can only give you 10 minutes, there are still important things to deal with in this department. Recently, because of the upcoming battle with the Whitebeard pirates, even Kizaru, who has always been idle, has been given many tasks. If you don't come back in 10 minutes, the old man will have no choice but to destroy the island. Kizaru's gentle words revealed a strong threat. Hawkeye can only nodded in agreement. The old man will start timing. New World. The bonfire was burning and the dead branches made a crackling sound. The cheers and laughter of the past disappeared, and the red firelight reflected on everyone's face, and it seemed a bit solemn. The red hair took a sharp sip of wine, and felt a little uneasy. If Whitebeard listened to me, it would be nice that war will break out soon. Get the latest news from within Marine. Ace was arrested and jailed. Ace, who once had a banquet with himself and others, and drank together, is now in prison. If Whitebeard obeyed his request and recovered Ace, maybe nothing would happen. Ben Beckman was holding a dead branch and tossing the fire, looking at the burning fire, and said, "This war is probably unprecedented in scale." 1C Emperor, the Whitebeard pirate group, one of the 4 emperors, is powerful and has been entrenched in the New World for a long time. One side is the overlord of the sea, Marine. The red hair nodded heavily, and the calm sea was about to set off waves that shook the world again. The red hair raised his head, and slammed his mouth with a wine bottle in one hand. A pair of Haki's eyes reflected the burning campfire in front of him, and there was a faint worry flashing. Ace has a special identity. Between Whitebeard and Marine, there must be shock. In World War I, neither side can give in. Redhead Shanks feels a little heavy. Maybe this battle will once again rewrite the pattern on the sea. In an instant, a red door appeared. Redhead Shanks and the crew stood up nervously, startled. Is it Marine Admiral coming again? Hawkeye. Redhead Shanks looked at my hawk coming out of any door in front of him. He was dumbfounded and exclaimed. I thought it was Marine Admiral who came again, as if he was facing an enemy. Unexpectedly, his friend my hawk, Hawkeye, came out of the door. You got any door? Chapter 43. Chapter 43. The sudden appearance of the arbitrary door made everyone feel tight, thinking that it was Marine again, but in the end, it was unexpected that the eagle eye came out of the arbitrary door. The last time that many Marine executives used any door, it clearly struck in their minds, and the picture was profound. Subconsciously thought that Marine would emerge from the red door. The result turned out to be a familiar eagle eye. Shanks Hackey, the redhead, stared at my hawk's sharp eyes, waiting for Hawkeye's answer. Hawkeye was also surprised. Shanks knew this door? It turns out that this door is called Random Door, and the name really fits the bill. Hawkeye faced the crowd and said solemnly, Admiral Kizaru used this door to appear in my castle and issued a Shichibukai call. In order to avoid destroying the castle in the battle with Kizaru, I agreed. I took the opportunity to offer to use this door for 10 minutes. The red-haired eyes vibrated, and Shichibukai called for a call. In order to deal with Whitebeard, Marine also launched Shichibukai. But what makes Shanks the redhead even more shocking is that Marine Admiral Kizaru actually appeared in Hawkeye's castle. The last time many senior Marines showed up, Shanks the redhead also ordered his men to check the information about that door, and learned that the door was called Any Door. It can appear anywhere in the world through any door. Now that I saw it again, my heart couldn't help but be shaken. Even if any gate has been used to recruit Shichibukai, Marine's work efficiency has been greatly improved. Shanks, the redhead, looked solemn, and threw a bottle of red wine to Hawkeye. I am not surprised that Shichibukai is recruited, but this arbitrary door in front of me is a big change. Hawkeye took the red wine thrown by the red hair and drank it. Ben Beckman put the gun in his hand back behind him. Just now, he thought it was Marine nervously and subconsciously pulled it out. Ben Beckman's expression is low and his eyebrows are faintly twisted together. Last time a group of Marine high-level officers showed up with Iris, the inventor of any door. Now Admiral Kizaru appears alone in Eagle Eye's castle. And there is far more than one door in Marine, and Marine can gather soldiers at a speed far beyond our imagination. The red-haired Shanks' heart sank. Any door was like two ordinary people preparing to fight. Suddenly one of them took out a gun and shot the unarmed person to death. Redhead Shanks sighed, hey. It's too hard to get any door. Everyone wants to have any door, but so far there has not been any door in the sea. Not in the hands of the senior Marines, they all hold important positions and are powerful, or they are in the hands of the Celestial Dragons, a world nobleman. Ben Beckman also agreed and said, the key is to invent Iris of any door, but don't forget that the universal capsule is also the invention of Iris. Everyone was silent, and they could only envy that Marine had dug such a genius scientist. Yasop is also very envious. With any door, he can see his son. The red-haired Shanks put down the empty wine bottle in his hand and asked Hawkeye, can I try this arbitrary door? Hawkeye was expressionless, shook his head faintly, and drank the remaining red wine in the bottle in one sip. Time is running out, my island and castle can't be ruined. Next time I will fight and drink. After speaking, Hawkeye turned and walked into any door. The red-haired Shanks looked at the arbitrary door disappearing in front of him, and shouted to the crew in front of him, brothers, we have to get such a magical arbitrary door. So we can go to parties all over the world. Ben Beckman calmly said, Any door must be obtained. Marine will be afraid of us. Otherwise, it will always be us who are passive. Rikilu nodded fiercely while biting the flesh on his mouth. There is no arbitrary door, just like just now. If you open any door, you will get nervous and wait for others, for fear of Marine's sudden attack. The feeling of being on the embankment at all times is uncomfortable. Hydra Island. Amazon Lily. A sentry dressed in cool clothes, only covering important parts of his body, suddenly noticed that a red door appeared on the sea. His eyes widened, and he looked at the door very curiously. A red figure came out from behind the door, in a red suit, a military cap, and a cloak of justice. At a glance, the sentry recognized the appearance of the incoming person. The sentry was shocked, cold sweat overflowed. Marine Admiral Akainu hastily sounded the alarm on the island. Watching the sentinel's actions, Akainu remained unmoved, and took out the universal capsule from Kabuto. A huge marine warship fell suddenly, igniting a wave of crystals to slap on the shore. Akainu stood on the bow deck, waiting quietly. When the Empress Boa Hancock became Shishibukai, one of the conditions was to prohibit men from entering the island, including marine. The sentry watched Akainu suddenly transform into a huge warship, and he was also stunned for a while. Could it be because of the omnipotent capsule? Some time ago, the Empress brought back something called a universal capsule, and she couldn't put it down. I heard that everything can be installed. But it makes other people envious. The sharp sound of the flute suddenly resounded over the island of 9 snakes, and countless people took up their weapons and rushed towards the coast. A large number of women rushed to the coast and saw Marine Admiral Akainu standing proudly on the warship. People who I know have changed in discoloration. People who I don't know look at Akainu curiously. This is the first time I have seen a man. Kikyo, the captain of the protector of 9 Snake Island, stood up and stopped the soldiers' discussions. That's Marine Admiral Akainu. Don't act rashly by anyone. Notify Lord Snakeheim. The Empress Boa Hancock, who learned the news, also hurried over, and she was also a little puzzled. How could Marine Admiral Akainu suddenly appear outside the island? In general, Vice Admiral comes forward to deliver messages. This time it turned out to be Marine Admiral Akainu. The sentry saw the Empress Hancock coming, and hurried forward, panting. Master Snakeji, Admiral Akainu appeared from a red door. A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the Empress Hancock, and she walked proudly to the coast. Marine Admiral Akainu also saw Hancock and said, "Hancock? The world government has issued a Shishibukai call. As a Shishibukai, you get help." Hancock leaped forward and landed on the mast of the marine warship. "My concubine hates someone who speaks to me from above." Admiral Akainu looked stern, and said in a tone that could not be rejected, "If you refuse, I will destroy the entire island." Mother-in-law Zay on the coast was sweating, looked at Admiral Akainu on the warship with a look of horror, and shouted, "Master Snakeji! You can't refuse." Empress Hancock's expression was very ugly, and she gritted her teeth and said, "My concubine agrees." But Hancock was a little curious about the way Akainu suddenly arrived, and asked, "I heard you used a door to show up outside the island. What is that door?" "Any door is a treasure of marine, and the pirates rest to get involved." Akainu shouted sharply, "Go down. Want to find out about that door? Do you want to fight me?" Empress Hancock's expression changed rapidly, from blue to purple, her body trembling with anger. If it was in other places, the Empress Hancock would not hesitate to do it, but there was no one on the warship except Akainu. If it weren't for the safety of the people on the island, there would be my own sisters. Glancing at Akainu fiercely, wishing to kill Akainu, Hancock dropped the warship. Akainu took out the universal capsule and took it away, opened any door and immediately left Hydra Island. A group of women pointed and pointed. Akainu really didn't want to stay. Seeing Akainu disappearing from the door, The women of Hydra Island were dumbfounded. Granny Zia also looked horrified, she had never seen such a miraculous thing. With a flash of light in your eyes, isn't the universal capsule also a magical thing? Master Snakeji, that door is as magical as the omnipotent capsule, and it must have been invented by Iris. Empress Hancock's eyes flashed with enlightenment, full of curiosity. Iris? Yes, it must be him. Only he can invent such a magical thing. When it comes to naval headquarters, be sure to meet this amazing guy with your own eyes. The concubine suddenly became interested in this Shichibukai recruitment. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Several days. Naval headquarters gathers elite Marines from all over the world. Downstairs in the huge dormitory, a huge notice was posted. What? Gravity training room. The minimum increase in cultivation speed is 10 times. Real or fake? 10 times the training efficiency is too exaggerated, right? A large group of elite soldiers surrounded the notice area, and the bluffing sound attracted more elite Marine soldiers. Crowded in front of the notice, a cry of exclamation and admiration kept coming out, arousing the curiosity of more soldiers behind. Let. The 4-meter-high brother, let me give in and block. Don't squeeze. This kind of good thing, hurry up. It's gone when it's late. With babbled voices, a Marine soldier squeezed out from the middle and hurried happily to the place indicated by the notice. Both feet rushed vigorously. Outside the gravity training room. The long line has been lined up so that the tail is invisible. Momuzagi Vice Admiral Jun looked at so many people and cleared his throat. Everyone, in front of you is Dr. Iris' latest invention, the gravity training room. It was the invention of Dr. Iris. Great, I was a little bit dubious about the role of the gravity training room just now, and now I don't have any worries at all. Many Marine elites nodded their heads, their faces showed excitement. These elite Marine soldiers from all over the world are all elites in their respective bases, all of them wearing justice cloaks, Marine generals. The omnipotent capsule is a deep experience, unlimited ammunition, and a cannon that can be used anytime, anywhere. No need to worry about getting damp or spoiling the food in the base. It only takes a few universal capsules to load the food, which is enough for the people on the base to use it for a short period of time. Any door is even more magical. The Marine elites here are all naval headquarters that can be reached through any door. Not to mention some of the base officers of New World, the Master wiped out a lot of powerful pirates with any gate. Retaken many islands. I also knew Dr. Iris who invented the universal capsule and any door, but he attracted the admiration of countless Marine soldiers. A well-known Marine elite heard that the inventor of the gravity training room was postdoctoral Iris, and he looked excited. Some soldiers shouted excitedly, Dr. Iris is my idol. Facing the excited and a little excited Marine elite, Momuzagi also smiled and shouted, silent, everyone listen to me first. The gravity training room can achieve a magical effect on its own training by adjusting gravity. The specific efficiency depends on the person. Different, but the lowest is 10 times. You have never used the gravity training room. It is recommended to start familiarizing with 1 times the gravity. Once the gravity is too high, there will be casualties. So everyone must pay attention. Everyone, come one by one, don't worry. Momuzagi Vice Admiral Jun wiped the sweat from his forehead. Dr. Iris is really amazing. I am afraid that there will be a large number of admirers in the future. It is hard to imagine that these elite Marines will return to the base after the battle. Iris' fame may reach an unattainable level in Marine. Outside the door of another gravity training room, Vice Admiral, the T-Dolphin, was also dry-mouthed, and it was shocking to see Marine elite who could not be seen. It was completely unexpected that everyone's enthusiasm for the gravity training room would be so high. Even if the queue is already long, there are still people who continue to join the queue. Kirby patted Bellamub, who was looking around, don't look, It's us. Bellamub was excited. Kirby, a lot of rare people gathered at Naval Headquarters. It's a big scene that has never been seen before. The two walked into the gravity training room. The huge gravity training room was divided into different areas, 10 areas. Between 1 to 10 times of gravity, 11 to 20 times of gravity. And so on, until 91 to 100 times the gravity. Because the two gravity training rooms face the entire Marine soldier, it is a bit difficult for Admiral to bear 100 times the gravity. Higher gravity has no effect on the soldiers. Simply adjusted in these two public gravity training rooms. In the gravity training room, the two of them were under the weight of gravity, sweating to their heart's content, and working hard to complete each of the training moves. As time passed, Kirby and Bellamub walked out of the gravity training room, sweating profusely, but their expressions were full of joy and excitement. Kibi, I didn't expect the cultivation speed to be more than 10 times faster. If you cultivate for 1 day, wouldn't it be equivalent to practicing outside for 10 days? Berume yelled, my god, it's too exaggerated. Dr. Iris is too awesome. Kirby looked at Bellamub, keep it down, but it's really amazing. Kirby glanced at the gravity training room with some dissatisfaction. In just a few hours, he really clearly felt that he had become a little stronger. If you stay in it for a long time, your strength will definitely improve more quickly. Outside the gravity training room, many people heard the voice of Berumebier, and they couldn't help but look forward to entering the gravity training room to practice. Kirby said with some regret, unfortunately, there are only 2 gravity training rooms, and 1 gravity training room can only accommodate 100 people. I really hope to stay in it for training all the time. After the gravity of my body is relieved, my body becomes lighter, and then a feeling of exhaustion swept my body. Berumebo also sighed, it's only 4 hours, and it won't work for another second. After more than 4 hours he was expelled and left to the next person, but Berumebi was dragged out. I really want to stay in it all the time. Let's go. Go in line. Listening to Kirby's voice, Bellamub was surprised, don't you rest. Kirby looked resolute and said, such a rare opportunity, can't be wasted. Soon there will be a big battle. If you have more strength, you have more chances of surviving. The effect of the gravity training room is magical, you can quickly improve your strength, you have to cherish every time you enter it. Outside the door of the gravity training room, some of the Marine elites who came out of the training room asked the T-Dolphin Giagi, plus, Vice Admiral, how come there are only 2 seats for such a good thing? So many of us are not enough. That's it, it's a pity not to build a few more for such a good thing. Many soldiers agreed and said. Giagi wiped off his sweat. I'm afraid that the price of this thing will scare you to death. Understood, this incident will be reflected. Dr. Iris also worked hard to build the gravity training room. Everyone is considerate. The universal capsule and any door are under the control of Dr. Iris. A group of Marine elites showed sympathy and turned into a strong color of reverence. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Except for the gravity training room open to Marine soldiers. There is also a gravity training room dedicated to Marine high-level use. Marshal Sengoku's face was full of joy, but there was also a hint of helplessness between his brows. Go down. Sengoku bowed his hand and motioned for the soldier to go down. From the soldiers' mouths, Marshal Sengoku learned that the elite Marines were enthusiastic one by one and suggested building more gravity training rooms. The current gravity training room is simply not enough. The news has now come through completely, causing a sensation. There are too many general-level Marines dispatched from all over the world, and tens of thousands have already arrived. Even if the gravity training room is not closed, with 100 people in 4 hours at a time, only 600 people can enter it to practice in a day. Faced with the huge number of Marines, it is a drop in the bucket. After this war, the situation will be alleviated. When the time comes, the elite Marines from all over the world will return to their bases, and the number of naval headquarters will drop sharply, and they will have their own missions at ordinary times. At that time, the situation in the gravity training room could be alleviated. The 5 billion Bailey's gravity training room has a magical effect. Marshal Sengoku himself has also been training in the gravity training room for a while. The efficiency has reached 40 times. Iris, if you continue to invent it, it won't hollow out Marines' military resources. The scolding ridicule did not conceal the joy on Sengoku's face. Sanda will walk out of the gravity training room. Aokiji wiped his sweaty face with a towel, and said with a comfortable expression, "Allah la. It's been a long time since I sweated." As Aokiji, who is capable of frozen fruit, his body temperature is kept at a low level all year round, and even the hot sun cannot make Aokiji sweat. Now I exercise under the strong gravity of the gravity training room and experience the feeling of sweating like rain after a long time. Admiral Akainu was also sweating, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Yes, after a few hours of exercise, the efficiency has increased by more than 30 times. 4 hours is equivalent to more than a week of usual training. It's too exaggerated. The old man also thinks his body is younger. Admiral Kizaru interjected. Sengoku sighed. That old fellow Garp, his cultivation efficiency has increased by nearly 100 times. That's an exaggeration. Allah la. Mr. Garp is so handsome, but the gravity training room is too powerful, otherwise there is no chance at all. Admiral Aokiji smiled, and Mr. Garp was indeed a monster. With the gravity training room, Mr. Garp may be able to improve rapidly. The old man can't compare to the terrible monster Garp. Admiral Kizaru pouted and smiled. Sengoku looked at the three generals with excitement in his heart. Now that the gravity training room exists, Marines' top combat strength will rise to the next level. Just now there were soldiers who gave Marines elite suggestion to add a gravity training room. Although they know that the gravity training room is very important, this thing is too expensive. There was a trace of helplessness on Sengoku's face. One universal capsule was 1 million Baileys, and any door was 1 billion. So far, the production cost of any door and more than 100 billion have been invested, and the gravity training room is 50 billion. It is simply a giant gold-swallowing beast. If it were not for the strong support of the world government, Marine could not afford such a high production cost. Although the Marine elite is very important, it is still the high-level combat power that determines the direction of the war. Now that there is a gravity training room, Marines' high-end combat power will undoubtedly become more dominant on the battlefield. Now a battle with Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, is imminent. Any bit of strength is extremely precious, and it may become the last straw to crush the camel. Admiral Akainu said, "Yes, the gravity training room is too expensive, but the universal capsule and any door are more universal, and at the same time they are effective in fighting pirates." Marshal Sengoku pushed his glasses and said, "I should report this to 5 elders and see what 5 elders says." After all, the cost also needs the support of the world government. Marshal Sengoku also intends to report on the recent achievements of Marine, using the combination of the universal capsule and any door to obtain various good news around the world. Akainu looked solemn, and said solemnly, "If you go to see 5 elders, by the way, please try to get Dr. Iris a promotion. Nowadays, many forces are very coveted for any door, and I am afraid they will do everything possible to get any door, and even detect the news of Dr. Iris and start with it." Allah la. I agree with this. Admiral Aokiji did not forget that Doflamingo, one of Shichibukai, wanted to see Dr. Iris. I'm afraid I also wanted to hit Dr. Iris's idea. Kizaru also nodded. Sengoku said, "I'll bring it up, you guys try to hurry up and practice, the battle will begin soon." Sanda will look awe-inspiring and nodded. Sengoku walked into the office of 5 elders, using any door. Sengoku could reach Marijoy's at any time. Marshal Sengoku was a little confused. The office was empty and there was no one. At this moment, random doors appeared in the office, and a named 5 elders walked out of the door. Each of the 5 elders was sweaty, breathing quickly, and their bodies flushed. Sengoku, here you are, the gravity training room is really a good invention. The Grand Elder in 5 elders has a hint of joy on his face. The cultivation efficiency improved by the gravity training room is really amazing. I feel that I have touched the bottleneck that I haven't moved for a long time. As long as I stick to it, strengthen the multiple of gravity. The strength can definitely be improved again. Yes, the old man hasn't experienced full swing of the knife for a long time. 5 elders wiped the sharp first-generation ghost, and the cold light circulated on the blade. It is easy to cause powerful destructive power to slash out with the full force of ghosts, and now in the gravity training room, it is extremely difficult to swing a knife. For 5 elders, which has a strong ability to control the body, every change in the body's muscles is clearly visible. The sensations of the body can be easily perceived clearly. Understand how powerful the gravity training room is. Yes, Iris is really a genius, a universal capsule, any door, and now it is a gravity training room. I really don't know what amazing inventions will be in the future. A 5 elders said with emotion. In a short world, one after another magical inventions that can make a sensation in the world and change the world have been invented one after another. One by one, I was really caught off guard. Looking forward to tomorrow, Iris will have any good news and some magical inventions. Sengoku smiled as he listened to 5 elders' appreciation of Dr. Iris one by one, and he was fully aware of the suggestion to improve Iris benefits. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. Iris is now very important to both Marine and world government. I think I will be promoted to the same benefits as Vegapunk. A 5 elders said. Sengoku looked a little surprised, but he didn't expect 5 elders to raise Dr. Iris's welfare before he even raised it. Basically, the entire Marine scientific force serves Vegapunk, and even Admiral Kizaru was sent to govern the Marine scientific force. In fact, it is said that it is jurisdiction, in fact, it is the importance and protection of Vegapunk. It shows how much Vegapunk attaches great importance to it. Now that Iris has also been promoted to this kind of treatment, Sengoku is also happy. That's the decision. The Grand Elder in 5 elders also agreed to this suggestion. Marshal Sengoku handed over the data files in his hand to the hands of the 5 elders, and said, "This is the news from all over the world recently. The universal capsule and any door are widely used, and the effect is amazing. Many pirates everywhere have been wiped out." 5 elders each flipped through the documents in hand. Looking at the documents in hand, 5 elders was also satisfied. These inventions of Iris have far-reaching impact, but they must not let the invention fall into the hands of others. Marshal Sengoku also looked serious. This matter has been strictly guarded, and if there is a leak, please check it out. Well, you must be careful. Take care of the universal capsule and any door. The Grand Elder in 5 elders opened his mouth with a heavy expression. The universal capsule and any gate are both powerful strategic materials for Marine and world government, enough to change the situation on the battlefield, the master initiative. If it falls into other forces, it will also be a lot of trouble. Sengoku nodded. The importance of the universal capsule and the arbitrary door is self-evident, especially the arbitrary door. Recently, the gravity training room has caused a sensation in Marine, and countless soldiers have suggested building more training rooms. Elder 5 elders folded his hands together, and his expression was deep. The gravity training room is too expensive to be universal and not suitable for universality. This thing is more important to the strong. Place the center of work on the universal capsule and any door. These 2 inventions are the big killers on the battlefield. Sengoku nodded, understood. Dr. Vegapunk. You haven't rested for a long time, and your body won't be able to hold it like this. A technician looked nervous and anxiously persuaded Vegapunk. Seeing Dr. Vegapunk, whose hair was like hay, with some dazzling white hair, the technician also felt worried. The technician surrounded Dr. Vegapunk, for fear that Dr. Vegapunk could not hold on to fall down in the next second. Vegapunk's eyes were full of fine and scary red bloodshot eyes, the focus of his eyes was enlarged, and he stared at any door in front of him. I do not believe. Iris has clearly told himself the production principle of any door, but he has never been able to master it. Even the universal capsule has never been able to successfully imitate it. The long non-stop brain operation has left Dr. Vegapunk deeply shrouded in mystery, getting deeper and deeper. How did it make it? Iris can make it, and now I can't even copy it. What shocked Dr. Vegapunk was that things were clearly visible, for his own research and decomposition. But he couldn't make exactly the same thing by himself. Imitation is far simpler than invented. But even so, Dr. Vegapunk himself was mired in failure after failure. Vegapunk put his hands on the test bench, feeling like he was going crazy. The thoughts of the brain seemed to be fighting in the brain. Seeing Dr. Vegapunk's appearance, the technician on the side was also frightened, in case Vegapunk had any accident. But there is a big problem. The omnipotent capsule and any door lay quietly on the experiment table. Looking at these two objects, Dr. Vegapunk felt a sense of powerlessness. There is also a sense of frustration. Iris, how did you guys do it? Da-da-da. There were rapid footsteps, as if fluctuating Dr. Vegapunk's sensitive brain nerves. Dr. Vegapunk. The technician who ran in looked a little surprised, and looked at Vegapunk's miserable appearance, and his words trembled. Vegapunk turned to the technician and asked, "What's the matter?" The technician hesitated and said, "Dr. Iris has invented something new again." Dr. Vegapunk's brain shook, his eyes fixed on the technician, and his voice trembled and asked, "What was invented? What invention did that guy have?" "The omnipotent capsule. Any door is more horrible than one. Gravity training room. I heard that the highest gravity can reach 1,000 times. The technician's words impacted Vegapunk's nerves and brain, as if pressing the pause button. Dr. Vegapunk crashed instantly. The body is not under the control of the brain, shaking. The technician on the side looked nervous, and immediately supported Dr. Vegapunk, and shouted anxiously, "Doctor! Doctor!" Vegapunk's pupils gradually returned to focus, but the brain was still in shock. 1,000 times, 1,000 times. Dr. Vegapunk kept chanting this amazing number. Others don't know the concept of 1,000 times gravity, can they not know it? 10 times the gravity is already amazing, and 1,000 times the gravity is impossible for humans to accomplish. The 1,000 times the gravity of the gravity training room surpasses the limit of Vegapunk's cognition of scientific principles. Help me to see. The technician spoke with trembling lips, "Doctor, I am worried about your body. I must see it, otherwise I will be too curious to sleep." Vegapunk refused the technician's concern. The gravity training room can reach 1,000 times, an unimaginable multiple of gravity. With the support of the two technicians, Dr. Vegapunk came to the gravity training room. In front of the gravity training room used by the Marine High Level, I witnessed the 1,000 times gravity pressing a piece of steel into a thin paper in a flash. It actually did it. Vegapunk's brain received a strong shock again, as if he were the flattened iron body. As soon as the voice fell, I felt that the world was instantly darkened. Not good. Dr. Vegapunk passed out. The technician looked panicked and hurriedly caught Dr. Vegapunk, who had fainted. The two looked at each other and hurriedly carried Vegapunk to the hospital. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Congratulations to the host gravity training room for completing the production task and unlocking the new technology, Detonation Talisman. Detonation Talisman. Iris is extremely excited. Among the Hokage ninjas, the famous detonation talisman. Thin as paper, easy to carry, anyone can wear it. Use the detonation talisman, it will explode after a period of time, great power. This thing can truly be called a weapon of war. The key is that this stuff can be used in stacks to make the explosion more powerful. Everyone can easily pinch a large handful of such a paper-thin detonation talisman. The power of throwing out is no less than a salvo of cannonballs, which is really terrifying. Iris was excited, and the fourth technology finally unlocked a technology with positive lethality. Gradually, there were more information about the detonation talisman in his mind and how to make it, and Iris looked ecstatic. Awesome, my system. Knowing the price, Iris couldn't help but admire the system. The cost of an initiating talisman is about 100 Baileys. It's too cheap. 100 Bailey is the price of a newspaper, but can get a weapon with powerful lethality. The universal capsule is 1 million, the arbitrary door is 100 million, and the gravity chamber is as high as 5 billion. Iris, who is accustomed to seeing astronomical figures, suddenly learned that the fourth technology, the detonation talisman, only needs 100 Baileys. Originally, Iris was mentally prepared, and the next technology was a high price. Unexpectedly, it is so cheap, only 100 Baileys are needed. Iris suddenly thought of Conan's 600 billion detonating charms. The start is really ruthless, 600 billion initiating talisman. FK. Prodigal Maiden. With the price of 600 billion detonators, Iris, who is sensitive to numbers, can hardly count the number of zeros hanging behind it for a while. It is really inhumane. 10 cards of 1,000 Baileys, 100 cards of 10,000 Baileys, thousands of cards of 100,000 Baileys, and 10,000 cards of 1 million Baileys. Cow. The cost of making a universal capsule is enough to make tens of thousands of detonating charms. This thing has to be made. Iris was a little excited. This thing is good. See who is upset, just throw a bunch of detonating charms over. If you don't know this stuff, you probably don't even know what happened. Haha. Iris was also amused by his own thoughts. Iris looked at his taskbar. Produce and detonate 100 million detonating symbols, 0/100 million. 100 million, 10 billion is also a matter? Iris did not show a happy expression, because the condition for successfully unlocking is to successfully detonate the detonator. It doesn't work just to make it, it has to be used. It looks like it has to be reported again. Iris didn't want to produce the detonation talisman himself, and then find a place to use it. It is not practical, you still have to apply to build a factory, and then let a large number of Marines use it to help yourself complete the task. If a detonator is successfully detonated, Iris can get 1 point. It seems very small, but if 100 million copies are produced, it will be 100 million points. A universal capsule only has 100 points. Any door gives 10,000 points at a time, and every time you use 100 points, even the training room continues to earn points. But in just a few days, Iris points easily reached 1 million. The omnipotent capsule, any door, and the gravity training room, the three can bring more than 300,000 points of benefit to yourself every day. Halfway through, Iris has used the golden 10 consecutive draws a few times, otherwise the points will only be more now. 100 million detonating charms, an inconspicuous 1 point, but 100 million cards add up to 100 million points and you can draw 10 times in a row of the highest level diamonds in the system. His current strength has reached Admiral's level, and he clearly feels his strength has improved under the points draw. If there were 10 diamond draws for 10 consecutive draws, Iris couldn't imagine how strong he would be at that time. Make it and experiment first. After all, Pirate World and Hokage World are very different. Iris didn't want his detonating talisman to be made into a dumb cannon, that would be a bit messy. Moreover, the power of the detonating talisman also requires experimentation to accurately obtain a clear understanding. Iris shut himself in the laboratory, and the materials needed for the detonation talisman were also very simple. An hour later, Iris walked out of the laboratory. If he only produced it with his own manpower, only 20 copies were made in an hour. You can only make factories in order to produce in batches and earn a lot of points for yourself. Holding the detonating talisman in his hand, it is not easy to detonate the detonating talisman in the laboratory. Go to the artillery test site to see the power of the detonating talisman. Iris put the detonating talisman into the pants kabuto. Step towards the artillery test site. Dr. Iris. Dr. Iris. A famous Marine elite saw Dr. Iris saluting and saying hello, his eyes full of worship and enthusiasm. Dr. Iris is the genius scientist who invented the universal capsule, the arbitrary door and the gravity training room one after another, and he is also the Vice Admiral of Marine Honor. Every invention has spread throughout Marine, and today there is still a long line outside the gravity training room. Every day the soldiers talked about the magic of Iris' invention, and some of the Marine elites they had personally experienced were even more vividly telling their companions about the shocking pictures of the pirates. Some soldiers who had never seen Iris, after knowing that the person in front of them was Dr. Iris, looked respectful and raised their hands in a military salute. Kirby, that's Dr. Ares. Excited Bellamyber pulled Kirby's arm and exclaimed excitedly. Kirby's eyes flashed with enthusiasm, and he saluted and shouted, Dr. Iris. Iris also smiled and nodded to Kibi. Isn't this Kibi? K is better than you. Kirby's face stopped, then he was very ecstatic, Dr. Iris knows my name. Iris encouraged Kirby, of course I know, work hard, I have to come on for the next battle. Is this Dr. Iris? It doesn't look like a scientist at all. Yeah. Dr. Iris is handsome and smart, and he is still doing research and invention so hard. No, there is no shelf yet. I heard that Dr. Iris has never left the Universal Capsule Factory. Too hard working. Our role model. The Marine elites watched as Dr. Iris nodded with a smile, tears in his eyes. I will definitely live up to the invention of Dr. Iris. I will definitely win. A crowd of Marine elites raised their arms and shouted, causing many soldiers to stop and look. Kirby's face flushed and he was very excited, and Berumebo shouted with the soldiers. Dr. Iris, actually knows me. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Dr. Iris? Why are you here? Momuzagi Vice Admiral Jun was surprised that he saw Iris in the artillery training ground. Dr. Iris has basically been staying in the Universal Capsule Factory, the door is not moving, and the second gate is not going out. Jun's exclamation also aroused the ideas of Zephyr Instructor, Garp Vice Admiral, and Vice Admiral. Zephyr smiled and said to the students in front of him, you are free to train. Turned and walked towards Iris. The students stretched their necks curiously, causing a commotion. The legendary Dr. Iris is here, it's really rare to see. Iris also finished the greeting with a smile, and watched Zephyr Instructor come over. Zephyr Instructor. Iris, I finally saw you this time. Your invention of the universal capsule and any door is really amazing. Zephyr's eyebrows were full of smiles, and his eyes were full of approval. The old man has to be busy teaching the students, and has always wanted to make time to meet you. Zephyr was also a little surprised at the current changes in Marine, which can be said to be changing with each passing day. The omnipotent capsule, any door is a magical thing, and there is a gravity training room, after going in and experimenting by yourself. I also feel that the training efficiency has been greatly improved. For this reason, I also propose to Sengoku to build another gravity training room for the students of the Marine Elite Camp to practice. Just now, I led the students to adapt to the use of the universal capsule to control the artillery, take out the artillery from the universal capsule at a faster time and speed, load the artillery, and then quickly ignite the fuse to launch the artillery. Training the soldiers to complete the required actions in a shorter period of time is also more efficient when dealing with pirates. Garp patted Iris on the shoulder and smiled. How come your kid is willing to come out of the Universal Capsule Factory? Jun and Jia also looked at Iris curiously. Iris would not come out for no reason. I have never heard of any general's door Iris went to. Ishain was immersed in research. Iris replied, isn't this another new thing invented? Just come over and try it. Huh? Have you invented something new again? Take it out and let the old man take a look. Garp was a little surprised, and the monkey anxiously asked Iris to take out the newly invented thing. Jia was full of curiosity, and said, that is, let us open our eyes too. Dr. Iris has always been a very surprising existence, and now he is talking about new inventions. In terms of Dr. Iris' invention, it must be something good. Iris, let's show it to everyone. Zephyr was also very interested, and urged Iris to quickly bring out the new invention, so that everyone's eyes would be long. Jun's beautiful eyes were also full of energy, and couldn't restrain curiosity. Iris smiled and took out the detonation talisman from Kabuto, stretched out a detonation talisman, and introduced, this thing is called the detonation talisman. It has the same function as a cannonball and can be detonated. Garp reached out to take a hand from Iris and froze in the air. You said this thing will explode. Garp Vice Admiral retracted his hand, afraid that it would be bad if he exploded this thing. Garp Vice Admiral believed Iris' words. Zephyr Instructor looked surprised, and stared at the detonator in Iris's hand. This piece of paper is like a cannon. The paper-thin detonating talisman is still rippling in the air with the breeze. This kind of weight looks like paper, but thanks for some ghost-painted talisman. However, Dr. Iris' credibility is still very high, and Zephyr did not question the detonator in Iris's hand. As soon as Zephyr was about to speak, Momuzagi Vice Admiral Jun on the side could not wait to speak. How is this detonation talisman used? Then everyone will give in. Speaking, Iris picked up a detonating talisman, pinched it in his hand, and threw it toward the open space in front of it. The detonating talisman flew out instantly, and the flames fluttered above it. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and the smoke was filled. The sound of the explosion caused an uproar among the students in the distance, and I saw the pieces of paper thrown by Dr. Iris falling in the air. There was a bomb explosion. Zephyr's eyes glowed, and the paper-like detonating talisman could really explode, even more powerful than a normal caliber artillery. Iris, is this the detonation talisman you invented? Isn't it amazing? Jun looked at the place where the detonation talisman exploded in surprise. The smoke and dust dispersed, and a big hole appeared in the same place. Garp Vice Admiral stared at the detonating talisman in Iris's hand. Can I try it, old man? Iris looked at the enthusiastic Garp Vice Admiral and said, wait, I'll experiment first. It's just made, not many. As far as the power of the detonating talisman is concerned, it is not bad. Judging from the noise caused by the explosion, it is no less powerful than ordinary artillery. Iris picked up the top stone, wrapped the detonating talisman on the stone, and threw it toward the cratered clearing in the distance. The detonating talisman wrapped in the stone was thrown out, and the distance became farther. Boom! The detonator exploded in the distance. The explosion of the detonation talisman made Zephyr's eyes brightened with his arms around his chest, his eyes filled with smiles, but he did not speak. Zephyr waited quietly for the completion of Iris' test. After all, Iris was the inventor of the detonation talisman. I have a deeper understanding of the characteristics of the detonating talisman. Jia sighed and said, just now I was thinking that the distance thrown by the fluttering detonation talisman was too short, so I took it and experimented with a farther distance. Don't talk, don't disturb Dr. Iris experimenting. Momuzagi Vice Admiral Jun glanced sideways. Jiaji also closed his mouth wisely. Garp also watched with relish. It's a pity that the detonation talisman is just that. Iris said that he had to try it out by himself. But don't run out, save some for the old man to play with. When everyone watched Iris bury the detonating talisman in the pothole, they all flashed curiosity. Iris walked back, with a confident smile on his face, and a stone fell accurately on the spot where the detonator was buried. Boom! The detonating talisman exploded, mud splashed, and smoke filled. Garp stared at Venus and exclaimed in surprise, "Can you still play like this?" Iris demonstrated the use of several detonating charms one after another, and everyone was amazed and surprised. Zephyr's eyebrows are full of surprises. Sighing, "The shells are heavy, they often require soldiers to carry them into the artillery, and they also need to be ignited by the fuse. It takes a lot of time for a shell to be loaded and fired out of the chamber. Nowadays, the explosion produced by a piece of detonating charm as light as a piece of paper is no weaker than a bomb. Any marine can carry a detonating charm of Dalian." Looking at Iris' experiment, the detonation talisman even has the function of a time bomb. If it is combined with a universal capsule and any door, it will be enough to easily blow up the pirate's base. Zephyr sighed in his heart that what he said were just some simple applications. In fact, the effect of the detonation talisman was much more than that. Zephyr looked at Iris in the experiment, and exclaimed, "Iris is indeed Marine's fortune." Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Zephyr's words of admiration made Jun and Jiaji beside him tremble. Zephyr is the chief marine instructor, and even the current Marine 3 Admiral is Zephyr's disciple. I have never heard of such praise as Zephyr. The two looked at Dr. Iris, and looked at Iris who was seriously experimenting with the detonation talisman. The universal capsule, any door, the gravity training room, and then to today's detonation talisman. There is nothing wrong with Zephyr's praise. As soon as Zephyr instructor's voice fell, random doors appeared in the artillery training ground. Marshal Sengoku, Marine 3 Admiral, walked out of any door. The powerful lineup made the students in the distance exclaim. Before people arrived, Marshal Sengoku's shout came first, "Iris has something new invented." Iris saw Sengoku and San Admiral also coming, stopped the experiment in his hand, came to Sengoku and smiled with Sengoku. San Admiral said hello. Iris smiled and said, "This is just invented, don't you want to test it?" Zephyr sighed at Sengoku. The old man has lived a lifetime, and he has never seen as many magical things as Iris has invented. Ha ha ha. Sengoku laughed loudly when he heard the words, and the sea appealed and talked about legends, such as the legend of the 1,000-year dragon and the legend of pure gold. Now Iris is creating legends. But such a legend is benefiting Marine, how can it not make people happy? Iris, if you didn't bump into Zephyr, you would test it by yourself without notifying us, would you? You have to call us up in advance next time. Sengoku joked to Iris that Iris has made great contributions to marine scientific research and invention, and he didn't even give himself a vacation. Had it not been for the students to spread the news, I would not have known that Iris had invented something new. 3 Admiral also looked at Iris. Allah la. Iris, what did you guy invent? Although Aokiji looked lazy, his eyes were sharp, looking at Iris with intense curiosity. Iris took the remaining 10 detonating charms in his hand. "This is my latest detonating charm. It can emit power like a bomb. As long as the detonating charm is destroyed, it can be detonated. Ordinary people have to use the detonating charm. Add a pull rope to control the explosion of the detonating charm. Or pinch it before throwing it out." Garp has long been unable to restrain the throbbing curiosity in his heart. "Iris, you have experimented with several photos, let me try." "Mr. Garp, this kind of thing can't do without us." Aokiji walked to Garp's side and looked at the detonating charm in Iris' hand enthusiastically. Admiral Akainu also said, I will try to. Jun and Jiaji looked helplessly at Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Admiral who surrounded Iris. The charm of Dr. Iris is to Marshal Sengoku and the others what your charm of Jun is to me. He sighed hopefully. Momuzagi Jun glared at Kaji, and was too lazy to say, it's different. The charm of Dr. Iris radiates the entire sea, how can it be compared? Iris alone gave a detonating talisman, try it yourself. Iris didn't finish speaking, and an explosion sounded. Garp said to Iris enthusiastically, it's too fast, here's another one. I haven't enjoyed it yet. Iris reluctantly gave Garp Vice Admiral another detonation charm. Sengoku is not like Garp's quick-tempered and fun temperament. Garp used to throw bombs because he was addicted to throwing bombs. When he got it in his hand, he was so excited that he threw the detonation talisman out. Sengoku carefully looked at the detonating charm in his hand, his first feeling was that it was light and thin. I asked Iris, this thing can also be added to the item and used together. Zephyr opened his mouth and said, Iris has been thrown out together on the stone just now, it can be detonated. Ordinary people can't throw light and fluttering paper far, but it's not the same in another way. Hearing Zephyr's answer, Sengoku's heart was relieved and he was overjoyed. The sound of explosion came one after another from the side. Both Admiral and Garp have tested the detonator in their hands. Iris, this thing is really easy to use. After it's manufactured, I need to prepare a little more for the old man's troops. Kizaru's mouth wore a rumorless smile. The detonation talisman can completely increase the combat ability of the troops, and the subordinates are highly efficient, and can also reduce their own work. It's not a stroke, it's called making the best use of it, and Kizaru is in a good mood. The emergence of arbitrary doors has increased Kizaru's workload a bit, but the efficiency is also accelerating. In the past, you had to take a ship to perform missions. Now you only need to open any door and enter. Once the mission is over, you will return directly. How pleasant it is to have a tea break and so on. Marshal Sengoku also tried the detonation talisman, and he was very satisfied and laughed loudly. This weapon of mass destruction that can be carried with you will greatly enhance the combat capability of the Marines. Pirates who are far beyond their own strength on the opposite side can also cause damage. This kind of small, lightweight thing is often overwhelming, and it is as powerful as a cannon. Sengoku immediately asked Iris for the remaining detonation charms, wrapped them together, and threw them away. The loud explosion sounded deafening and trembling. A lot of smoke will last for a long time. The huge explosion attracted everyone's attention, and they exclaimed that the power of the detonation talisman was huge. Sengoku praised Iris, Iris. Good job. Another great contribution to Marine. Several detonating charms were superimposed on each other, and the power far surpassed the bomb, making Marshal Sengoku's heart tremble. If there are enough of them, I am afraid that Admiral will also get injured if he is caught off guard. The combination of several detonating charms just now is no more than the size of a small ball. If combined with the universal capsule, it can hold a large number of detonating charms. Sengoku couldn't predict such power. Sengoku asked, but this thing won't be very expensive, right? Sengoku couldn't help but slap his tongue at the high price of 1 billion for any door and 5 billion for the gravity training room. Nearly 200 billion Baileys have been invested in it back and forth. Iris looked at Sengoku for fear that he would report an astonishing number. He was a little worried and wanted to laugh. Marshal Sengoku, 100 Baileys. 100 Bailey? Did I hear it wrong? Sengoku looked surprised, in disbelief. Zephyr took a deep breath, 100 Baileys, so cheap. When Admiral Akainu heard this number, his serious expression suddenly raised his eyebrows. Garp Vice Admiral's eyes widened exaggeratedly. Everyone was very surprised, but they didn't expect the price of the detonating charm to be so low. It can even be described as cheap. Sengoku felt that he was wrapped in happiness, and the sudden rise of numbers plunged himself into great happiness. The front is the astronomical figure of 1 billion Baileys and 5 billion Baileys. Now it is 100 Baileys. Once thought that he had heard it wrong. Sengoku, who had guessed that such a detonating talisman was estimated to be hundreds of thousands of Baileys, fell into a huge surprise. God bless Marine. The battle with the Whitebeard pirates is coming soon. This good news may be enough to change the situation of the battle. Let the whole world be shaken. Far more exciting than the news received recently. Sengoku made a decision immediately. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Sengoku immediately decided, and said, the detonator must be produced in large quantities. Marine fully supports it. Work day and night, how much can be produced? The sooner the better. Iris looked stunned, of course knowing why Sengoku was so eager. Marine is about to start a decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Of course, it must be adequately prepared. The more detonating talisman, the greater the power. This kind of thing is far easier to carry than artillery. The price is cheap, lower than the cost of the bomb. Iris looked serious and said, if the estimated cost is about 20 billion Baileys, if you want to increase the huge output in a short period of time, you must have enough production lines. 10 billion is the cost of materials, and 10 billion is the cost of building a factory. Sengoku did not hesitate to say, the production of detonating charms is urgent. Money is not a problem. The more detonating charms, the better. The cost of a detonation talisman is only 100 Baileys, which is extremely helpful to the meaning of war. The war is about to start. Everyone is a Marine elite from all over the world, a general-level Marine, and everyone is Marine's mainstay. Whether it is to reduce losses or increase casualties to the enemy. All detonators must be produced in large quantities. Sengoku also had a sense of eagerness in his heart. Sengoku said with a hint of apology in his eyes, Iris. I have worked hard, let me build a detonation talisman factory. Now naval headquarters is the most indispensable person. It must be built as fast as possible. Now Iris's task has been aggravated, but Sengoku can't help it with the war. However, Iris is still fully supported. The entire naval headquarters is now tens of thousands of Marine elites, each of whom is a general-level character. The basic people are strong and physically strong. It just happens that there is nowhere to make arrangements recently, so Sengoku arranged for soldiers to build the factory as quickly as possible. Iris replied in a deep voice, understood. The war situation is imminent, and I have to take advantage of the last time to quickly improve my strength. This is why Iris' recent points are all used up. It can be enhanced a little is a little. Sengoku suddenly said, by the way, make a dozen detonating charms first. I'll open any door to get it later. Iris left quickly, taking the time to make the detonation talisman. The order for the establishment of the detonation talisman factory has been passed down, and immediately there are a large number of Marine elites and architect Fu quickly started construction next to the Wanninge capsule factory. An hour later, Sengoku took Iris' latest detonation talisman and opened any door to Marine Fort. Right now, Sengoku waited quietly for 5 elders, and the guard had already gone to report. In the gravity training room, 5 elders practiced against 110 times the gravity, each sweating like rain, but their expressions were very excited. There was a knock on the door of the gravity training room. 5 elders, who had been interrupted in their practice, frowned, relieved their gravity, and walked out together. 5 elders looked unhappy, and shouted at the guard outside the door with a sullen face, "Didn't you say that you shouldn't bother us while practicing?" The guard wiped his forehead with cold sweat, did not dare to reach out to wipe it, and said tremblingly, "Marshal Sengoku is here, saying that Iris has another new invention." New invention. The unpleasantness on 5 elders' face was swept away, replaced by a look of joy. Let's go and see what surprises Iris will give us this time. 5 elders smiled and immediately opened any door and walked in. When the guard saw 5 elders leaving, he reached out and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Random doors appeared, and 5 elders were sweating profusely, with obvious signs of training. One of 5 elders asked eagerly, "Sengoku, where is Iris' new invention?" The other 5 elders laughed and said nothing, but their expressions were full of curiosity. Just a few days after experiencing the gravity training room, Iris made a new thing. 5 elders was extremely satisfied with the gravity training room, and felt that just a few days of training was almost worth the usual half-year training time. Sengoku immediately took out the detonator from Kabuto and explained, "This is the latest invention of Iris, the detonator. This thing can explode, and the power produced is no less powerful than the power of a cannon, and it can even be used together. The more detonating talisman, the greater the power. As long as you squeeze it hard and throw it out, it will explode if it is destroyed or pulled on the cable loop." 5 elders smiled, and the 3 elders smiled and said, "Iris is really not disappointing. Such a thin and light thing can have the effect of having a bomb." It was also a surprise to see the detonation charm in his hand that was as thin as a cicada's wings. The great elder also took a detonating talisman and looked at it carefully in his hand, which was also amazed. "The smell of gunpowder is useless." With a slight pinch, the detonating talisman was about to detonate on the spot, but none of the people present panicked. Just watched the Grand Elder Sheng Sheng wrap the explosion in his palm with his palm, and couldn't even escape at all. Only the firelight flickered in his palm, and then white smoke fluttered from his fingers. The strength of the Great Elder can be seen in Madara. The elder smiled and said, "That fellow Iris really accomplished the invention. How much does the detonator cost?" "If the price is right, this thing will be produced in large quantities. If it is not suitable, it will be produced in small quantities for the Celestial Dragon's guards." Sengoku smiled softly, 100 baileys. The second elder exclaimed in surprise, 100 baileys. Too cheap. Even the second elder could hardly remember what 100 bailey looked like. Unexpectedly, comparable to the power of artillery, the detonation charm with such a light weight only needs 100 baileys. The other 5 elders were also stunned, a little lost. "I was used to seeing 5 elders, who are accustomed to 100 million Pele units, but I didn't expect the detonation charm to be so cheap." Sengoku smiled and said, "I heard this number at first, and thought it was a mistake." The 5 elders laughed, "Haha. Iris has finally invented a new technology that is truly lethal." Everyone also nodded. The universal capsule, any door is considered a convenient tool, no detonation talisman is considered to have real lethality, and the power is good. According to what Sengoku said, even the more stacked, the greater the power. The Grand Elder also nodded in admiration, "Yes, Iris has given us so many surprises. This time Marine is more confident against the Whitebeard pirates. Dispatch a large number of Marine elites from all over the world at any gate." The universal capsule also carries a large number of materials, weapons, artillery, and so on. The detonator belongs to a new technology. Standing with the Whitebeard pirate group can bring unprecedented miraculous effects without the enemy's detection.